at the racks? Is there anything like you're good at, like counting cards or something like that?
No, I wish that would be beneficial. No, I just really do stand up. Like that's kind of I quit my day job to come do this, like pursue it full time and shit. So it's not very interesting.
When did you quit your day job?
In August.
And what's that day job that you quit?
I was an account service representative at a printing and mailing facility.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, very exciting.
That explains the haircut.
Yeah.
Does it? So August, did you quit awkwardly, or was it just a clean break, 2-week notice?
Yeah, it was I was like the day that I put in my 2 weeks notice, they were like, yeah, we were going to probably fire you. And I was like, oh, perfect timing. I should have just waited around and got the severance package. But
yeah, well, there you go. All right. What's your love life like?
Oh, it's cool. It's, nothing to complain about. Yeah. I mean, love's cool, man.
You have a girlfriend?
No, nothing like that.
Last date you went on, what was that like?
It was cool. We went mini golfing. I upgraded from hometown to face. I'd rather do that. It was way cheaper. But yeah, went mini golfing. And,
she's a little person.
I get it.
Oh shit!
Can I get some heroin back here?
Okay. Joel. All right, so you went mini golfing, then what? Played a little fucking putt-putt with her butt, you know what I'm saying? What happened?
No, nothing manifested.
Nothing, you didn't put your ball through a little windmill? All right, that's so stupid.
You didn't give her your Tiger Wood?
Yeah, just show her your fucking sack necklace. What are we talking about here? Show her your fucking,
Give that baddie your caddy.
All right. Well, true.
Did you get a hole in 2?
Yeah. All right. Well, Drew, this was fun to meet you, dude. Local comic, you've been doing it 4 years.
Yeah.
You're fucking in it, man. I would just say you leave a lot of sort of open-ended things out there. I would just say sort of like give the whole truth. You know what I mean? I'd say I'm 24. People my age have changed. You know what I mean? Addictions.
Yeah.
Saying people my age, you don't really know. You seem like you could be. You have a little Benjamin Buttonsy shit going on.
Do I? Fuck.
Yeah, you could be like that. You're either 18 and just joined the military, or you're like 37 and have leukemia or something like that. I'm not really sure. Let's check in with Curtis.
Can I give him some advice?
Yeah.
Dude, have sex with your stepmom. What are you doing?
Yeah.
She's right there. She's right there.
I agree completely. One more time for Drew Asher, everybody. Fuck yeah, Drew. Thank you. Yeah. Goes out for summer. How about a hand for the band? New songs every episode. They learn these things right before the show. It's incredible. Wow. What was that?
Throwing skull into the
What was that?
An imaginary football.
Wait a second. Can you do that again? Because that was perhaps one of the worst football forms I've ever seen. Is that how you actually? I've never seen you throw a football before. Yeah, do it again. All right. So wait. So you're a quarterback?
Dude, I tore my rotator cuff.
Oh, okay. That makes sense. Now I get it. Okay.
I'm not pro, but I filled up my girlfriend with my seed.
Whoa. Shit. Pulling a name out of the bucket. You guys having fun out there? Okay. Take over your next comedian. He goes by the name of Matt Medina. Matt Medina. All right. Sacramento! All right. Weed smokers, where you at? All right. I smoke weed for my anorexia. It's working very well. Weed smoking, I can't do it in cars anymore, man. I used to have this weird, old cop car, like a 97 Grand Marquis, like fucking sweet. I was rolling down the street, right? And so I like to get high and write jokes in my car, but I forget what I look like, and so people think that I'm following them. Like, I had a woman walk up to me and goes, hey, I don't know what you're doing in my neighborhood, but can you please get out of it? Cool. That worked out great. Let's see. Oh, man, I had a whole thing planned. I'm so happy to be here. I'm so nervous. I'm so happy to share this moment with you guys. I'm going to pander for a little bit longer. Things are going great. Oh man, I really fucked this up, didn't I? I bought my tickets in May. I was so on my birthday. Okay, cool.
Yeah, there you go.
All right.
Matt Medina, really killing it. The last 20 seconds of his set by just talking through it. I like your style, man. Very good stuff.
Appreciate it.
Hell yeah, absolutely. I'm guessing that's not the first time you've waited around the pussy.
No, absolutely.
Hell yeah. There you go. There it is again. For some reason, makes no sense, but there it is. So welcome to the show, Matt. You're new at stand-up comedy?
I've been doing about a year and a half.
About a year and a half.
Hey,
Soft. It was just me and you that got excited about that, Matt. I'm going to be honest with you.
That tends to happen.
Why does that tend to happen?
People don't think I'm funny.
Why?
Loud, aggressive.
You are?
Yeah.
A lot of people are loud and aggressive. It's funny, though.
Yeah, but no. That's very true.
Have you heard of Sam Kinison?
Yeah. Oh, very good point.
Hilarious. I mean, we could go on and on. There's a lot of those. So what do you think it is? Do other comedians think you're funny?
I mean, they tell me, but you know.
Do they?
Yeah.
Do they after your set go, good set?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So,
All right. What made you want to start stand-up comedy?
I got a divorce.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Yeah. How long ago was that?
2 years? A year? 2 years? I don't know.
What happened? She moved to Wisconsin.
No, she fucked a 40-year-old.
She fucked a 40-year-old.
Yeah. Hell yeah. Well, she was pregnant with my kid. It's great.
Whoa.
It's a good time. Whoa. And I hope she watches this.
Oh
Dude.
my God.
That's what we call the 40-yard dash.
How old are you, Matt Medina?
I'm also 24.
24 years
Yeah.
old. And she's 24 too?
Yes.
And how long have you guys been together? How long were you guys together for?
We were together for 4, married for 3.
Together for 4,
Yeah.
married for 3. So wait, you were together for 7 years or
No.
4?
Yeah,
Okay.
4. Yeah,
Okay.
altogether.
3 years married.
Yep.
And this 40-year-old probably a boss, a coworker?
A parts dealer at a local famous car dealership.
Wow. Looks like he gave her a part under her hood she really wanted, huh? My goodness. You know, the worst, how pregnant was she when she did this?
Pretty pregnant.
Yeah, wow.
Yeah,
That's incredible.
Very,
so,
actually.
So the worst part
Like
is that,
fourth and
wow,
goal,
just
or
go
what are we
ahead.
talking about?
Curtis, just go right
third
ahead,
goal.
Curtis. Pay no attention to anything else, Curtis.
I can't see you at all, so
You don't need to see me, Curtis. Just use your ears, Curtis. It's a podcast.
No, we do a lot.
Curtis.
We do a lot of plays on the field. I need to see you.
All right, you don't need to see me at all. I promise.
I would love to make eye contact with you.
Curtis, we've been doing this for years. You don't
Dude,
need
I want to look at you.
All
Okay.
right, very good, Curtis.
How bruised was your child's head? How fast?
Very
Yeah,
good.
I don't know.
There you go. Thank you. This is now we're cooking into the part of the show that I was warning about earlier. So we're talking 7, 8, 9 months pregnant?
Yeah.
Wow. And you know that he came inside of her, right? You don't,
Okay, so
you don't pull out with a pregnant chick.
No,
You know
no,
that.
no,
So
you-
his
you
cum
can do
was
whatever you
within
Yes.
millimeters of your baby's.
Yeah.
Your baby has salty lips.
Yeah. So
Unless he put it in her butt.
Wow.
Dude.
Wow. Again, lucky.
That's what got the Chilbert chant. Just a few guys that are fans of anal in the audience tonight. Not really the funniest thing, but
When you come inside somebody else's girlfriend that's pregnant, that's called a 2-point conversion.
that's actually true. So, okay, yeah.
What up,
so,
buddy?
Curtis, really wild one tonight, Curtis.
How are you? Hope you're well.
Man, really overcompensating for that torn rotator cuff you have.
My coach said,
There you go. So, Matt, how did you find out about this?
We got done with couples counseling, and we went to Black Bear Diner, where I ordered.
Why does that get a groan? What's Black Bear Diner? We're not.
Oh, it's
local.
I guess it's not in LA, is it?
It's like a truck stop diner, right?
Yeah, it's like a.
Okay,
it's like
so
a
you're out of
franchise.
couples counseling. It was Black Bear Diner, and then what happened?
And then she looked at me and she said, "I don't want to be with you anymore." And then I was like, "Well, then why did I order my food?" Which shouldn't have. I wasted $15.
That's what you were worried about? Your
Yeah.
pregnant wife
Yeah.
says you don't want to be, and you're worried about the fucking
Yeah, the
pastrami
grizz, yeah.
sandwich?
The grizz is the breakfast.
Oh, okay. And then what happens? She
And
says she
then,
doesn't want to be with you. You're like, oh,
Yeah.
I'm losing $15 on this.
Yeah.
And then what?
and then we drove home in silence, and then I cried for about 3 hours.
Oh, my God. Wow.
It's called a random.
Caused rain? Really? Oh.
If you would just look at me, you get it.
All right, very good. Yes, I got you. Her kids, thank you. So, you cried for 3 hours. Did she tell you that she fucked?
Okay, so this is where the timeline gets iffy, where I think my second kid is not mine.
Whoa.
Yeah, well, hold on.
Hell yeah. Did he come out holding a fucking wrench or something? like that?
Yeah. It had a Mitsubishi symbol on it.
Whoa, is that the We're getting closer to the dealership here. A famous local Mitsubishi dealership?
Yeah.
What do you guys think it
It's
is?
John L. Sullivan. I'll just
Whoa!
say fuck him.
Yeah.
He steals people's money. I don't know.
Wow, from the Mitsubishi to the Shitsubishi. This is incredible. Wow, Matt. You're just throwing everybody under the bus
Yeah,
tonight. I like it, man. So, what makes you think the second kid might not be yours?
The amount of time that they got together and we broke up.
All right. Again, it's just like, I guess we're in a race to all say stuff here tonight. Let's just all do everything we first think of. You go ahead, Matt.
Yeah. Let's see. So when she kicked me out of my own apartment, she ended up meeting this guy apparently, and we went to meet at a Starbucks to talk about like custody stuff. And she was wearing a necklace, and I was like, I didn't buy you that fucking necklace.
Right.
And I was like, hey, who got you that necklace? It's really nice. She goes, oh, a friend. I was like, cool. What's this friend's name?
Yeah.
And she was like, no, I'm not gonna tell you. I was like, is it around my kid?
Yeah.
And she's like, yeah. So she got me the whole thing. His name's Jeff.
Whoa,
Yeah.
okay, that's enough. That's my killer.
Fuck you, Jeff.
Yeah, Jeff.
Matt's about to say his social security number. Wow. So it's Jeff. He works at Mitsubishi right there. My God. And he was fucking your wife.
Yeah. Currently
Incredible.
fucking my still legally married to wife.
Right.
Yeah.
So when did the second kid happen?
So you're saying she's available?
Yeah.
When did she get pregnant with the second kid?
I mean, hopefully when I came inside her.
Yeah.
Yeah, about a year and a half ago.
Is there anything about the second kid that makes you think it's not yours?
No. Besides like the straightness of the hair,
He's
that's about it. Yeah, that's black.
It came out with a fancy necklace on or
Yeah,
something
my
like
first
that?
one's got like curly Jew locks going.
Right. Wow. Matt, you're
Yeah.
fucking, wow. So interesting. That's incredible that you really fucking literally spilled the beans here. What ethnicity are you?
Huh?
What ethnicity are you?
Half Mexican, half white.
Yes, you spilled the beans. That sounds like exactly what a half Mexican, half white person would do.
Yeah.
Whoa! Spill the beans. Interesting, Matt. Is that all the most interesting stuff about you?
I used to pick up bodies for a mortuary.
Wow.
Yeah, that's pretty fun.
You ever touch the titty once in a while?
Had a couple glances, you know.
Like,
Yeah. Fuck yeah.
You know, one of those corpses you could fuck it, and it's not going to go fuck Jeff at the Mitsubishi place. Jeff.
Dead, man.
Well, Matt, interesting as hell. You know, the minute we we got through it. You know what I mean? But the interview, fucking 10-star interview, dude. Fucking really interesting stuff. A lot of vulnerable stuff.
Thank you guys.
But a lot of people would probably avoid talking about, but Matt Medina gave it to us. Thank you, Matt. Fuck yeah, you got it, pal. Pro wrestling fan, Matt Medina.
No, bitches.
What?
Bitches.
Bitches? Wow, look at you. My goodness, what are you so mad about?
Poor guy.
What do you mean, poor guy? He's doing
Who does that when you have a baby in you? Come on. He's fucking trash.
Dude, if Jeff is out there, suck our dicks.
Yeah.
Dude, fuck you, Jeff. Fuck you, Jeff. Fuck you, Jeff. Fuck you, Jeff.
Yeah. Not my pillow.
I don't know why, but honestly, I'm sort of on Jeff's side on this one. I don't know. I just like, I mean, she's pregnant. She's down to fuck. I mean, why not just
Jeff
fuck?
is cool. Jeff is cool. Jeff is cool.
Standing ovation from that guy. Oh, that's a waiter. Okay. Hold another name. I'm fucking put your hands together for Zach S. Zach S. Here he is. Wow, right in the front. Very close. Hey. One more time for Zach S, everybody.
All right. Thank you. That's me, Zach. I just turned 31, and that makes me feel just a little bit old because now technically I'm on the decline. But the comforting thing to know is that, what you lose physically, they say you gain in wisdom, right? Right. So I'm like totally feeling the effects of that right now. Go fucking smart, you guys. I know it, dude. I am nobody's fool, first of all, and nothing gets by me anymore. Like, telling you guys, for example, I know for a fact right now that baby powder is just cremated baby that they put right back into a bottle for you. I'm telling you guys, think about it. What better to apply to your baby's sensitive skin than more baby in the form of the powder? Packaged neatly in a bottle for your convenience. You guys, big brands like Johnson & Johnson, they're legally obligated to tell you about this, though. That's why it's right there in the title. Baby powder, like it's hidden in plain sight.
All right, Zach S, everybody. Zach S, welcome to the show. How you feeling, man?
Very nervous.
Why are you nervous?
Second time doing stand-up comedy.
Second time ever doing stand-up comedy, ladies and gentlemen. Second time ever. Still somehow the second best set of the night tonight. Incredible. So Zach S, congratulations and welcome. Second time ever. When was your first time?
2 years ago.
2 years ago. You're wearing two collared shirts right now. Now this is something.
I'll tell you why.
This is something we almost never see in real life.
No.
This is very, very interesting. You're excited to tell us something about it. Curtis, you want to say something about this?
Yeah, why does he look like the most handsome guy in the Big Bang Theory?
So you got fucking two collars.
Right, I didn't know what the temperature was going to be in here, so I wore both of my favorite shirts.
Oh, it looks like the temperature is bitch.
You ever thought about like a coat or like maybe a hoodie? Yeah, you ever think about dressing like a human being?
You know who else didn't know what the temperature would be like in here? Almost everybody else.
Yeah. Is there a reason why you decided to commit to fucking forever autism?
Yeah, you look like the autistic kid we always pick on, dude.
Ah, Chroma Chris. I'm matching up on premises there. Look at that. That's big points, Chroma Chris. How about a hand for Chroma Chris? Silent but deadly. Not a comedian, but somehow always bats 1,000.
Yeah, dude, the A on his Letterman jacket stands for autism.
So, Zach, you said something. I must have missed the beginning. We were talking about a technical thing for a second. You said that you had some kind of disability or something, and that or no?
No, I was just saying that, like, in your 20s, you feel young and invincible, but after you turn 30, basically, you feel your physical decline, but you also feel smarter at the same time.
Yeah, I don't know. I think what I heard was right. I think you have a disability of some kind. I'm not a doctor, but I've been right about these things before. I have diagnosed people as autistic. They hit me up later. They're like, dude, I went to a doctor, and you're right, bro. And so I think I might be close to right about this. You ever have any head injuries as a kid? You play sports a lot?
I probably had a few concussions, but I mean, it was probably from snowboarding or being
What the fuck does it matter how you got them? You got them.
Once you get it, you got it. So interesting. What do you do for work, Zach?
I do furniture upholstery. I own my own upholstery business in Davis.
Awesome. Heck yeah. Look at that. What's Davis like?
It's chill. It's got a lot of wealthy hippies.
Oh, really? Do they wear 2 shirts with collars on them? Is that a thing there, maybe?
If they're above 5 in douche factor, then I'm sure they do.
Let me ask you this. Have you ever seen anyone else do that before?
Yes, I have.
Who is it?
I went to UC Davis, and this shit happened plenty of times between the years of 2009 and 2011.
You're autistic, dude.
I
did it again. I called you autistic because you knew the exact years. Hey! Heck yeah. Old 2 collars Jenkins over here. Zach asks, what's your childhood like? What are we talking about? What do we got going on there? Some fucking couple go-kart accidents or something like that? You ever get ejected from a go-kart in a massive pileup? Am I close to right about something?
So you're asking me how I got my brain damage.
No, I'm just really talking about your childhood overall. Brothers, sisters, cool parents?
Yeah, both my parents are pretty cool. My dad's a project manager for an engineering company. My mom's a veterinarian at UC Davis. She does brain surgery on dogs. My brother,
She should do brain surgery on you. All right.
Fair enough.
She's probably used to, if she does brain surgery on dogs, then she's probably performed brain surgery on somebody with 2 collars before. Now, that's the best joke you've ever heard me do on the... No, it's not. Smarter than it is funny, ladies and gentlemen. Smarter than it is funny, which brings me back to Zach S.
Yeah, is Zach short for Sacramento?
Oh my god. Oh my god. You are so deep in character, it's crazy. This is Sacramento. Wow.
Actually, it is. If he said that, I'd throw myself through this window.
No, don't. They don't know it's a window. It wouldn't be worth it.
Oh, yeah,
They're like,
you're
oh, there's a bunch of pads of that there. You landed. No, it's a 2-story fall out of a window behind us. They warned us right before the show. They're like, whatever you do, don't fall backwards. It's a 2-story fall through glass. We're like, thank you. You can have fun tonight. Anyway, so Zach, what else is interesting about you? Any fun hobbies or anything like that? Do you ever go fucking like frisbee golfing with coffee saucers or anything like that?
Coffee. So being a business owner takes a lot of my time, so I don't have that many hobbies, but
Jesus, oh my god.
I'm
It's like Shark Tank if the dude had the brains of an actual shark. Well, let me tell you, Billy, running my own business is a real conundrum. Whoa. Okay, running your business is what? Go ahead, I'm sorry I cut you off to say something funny. Go ahead. I'm sorry, Zach. I apologize from the bottom of my cold black heart.
Tony, be careful. We're going to have a whole Joker situation.
Okay, go ahead, Zach.
okay, just trying to say that, like, hobby-wise, I don't have that many. But the interesting things about me, I'm trying to get to, when there's 2 that you might be able to work with. 1, I've been arrested 3 times. 2, I was circumcised late in life.
Whoa, I love this. Very good. Late circumcision. Are you sure this wasn't a lobotomy?
They did it both at the same time. I think
Yeah. Like how late?
He just got his blood pressure taken. He's like, dude, I got circumcised.
Because all happened after my mom tucked me into bed and started.
So how old were you when you got the circumcision?
4th grade.
Oh my God, you dirty little boy.
And I had to put a catheter in my dick twice a day. Technically, yes. There was a day we had to go to the corn maze for a
It's hilarious.
All right. Okay. Keep going, Zach S.
There was a time in fourth grade I had to go to the coordinates for a field trip.
Uh-huh.
And it was time for me to stick my catheter in my dick halfway through our field trip, or else my dick hole was going to close up. So I went into the porta potty. I took out the catheter. And
There's no way all the details in this story come back for any reason. Like, and then there's a kernel of corn, and I'm like, not with my stock, you didn't. Like, what?
I remember it because it was not fun, man.
Right. So you went to the porta potty and you shoved a thing in your dick. Is that it?
I guess so.
Let's talk about the 3 arrests. What did you get arrested for?
Being drunk all 3 times. One was a DUI.
Wow. How recent was the most recent one?
All between 2009 and 2011.
Whoa. What the fuck's up with that? What's up with 9 and 11?
I was a junior and a senior in college, and I partied a lot.
This is the worst fucking 9/11 thing I've ever heard in my life. You're 2009 to 2011. It's the worst thing I've ever heard associated with those numbers.
The worst?
That's when you were in college, 2009 to 2011?
2007, 2011, but
All
yeah.
right, that makes sense. Love life, Zach. Seems to be the question of the
I'm
night.
single.
Single?
Yeah.
Heck yeah. You a good listener?
I'm a very good listener. I'd like to think so.
Long time listener, first time callers. Alright. I can't even blame that on being in character. That's just not my stupid brain. So,
Dude, ask me.
Tony, it's always weird because I usually just see the back of their head. He turned at me and I saw his face, and now I know who I'm making fun of.
I know. It's crazy. Wow. All right, Zach. Well, you're an interesting guy, man. How far is Davis from here?
25-minute drive.
25-minute drive. All right. Well,
How fast can you do a drunk? That's a real question, dude.
You live,
I wouldn't
That's a
remember.
real question.
you live by yourself?
Actually, that's a lie. I live with my parents.
Oh, well, you know, as a business owner, son of a bitch. My God. You ever hear your mom and dad having sex? Or as he calls it, giving the dog brain surgery, you know what I mean?
No, they're divorced, unfortunately.
Oh, they're divorced. But they still live together?
Nope. One lives in Winters, which is 50 miles away. One lives in Davis, which is 25.
Who'd you choose?
Yeah, which
We
one?
didn't choose.
Yeah, which parent did
Who
you
do you
choose?
live with, man?
Yeah.
Which
Oh.
team, dude?
I live with my dad. Because he lives closest to where I work.
Closest to where you work. You do not sound like a business owner to me at all, Zach.
I work approximately
You said you don't like people promoting things.
What's the business that you own again?
It's called Davis Upholstery.
And it's just an upholstery business. How'd you learn how to do that?
I knew the former owner of the shop, and I asked him if I could practice on pieces of furniture until I was good enough that he could pay me for it.
Wow.
And then he started paying me for it, and he sold me the shop.
Wow. Very good. That's incredible. It's good to know you can do something with the material that you can create. It's a good outlet for you, I think. Thanks for coming on, Zach. It's Jackass, everybody. We got a follow up with him. I want to know if this guy's autistic. I think there's a good chance he is. I wish that you would step back from that ledge.
He left his circumcised dick microphone. Look at that.
Look at that. Heck yeah. So,
Wow. Look at that. Professional.
fuck yeah. Hey, little butt slap. Oh, I think he likes it. Oh my god, these dudes are about to fuck. Whoa, grab it.
Get in there.
Wow. No, there's not even a name on this. That's just a blank piece of paper.
Is there an invisible person who signed up tonight?
Okay, there's 2 of them. All right, guess we just cut up all the pieces of paper and threw them in there.
Are there invisible twins that signed up tonight?
All right, I'm going to tell you right now, this is a fucking crazy name. I have a feeling something very interesting is about to go down here. Put your hands together for your next comedian. He signed up as the real Spaceman Stiff, everybody. Here we go. Here he is, the real spaceman Spiff. What's up, everybody? All right. I'm a real spaceman Spiff. Yeah. AKA Kyle. I've often been considered by others to be a little psychotic. But if you overlook that, I'm pretty normal and relatable. One time, while I was on ecstasy, around 3 in the morning, I masturbated in the front lawn of the girl I had feelings for. Yep. Before you start judging me, I had a very good reason for doing it. Another time, I took an extended vacation to Sacramento's wonderful facility, Triple C. For those of you who don't know, that's jail. While in jail, I earned the unofficial title of shit bandit. That's for real. I was never caught. I also had a really good reason for doing that. One night, I got so drunk, I argued with my girlfriend, and I passed it out in a bush down the street. And I also called a buddy, ordered $100 worth of coke, which I didn't have. And then I walked back to my car, shit myself, and drank gutter water. Wow, there you go. All right, Kyle. I like your style, Kyle. You signed up as the real spaceman Spiff. Now, why did you do that and just not go by Kyle? Because that's my tag. Is what? Spaceman Spiff. It's Calvin and Hobbes. That's my thing. Oh, it's your online thing. Oh, okay, cool. Well, welcome, Kyle. You took off sunglasses and a fisherman's hat, and you have your material that's on a cool piece of art that you made. My mind would have went blank. I needed that. I like your style, man. You're honest with yourself. You seem like you've lived a full life. Welcome. How old are you? 30 years old. 30 years old. Hell yeah. Talk right into the tip of that microphone.
Thank you.
Hell yeah. 30 years old. You said that you're pretty normal and relatable. No, God, no. You ever been in the military or anything like that? I get that a lot, actually. Yeah. No, I actually got denied from the Marines when I graduated high school. I had an incident in 8th grade. What was the assault with a deadly weapon? Wow, what was the deadly weapon? A knife. Who knew deadly assault? A fucking bully. Wow, it's just a bully? Yeah. I wouldn't clap that fast without hearing the whole story. Like, who's the bully now?
Can I just say?
All right, I believe you. I looked back at the crazy eyes on me. I'm on your side in this, pal.
I was going to say that this guy looks like when he comes, he yells "hoorah!" but after hearing the bully thing, like you said, bro.
So did you stab him with the knife? No, I just threatened him. Put it to his neck. I told him I was going to fucking kill him. Who was this guy bullying? I'm not going to give his name, but it was a tall, aggressive. No, I don't want his name. I'm saying who was bullying? Oh, me. Over a course of a couple months. Is he saying, what was he doing? Is he in 8th grade? 8th grade? Yeah, I mean, dude, I was just a shy guy, and motherfucker wanted to fuck with me. Hitting me, calling me shit. Oh, I stopped taking it. You ever see this guy anymore? Dude, probably. I'm weak, but I'm crazy. Maybe. You're crazy. Did you reenact? I mean, I don't think it's really much to reenact. All he did was reenact that. Right here it is. Since you're literally out of control tonight, sure, let's go that direction. No, it's easy. Very easy. Yes? Okay, go ahead. This is going to the anticipation. This is killing everybody. This is how it happens. So, over there. So I'm coming out of English class, and Jeremiah is this fucking aggressive. Curtis. Yeah, my bad. All right. So we bump into each other, and I'm like, Jesus fuck. I said, you watch it, dude. She said, no, you watch it. He slapped me in the back of the fucking head.
I don't know if you know what a reenactment is.
I don't.
The way you're doing it right now, I don't even need to be here.
Yeah. Anyways, I grabbed him by the shirt, I put the knife to his neck.
Okay, so yeah.
Okay,
So now you have the knife. I put it up against my neck.
This is okay. I'm gonna fucking kill you. There you go. There it was. The reenactment of the assault. That was
I didn't like doing that.
mind-boggling.
Dude, this guy is
mind-boggling.
great at reenactments.
Has anyone ever told you when you wear the hats and the glasses, you look like the saxophone player from the Muppets band?
No.
Hey,
I'm
yeah.
glad to be the first.
Right on. That's what we thought was going on. Okay, so Kyle, tell us other crazy stuff about you. It seems like everything you say, you're like just accidentally give. I asked you about Marines. You're like, no, I couldn't because I almost stabbed somebody in the 8th grade. I'm like, what?
No, they denied me because of like psycho.
No, I understand.
Right.
So what's your life like now? How old are you again?
I'm 30 years old.
30 years old. And what's the story now? Go ahead.
I'm not going to get into that, but I'm married. I got 2 kids. I'm super into psychedelics. I'll preach all day about psychedelics.
How old are your kids?
Yes, Red Man, it's an incredible idea.
How old are your kids?
8 and 5.
8 and 5. Absolutely.
And I work very hard to support them. So, yeah.
So you don't want to tell us your profession for some reason?
Well, it's just boring.
Oh, go ahead.
I'm a welder, all right?
Oh, welders are cool. Hell yeah. You ever weld a guy that wore 2 shirts together?
Hey, that's a bad welding joke. Bad.
Oh, thank you. I mean, I agree with you. I didn't get the wording out correctly. I couldn't agree more with you.
Have you heard a good welding joke before? Oh, fuck yeah. Okay, I can weld the ass crack. Oh, fuck. The ass crack that gone to something. Fucking dude, your delivery sucks. So shit.
Well, Kyle, what else about you? How'd you find a woman that would marry you? Let's meet this girl at.
Yeah, can you reenact that for us real quick?
Yeah. Very good idea.
Yeah, so I walk in, right? And she's like, hey, what's up? And I'm like, hey, how are you? I don't wear shoes. He's like, if you don't marry me, I'll cut your fucking throat. I do. We have 2 kids now. I love you.
All right. So where'd you meet this girl?
I met her buying ecstasy from a drug dealer. And
You were both buying ecstasy at the same
she
time?
was the friend of the drug dealer. And I bought ecstasy and just hit it up.
I think the ecstasy did the heavy lifting there.
Hey, 12 years later.
Wow. 12 years.
12 years. Yeah.
Great.
Yeah.
Jeez, that's fucking awesome, man.
It's cool.
Wow. That's crazy. So you met her when you were 18?
Yeah, I was turning 19.
Incredible stuff. What does she do?
Nothing.
Right?
She's gonna watch this, and I'm gonna get in trouble
Really? Why would you get in trouble?
because she does work hard to keep the house together. But
Of course.
there's more that can be done.
Whoa! Sorry,
Dude,
like what? So, I mean, we're getting it out there. Come on, let it out. Let it out.
dude, the knife's coming back out, babe.
That's right. Here we go. Go back to you, Kyle.
It's pretty simple. So
What did she do to make the fucking house better? This is what we all want to know.
it's not about making the house.
It's about
I don't know, man. I don't know what I expected, but I just kind of wish that she'd be more involved in life. And the real sad thing, dude. The real sad
part is a very compelling part of the show. Go ahead, Kyle.
is that she took drugs way younger than I did. She started in 8th grade, and it's affected her. And I love her to death. But
Wait, you mean to tell me she's the crazy one?
no.
No. What do you mean? What do you mean it's affected her?
Like processing information, doing stuff. Like when you do drugs at a young age, it really does.
This is the most Sacramento shit I could have hoped for tonight, by the way. This is where you guys live.
Be careful. If you do drugs at a young age, you might fall in love with a welder.
I'm in love.
You got a very like Tom Cruise fucking Oprah vibe about you, dude. It's terrifying.
Yeah, he's gonna put a knife to your throat. You better.
Good, dude.
I'm not lying.
Can I just say, when you grabbed me during that reenactment, I shot a squirt of diarrhea right in my jeans.
All right, Kyle. Well,
I got one more thing, Tony.
oh, whatever you fucking want to do, you get to do here. So you just go right ahead. First thing, anything you want to say or do, if you want to mess with any of the levers or buttons over here, if you just want to pull wires, you can literally do whatever you want. You're allowed. You're special.
I came here to challenge the king for his throne.
Wait a second. Hold on a second. Are you telling me, wait, Kyle, are you telling me that you know how to play drums?
I used to be pretty good about 10 years ago. I haven't touched a drum set since then, but I still practice.
You haven't touched a drum set in 10 years? You were good 10 years ago?
No, I'm not going to be worse than others that you've had. I can be better.
Are you
than
sure you think you can really put a challenge up on this?
I came to take the throne.
Wow, well, you know what? Whoa! What's he doing when he's asking for something from the audience? Oh my God, he has unbuckled his belt. His friend just threw him something. What is happening? He has a strap on. This is unbelievable.
Dude, that's the smallest strap-on I've ever seen in my life.
He's wearing it on his head. Oh my God. Ladies and gentlemen, so before you play anything, Kyle, let me just remind everyone, and let me just tell the listeners that aren't watching this episode, he just took off his shirt, threw it out into the room, called for something from the audience, took off his pants, caught a strap-on dildo, a very tiny white strap-on dildo. He put it on top of his head. He's wearing underwear, tight, colorful.
Pikachu Pokemon underwear.
I literally, I mean, it's just Pikachu colorful underwear. He has a dildo on his fucking head. He appears to know what he's doing on the drums. And let me just remind everybody, you know, this is going to be a Mexican drum-off, and with that comes the ultimate opportunity. Joelberg is completely undefeated at all time in Mexican drum-offs. However, this is just as serious as anyone we've ever had before. The real Spaceman Smith has an opportunity. Kyle has an opportunity to leave his wife, the 8-year-old, the 5-year-old, and become the new drummer on Kill Tony. That means he'll be on the show tomorrow. He will be with us in San Fran for 4. Wait, Kyle, wait. He would be with us for 4 shows this weekend in San Francisco. He'd come back with us on Monday and be on the new episode Monday with Josh Wolf and a special guest. He has the opportunity to go to Australia with us in just a week and a half and be in Australia for the first time in his life. If he wins, he takes Joel's job, and Joel takes his. He just licked the weight, Kyle. He just licked the tip of the bottom of the dildo. Hey, Nicholas, can you make sure that camera's all squared up and that everything's good there? So, ladies and gentlemen, I present to you this is a Mexican drum up, and now going for the throne, it's Kyle, everybody. He's licking at the end of the penis. That was it, Kyle? All right, that was pretty good. That's true. I mean, as far as comedic performance, you may have been one of the greatest contenders of all time. I don't even know where you find a dildo with a little ribbon around it like that. But I got bad news for you, Kyle. Your opponent, undefeated all time. He's the Undertaker of this shit. He's the one and only Joelberg Joel. Live from Sacramento, episode 400. Oh my God. Coming up with a bunch of... He brought a first aid kit. He brought a gun for first aid kit. Weirdest ass in the game, giant purple dildo. And fucking a big cock and nice nuts too, you fucking pussy. All right. gentlemen, all-time undefeated. Maybe we'll
You might want to grab this for afterwards. First aid kit.
Either way you slice it, we are about to either witness history or a slaughter. I present to you, defending his throne, undefeated all time, the one and only Gilbert Joel Jimenez. Whoa! Full back somersault. Lost his toupee. He's just warming up, it seems. He's got the dildo in his mouth, for Christ's sake. Wow! Woo-wee! There was a massacre here by a sleep mattress live in Sacramento. That was incredible. Mind-boggling. He put the dildo in his mouth, goes backwards and forwards at one point. How many of you have Kyle winning this thing? How many of you have Gilbert Jimenez retaining? Wow. There you go. There you go. One of the great challenges up to the point of playing drums is
Tony, my actual dickers haven't fucked together in a while. Kyle's wearing the underwear, but I think he's got more down there.
Wow. Guys, come on, you gotta get into him. Obviously, and come here real quick. Come here, take a bow. A real fan, the guy prepared, he entered, he got it. Look, everybody's a little crazy. But this fucking guy, he's a good father, he loves his wife, he works his ass off, and he came prepared and actually prepared. Fucking gave a good shot at the Mexican drama. It's never been used.
Yeah,
Yeah, there you go.
This guy contributes.
Wow. Look at that. What an episode.
Can I say how cool that guy is and how scary as hell that guy is?
It is very rare where you see somebody that both seems completely unhinged and yet at the same time cool as fuck at the same time. I mean, really impressive. One more time for the real spaceman Smith.
One more thing to explain to TSA. One more thing to explain to TSA.
Yeah, I always put it in my backpack and when I go through the scanner, I watch them with their faces. That's always the fun watching stuff. Oh, what's up, man? I love it, dude. Hey, man, this guy, sure.
You should just go through it with the white one on your forehead, like just wear it. Hell yeah, dude. Just fucking make them wonder whether they should give it a pat down or not.
Australia, here we come.
Hell yeah, I'm excited about that. Look at you, yeah, dirty boy. Wow. I mean, I don't really know how we could possibly top that, but I do have one idea. We have a regular on this show, ladies and gentlemen. Every single week, he writes and performs a brand new minute. I think we're all excited to see what he does here tonight. Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for the one and only William Motherfucking Montgomery. Here he is. Where the fuck is Patrick?
He told me I took out back, I fell through the roof, I lost into my socks. He knows I wide as his feet. How many y'all hire a clown his birthday and find out it's his Jewish child? Patrick! What? Tell me to say that!
answer it is still not to trust it. Hey Sean, I get it with others, but this has to stop. That's an impression of me talking to my superior photographer.
Miss Aquarius, how you doing, girl? I awoke for you. I'm ready for you. How was your day? Audie, she said she needed some sleep. I, I most certainly will. All right, Miss Aquarius. Then you should know that in about 5 seconds you're gonna have an invitation. 4, 3, 2. Oh, just one moment. I have to wait to send it to you. It says, just one moment. We'll try it again. Miss Aquarius. Dun 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 dun. Dun 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 dun. Dun. Do 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 do. Do. Do 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 do. Miss Aquarius. Here we go. I got it. All right, you now. Perfect. Right off the bat. It looked good. It was right down the middle. Oh, oh, did you see? You even touched it. Oh, come on. Oh, one. You know I'm not good with these. Thank you, ma'am. Oh, that's good. Okay, you got a split. You can get it. Be confident. Okay, you got those two. That's all you could really do in that situation. So, ooh, I've got a split now. I'm gonna try to get it. Get it. Oh, total miss. Total miss. The only reason is because I got a spare. Get it. All but one. You've got it now. All but one. I think so. Oh, no way. That is excellent. You'll get it. That's good. 7. Trying. Not what I wanted. Get it. All but one. Strike. That looks good. Oh, tough break. Get it. Oh, 2. Oh, I missed. That's okay. Thank you. We're gonna see if you can get me. That's right. I think kind of my favorite, at least playing with you, is when we tie. Then we both really win. Get it. That's a hard shot. And you did beautifully. Oh, that's as good as you could do. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. Get it, girl. Almost. Get it. Oh, are you serious? You pushed it over. You pushed it over. You pushed it. That's not what we wanted. That's not what we wanted. That's okay. Get it. That's. There's such a big difference if you get a strike on the frame before or a spare. It like doubles your score. 37. Let's get this. Nope. Get this. All but one. All but three. Get it. Oh, I got one. Last frame. Get it, Miss Aquarius. Get it. Get it. All but one. You tie. Take the lead. Get it. Go to the right. Go to the right. All right, we're tied. All I need is one pin. That's two, Miss Aquarius. Come and get me. You're going to get me. I win, you win. Get it, get it, get it, get it, get it. Good. Not necessarily. We're tied. What do you mean I'm going to win? We're tied. Get it, get it, get it, get it. Get it, get it, get it, get it, get it. Yes, ma'am. Got it. I didn't win, but I did okay. Get it. Get it, get it, get it, get it, get it. There we go. That's what I'm talking about. Oh, that's good. I'll get it, get it, get it. Yay, Miss Aquarius. There you go. 3 in a row. That's gobble, gobble. Gobble, gobble. Get it. Spare. Nice spare. Go again. All right. This would be my record. It's 4 in a row. Didn't get 4 in a row. Get it. All right. If I get a strike here, it would be the all-time record for me. Get it. Oh, I tied my all-time record, I think. Yep, 104. That was all right. That was a lot. That was a tied the all-time record. Don't practice. You're as good as you need to be. I just got fortunate. I mean, you can practice all you want, but I'm saying you're good anyway. But practice. Get it. Oh, that was good. You got the one on the side. Can't believe you didn't get that little one. Way off. Not good. My finger moved. Do you use your thumb or your index finger? Oh, okay. That works. Get it. That was good. Get it. Get it. So close. You even. Come on. Get it. That was good. 7. You can get it. 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 Okie doke. Get it. Get it. Get it. Get it. Get it. I got it. No, that was bad. Get the. No. You too, Miss Aquarius. Yep. Go, 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 go. You got it just in time. Get it. Boo. No. Take your time. Let me know when you're ready.
I'm grateful that you took some time out on this very special day for you all to talk to us, and congratulations on showing many years of happiness. So there you go. Congratulations. You got it.
You ready?
Martinez Cortez. Best wishes for
You're gonna get it this time.
you know they got married on a Wednesday in downtown LA. Hey, that's what you gotta love about Dodgers fans. I mean, they really are giving it opening day. Really looked like fun. I was here at the station first time the news, but
Oh, that's perfect. How'd you only get 5? That was a perfect shot.
something else. I've enjoyed our conversation throughout the 2 hours.
Get it.
Don't give enough love to our other Major League Baseball team here.
Get it. That's what I'm talking about. Take your.
Of course, you can hear all the Dodgers games throughout the season for Dodger baseball and
You better go. You better go.
a while ago. This morning, talking about throughout the night, they let us
There you go.
was. Are we ready? And not just as spectators. Ready to see
Go.
some Olympic basketball.
Oh, all but one.
Ready to see it. Some Olympics are very special. Ready?
Oh, get it. Got it.
Is the traffic going to be bad? It's about that as well as your game. This is one from a previous segment, so we can stop that one. And we'll hear from David in just a moment. He's right now. Go ahead. Hi, this is David.
Miss Aquarius, just want to let you know your time's running down. Oh, okay. It's your turn. Yes.
I get exactly what it does. That's a lot. And yes, it's people from out of town turning that type of transfer. They have programs talking about LA Metro and how we use for LA Metro, and I've offered to come there.
Get it.
To our studios. I can take the studios here. What I know, as it used to be known to be like now, is a lot of folks seem to come from.
Oh, man.
And I'm basing that on the languages that I'm hearing them speak, and they probably think we'll stay in downtown. Because downtowns are always very right. And it is dirty, and it can be a little scary. And it seems like right? Certainly meant that down in Los Angeles is a little creepy. And then you get on, and you might see somebody having a psychotic to convert. That's one of the stuff.
There you go.
You want to hit up Universal or one of our other amusement parks, Disney, that sort of thing. But if you're going to Universal and you stay downtown, you're taking.
Absolutely, Miss Aquarius. All right. You're going to get me this time. Oh, get it. Push a little more. That was close. Get it. Oh, not what I wanted, Miss Aquarius. Get it. There we go. Just by one. Mm, there you go. Get it. That's a good one. Get it. Oh, that was terrible. That was terrible. Get it. Tough split here. I'm going to try to get it. Get it. No. Yeah. Nice job. Let's go. No. You might come back and win this one. Oh, you're going to come back and win. I know it. Let's go. Get it. You're up by 10. No way I'm touching you. Nope. You're going to get me this time, maybe. Oh, you did. You won. Good job, Miss Aquarius. You want to end on a win? Absolutely. Good job. You've got your friends in the morning on your app, so you're going to get a nice, cozy, comfortable sleep, and we'll see you in the morning, okay? Sweet dreams, Miss Aquarius. Thank you.
Patrick, why'd you tell me to fucking say that? Where is Patrick? Seriously, where is Patrick? Everyone's always older than me. That's
Miss Aquarius is such a beautiful soul.
William Montgomery, ladies and gentlemen. Another minute from William. This one very Patrick oriented set you have here, William. Is there even a guy that works here named Patrick?
Patrick is actually from the Orient.
From the what?
From the Orient. From the Orient. Patrick? I'm kidding. That's a nice lady I met earlier. She gave me ecstasy. She gave me Zantac.
Why'd she give you Zantac?
I don't know. I didn't trust it. It gives people cancer. I've literally been taking blood recently. I wonder if it's some sort of cancer.
William, is it true that you have been? Is it true that you've been working at a Foot Locker?
I have. I've worked with my cousin Taylor. He's a big Florida Gators fan.
Uh-huh. William, what have you done since we got here in Sacramento today?
I have literally been out on that roof listening to music. I've been smoking cigarettes. I've been drinking IPAs. I'm blacked out right now. I'm trying. Who the fuck said that?
Oh, I think it's that guy.
Don't throw me off!
Who is that guy, William? Do you know him?
Tony Chin?
Oh, look at what that reference does to the room. That could be him. Oh, look, it's Joel Jimenez, fresh off of another victory of a Mexican drum-off. Have you ever seen a Mexican drum-off before, William? You ever watched the
I
show?
have not. When I was working at the La Quinta in Scottsdale, however, I saw a Latin guitar off. It was very exciting. Didn't know what to do with myself at the time. I was selling Xanax bars at 217.
Yeah.
Let's give it up for my brother.
That's your brother right there, Jeremiah?
I'm kidding. Literally in my state of mind right now, I see that my confidence is thrown off. I don't know what to do. I'm a giant Mike City fan. Let's give it up for Mike City.
Is that a Sacramento basketball player?
It is. I did a bunch of research on AOL.
Who the fuck said that? I've never, in your many performances on the show, I've never once seen you pander like you just did. You're a huge Mike City fan? That is bullshit. I'm calling it. I never do this, but I'm calling it along. They are greater than him. It's Chris Roberts. What the fuck?
Hold on, there's one more. Let's also give it up for,
Why did you do that? Look out! Look it! Bloody! Bloody! You're a goddamn genius, dude. You are so fucking funny. Wow, I did not see that coming at all. What a twist. In a world where, I didn't believe anything you said. Accurate.
yeah, I tell one of my classics for all my fans in here.
How many you want to hear William was joking heard of me before? We did a skit live. And the listeners get to hear it again. I always like this. You're the only person in show's history I ever let repeat jokes. I like your one-liners so much. Go ahead with it.
So I have a listening album coming out in a couple of weeks.
No, this is not a one.
It sounds like just my brother and me whistling songs like Jingle Bells the night before Christmas. Where's the cookies go? Smells like dad's been down here. He put so many logs in the fire. Fuck, dude. Why does he have to drink so much? Stop! Oh, you stop, man. Why does he have to drink so much? Get behind the sofa, he'll see you. He's yelling at, oh my God, things happened. Stop saying that and get behind the sofa. He's staring right at you. How doesn't he see you? With classics like it under the porch tires, not coming up the driveway. When you see it, you're just a romantic deal. It is not a guilty crime, it is just
William, is this your first time in Sacramento? Your first time up here? You've been here before? William?
Yes, I've never been here before. There's a really nice room I was talking to earlier in Catholic. I didn't understand what he was saying. It appeared he was Filipino. He was Asian, but had a Hispanic name. Interesting. It's probably not up to I opened up with Cat Stevens about the guitar player.
Are you a big Kings fan? Is he a what? Is he a big Kings fan? Sacramento Kings? Yeah. What do you think about that broken $51 million contract extension?
Can you talk a little slower?
You trying to say Bob Dan? Yeah, what are we talking about? Bob Dan? Yeah. All right. Very good story. Good stuff. It's from two other podcasts. William, do you know about Podgang?
I do think there's a really nice man in Richard Martinez who runs it. It's a hell of a website.
Okay, that's not the question I asked you at all.
Thinking about the King versus one.
Okay, good stuff. So, William, is there anything else here in Sacramento you're excited to do? We only have.
I am excited to go to Public Library tomorrow. They can hit me up on Instagram. They ride tomorrow. Someone to call me at 5:30 for my appearance.
5:30 a.m. or p.m.?
I call my appearance at 5:30 a.m. tomorrow. Wow, a good Samaritan. Hit me up, call my phone, wake me up.
Before you go.
Who the fuck said that?
All right. William, you are a goddamn anomaly. William traveled all the way up here with us today, everybody. You guys are happy to see him? Let's do a little live poll here. I've never done this before. We're on the road. This is a real fucking Kill Tony audience, right? So let's do it. Let's do a live poll that I've never done before because we see a lot of love and hatred on the internet. I want to see how honest you guys are going to be. How many of you in this room love William Montgomery? Make some noise. All right. Now I'm going to tell you this. All you YouTube commenters and people on Twitter.
Get out of here! My mom reads that! I'm in Sacramento!
Hold on, William.
I walked here! It took me 2 weeks! Who the fuck said that?
So let me finish this poll. I want to see if anybody does anything here. Let's finish the test here. Is there anybody in the house, a real human tonight, who dislikes William Montgomery? Listen up.
Said that?
This guy right here, is that true, sir? What do you not like about William?
For your podcast listener, he said, I think he's getting old. That's what that dude's saying right now. This pizza's delicious.
William, is there
I'm not going to be holding your banana now.
Is there anything you want to
Screwed up my entire week. Oh, yeah, I brought it to black.
The guy said you brought it tonight, but he's still also, even after that, rooted for disliking you, William. Is there anything you want to really going to do that to him? What would make it up? What can he do to make it up to you, William?
Throw me a kiss.
Oh, yeah, look at that. William finally blew one back.
Thank you so much. I'd like to give it up to my cousin Taylor Boystick. He's a big Florida Gator fan.
How about, guys, we all love him. You love him. Make some noise for William. So much fun. He's going to be with us all weekend. We got a lot of shows ahead of us. This is the first time we've ever done a run like this, I do believe. A lot of shows coming up. A little fun fact, if any of you are bored on Friday or Saturday, I think there is a couple tickets left to the actual Kill Tony Mania, where there's going to be even more special guests and special treats joining us, joining panel. It's a special show that we only do in San Francisco. There's just a few tickets left, I do believe. So just a heads up on that. Speaking of special treats and special things, would you guys like another special treat? No. It doesn't seem like you guys really like special treats. All right. Well, in that case, I should tell you that we have another regular on this show. He is a brand new regular. He's only done one spot other than being pulled out of the bucket and given random spots the last few weeks from me. This is his second ever spot as a regular, and it is here on episode 400, live from Sacramento. I present to you the one and only David Lucas. Guys, you better make some fucking noise for David Lucas. Hell yeah. Come on, more time, just one for David, everybody.
Small ass stage. A lot of white people kidnapping and their parents killing them and shit. And I think I realized why a lot of black kids don't go missing. Because them motherfuckers are too valuable from taxis and return time. Like, for real, you think daddy about to miss out on 2,500? That's what real fuck Cadillac. Like a black kid might go missing in November or December, but best believe January 1st, they ass gonna be fine. Like, bitch, if you don't get the fuck out of the woods. My uncle filed a tax return on his son that was missing. He's like, that nigga ain't dead, this ain't fine. I need that 2,500.
Another human from David Lucas. How fucking exciting is that? The question so out there. How you doing, David?
I'm chilling, man.
David Lucas came up here with us tonight, everybody. He's here with you. And you, and you, and you, and you, and you.
Yeah, I was the only black person on the sprinter race.
And by the way, another fun fact, we all ate at Wendy's today. We ran across the highway to eat Popeyes. That's real.
I did not eat Popeyes. You did. I ate at some fucking buffet.
But you went to Popeyes first. They just
They didn't sell it. Yeah, they didn't sell fish.
Why did they go look like it?
Yeah, I ain't not eating Popeyes. One lane.
They didn't have what I wanted.
It was like 5 lanes. Like, then the motherfucker offered to sell me Coke in the parking lot. I'm like, what don't you think you Coke?
Yeah, absolutely.
We got your weed brownies, you know.
Yeah, I love your style. No, that's hilarious. That's welcome, David. It's so funny. I'm so glad you're part of the show. Joining the wild and crazy William Montgomery. I think you two contrast each other very well. And we were just talking about the thing that. So welcome. You talked about great stuff, right down the barrel, a minute of absolutely hilarious material.
Yeah.
So what did you end up eating today? What did you end up getting?
Fish, nigga.
That's right, because you're a
We
pescatarian.
just said this.
That's right. And clearly, as you can tell by his shape, it's Swedish fish that he eats.
We didn't have Swedish. Tony ate an acai bowl with a piece of fried chicken. Fucking Tony's a gentrified black person. Get the fuck out. He's in whiteface right now.
A fun fact is that I actually did have an acai bowl and chicken the other day.
I can tell.
But not today.
And you were probably listening to DMX.
You're actually right about that. I've been on a 90s rap tear.
You had to bite your lip when the N-word came on.
Yeah.
Like,
I mean, I'm going to be honest with you, David. I say the N-word when I'm in my house listening
I
to
know you do.
DMX by myself. I mean, I say it hard.
why you?
I mean,
I can see you saying the N-word in the shower naked. What my niggas at?
John. No, that's good. Fuck yeah. No, I love it, man. You got me spot on. You're absolutely right.
I can tell,
You know
Tony.
what's funny about me and you is, let me tell you something
What's
that
that?
I think is true. I think I'm blacker than people think I am, but I think that you're whiter than people.
Hell yeah, bro. I listen to Matchbox 20. Said I don't know if I ever been good enough. I'm a little bit rusty. I wanna push your hair out. Yeah, I will. Yeah, I will. Yeah, I will push your hair out. Yeah, I will. Yeah, I will. I wanna take you for granted. Yeah,
I will. Wow, dude. I feel like you could sell out arenas just covering Matchbox 20.
I mean, I listen to black shit like Biggie Smalls. You know what I'm saying?
Right?
I can do Biggie Smalls,
You
bro.
can?
Hell
What does
yeah.
that sound like? You can do Biggie Smalls?
Super Nintendo, Sega Genesis. When I was there, bro, kid, you couldn't picture this. 50-inch screen, money green, leather sofa. Got 2 lots, the limousine with the chauffeur.
Hey,
And if you don't know,
now you know.
I wanna push you around. Well, I will. Well, I will.
what's the other one he got? And then she said, baby, it's 3 a.m., I must be lonely.
You singing white people songs is my favorite thing of all time. Of all time. You heard it here.
What's that song I wake up to every morning? Wake me up for this. Wake me up inside.
You like Evanescence?
Yeah.
Wow, you listen to the whitest music. This is incredible.
Hey, 3 doors down.
Wow, listen.
Kryptonite, how you gonna do that to me, man?
Yeah. He puts the crib in kryptonite. Wow, Roma Chris knows this one.
I don't know the words. This is the last time you know the words that I do.
This is the last time you want to get 3 doors down from you.
Tony, I wouldn't want you making a buzz overload me, motherfucker. You don't smell like you do it.
Why did it smell like you?
You just the wood chuck in your nose. Why we sleep on cedar shit? That motherfucker is an angry beaver in the side of the white person.
Oh my god. You're actually right. I think
Tony built a jam in his food.
I sleep on road trips and David sleeps on potato David, I fucking love you, man. You are a stone cold assassin. We have so much fun every time we're around. By the way,
I ain't putting no verse, but y'all motherfuckers give me $20 anyway.
hey, look at that. I like that. I like that. Absolutely. And, you know, David and I have a very fun chemistry. When we first saw each other at, the fuck was it, like 9:15 this morning, we started guns a-blazing with jokes on one another, cracking each other up.
We got a black Sprinter van. He was like, yeah, I got a vehicle that looks like you.
Yeah, it's
like this.
It's a 22-foot long, 6-foot wide black box.
I was like, bro, it's too early to crack jokes, man. Fuck, Tony.
You guys are like oil and vinegar.
How you can't say that shit? Say that shit with an AA.
Yeah, it's vinegar.
No.
Yeah, David.
That deserves a real Chilbert chair right there, I'm telling you.
You gotta say vinegar. Vinegar. Motherfucker, you Hispanic, but you can still get pimp slap.
I welcome it.
David, have you been up to Sacramento before?
Hell no.
Guys, how about you show him how much you love him in his first appearance in Sacramento here tonight? David Lucas, everybody. Love you, man. David,
If I go crazy, then will you still call me Superman? If I'm alive, then where will you be there? Holding my hand, I'll take you by my side. My superhuman, my kryptonite.
you guys ready for fun out there? Can we go back to this okay, one more time? Great, man. You're damn motherfucking right. Goddamn Sacramento. You sure it's 6 hours to this shit. Better be a fucking good audience. Your hand's gonna be your next comedian, Eric Newell, everyone. Eric Newell. Let's see what happens. Eric Newell. Everybody dance, go up. Hey! Step back, rub. Step back, rub. Step back from that ledge, that ledge, that ledge. Step back from that. Oh, here it's over Eric Newell, everybody.
How do you follow that shit up? Well, give it up for Still Tony's 400th episode. My dad, big anniversary. My dad also just had a big anniversary. 1 year anniversary of robbing a bank. Dude, it's real time. When I tell people that, it's like, well, your dad robbed the bank, that's fucking awesome. Like, no. You walked in, passed the note, you got the money, you passed it right back, you sat in the fucking lobby, cops got there, the rest of it. It's like, man, that didn't even make the news, didn't take the paper. The only thing we did was disgrace the family name. It's like, what am I supposed to do to, like, get the family name back? Rob the bank like Rambo? No. The only reason I want to do that is trying to find that girl, trying to find that special girl. But I like the nerdy girls. You can't find them here. You can't find them at the bar. You gotta find them at the. Go ahead. Gotta find the nerdy girls at that comic shop, and the only way to get them is with a booster pack of 20-sided dice. But it ends right there. So.
Okay, Eric Newell, everybody. Let's talk about it. Let's get into this. Step back from that motherfucking ledge. I feel, and just stay there. Chroma, I just feel like you disgraced the family name more than your dad.
Dude, you're starting on Saturday. You're starting.
Wow. So that's true. Your dad robbed a bank a year ago?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and he got in trouble for it?
Yeah, they put him in jail, but it's like they should just let him go.
How long did he have the money for? Like, was it a couple of days or they immediately
And
cashed?
how much money did he get? $0. Got in trouble immediately. So what ended up happening? He handed them a note or something, or
Passed the note.
what did the note say? Do you know exactly what it said?
Give me all your money. He hasn't talked to me since.
Well, there you go. Jesus Christ. Is that your friend over there? Do you know that guy
No,
at
I
all?
think my dad hates that guy because you could have said something better, motherfucker.
Whoa! Damn, I like a guy that'll bomb for 60 seconds but won't take shit from a heckler. I like that. Dude, if you're making Jeff, fuck shit. Ah, Jeff. What's my pillow doing here? Heckler, what's going on over there? Do you know this guy or something? But then you said that nobody loves him. What's your problem with this guy? You said something. It was something else. I can't remember the exact verbiage. You said no one loves him or something like that. His dad doesn't love him. Is it just you a little bit drunk or something? Or what's going on over there?
My dad got more reaction from robbing a bank than your fucking bitch ass comment did, so.
Look at that.
Suck our dick, man! Suck our dick!
Wow. Little assist from Curtis there. Fuck yeah. Oh, look at that. Oh, he wants some more. Curtis, why don't you shove something in his butthole, for Christ's sakes? Wow. Oh my God, is that same guy? Is that guy still yelling over there? Did you sign up, sir? You signed up, and you're now the anger's getting at you because you're realizing that you're not getting up tonight because you said one more time? Wow. Dude, you could, you should do it. You should be out, you should just, are you coming back tomorrow? No, there you go. I guess you're not then. Dude, that dude could suck Moby's dick. Yeah, that's right, Moby. Don't let anybody do that to you. These people should praise you. They should praise you like they should. So let's talk about it, Eric Newell. You really like nerdy girls? Is that true?
I do.
Heck yeah. Did you get any girl that wasn't nerdy?
Probably not.
Hey, what's your success rate with nerdy girls?
You don't want to know that?
Why is that? Why is the love life struggling? Keep the mic up to your mouth. Stop dropping it down to your tongue like that. It's getting very weird. Keep it up there. What do you mean your love life struggling?
Well, recently, went back to Yaps about 3 months ago, but I had a girl in my hands. I thought she was the one, but out of nowhere,
Sounds like a rape.
I had her in my hand. She was dead, brother. That's how I feel like I need to ask her out on one more date, but I'm scared.
What do you mean? What are you scared of? You have absolutely nothing to lose. You have her number?
Yes,
You
sir.
want to call her right now? Seems like you have nothing to lose at all. I mean, just call her and ask her if she wants to go on another date.
All right. You guys got to be super quiet.
Yeah, everyone has to be really
And
quiet.
if it goes to voicemail, just remove the phone immediately. And as soon as you hit send, hit speaker and put the bottom end to the tip of the microphone. But if it goes to voicemail, remove it right away. And you guys all shut up, especially you, and you. Serious. It'd be weird if we kicked you out before the end of the show, right? So shut the fuck up. All right, it's exciting. You could say you're on the show. You don't have to say it. No pressure. Put that.
So,
It's an incorrect number. That's
she
it.
got her phone disconnected. Dude, he just dialed the number 536.
555.
1235.
Dude, the 6 number's 911, bro.
All right. Yep.
Hello.
Hey, Jen. Hello, it's me, Eric. I'm on Kill Tony. That's the response I figured you'd give me. So, question I have for you. Would you like to go on one more date? Because I'm kind of maybe. We should go on one more date. We have unfinished business. Are you ready for this? Stop laughing. Are you ready? So, hear that shit or no?
So will you go on another date with Eric?
Yes.
Wow. That's incredible.
Hey, what's up? This is Curtis. How you doing? Hey, so this is Curtis. What's up, bro? So, I was wondering, I know we've never met before, but are you into anyone?
What'd she say?
I've seen the show. I'm not gonna answer that.
Oh!
All I'm saying is that's not a no.
Hell yeah, that's right. One in the Curtis, two in the Hurtis. You know what I'm saying? How about a big hand for Eric, everybody? He's gonna get that second date. Normally that'd be the end of the episode. We'd be out of here and happy at an hour and 47. That would be considered a long episode, even for the road. But you know, we only have one show tonight. I don't know. If you guys are down for it, that's gonna be there. But I need you guys to understand that normally that would be a momentum-filled ending, and the fact that we're going later is just for you, right? You do get that. You understand that it doesn't make sense for us to go longer. We don't need to go longer. All right. We haven't had a few days all night tonight. I'm going to pick from the bucket until we get a lady. Does that sound good to you guys? All right. Let's fucking keep it. All right. Let it begin. I apologize to Dustin. I apologize to Ellis. Blank. Al Shaman is not a girl. Matt Kinney, Bruce Lerner. Here we go. We're going to get there, people. I promise. Not a lot of ladies signed up tonight. Parker Newman is a guy, correct? Robert is certainly a guy. That is Hunter McGregor, I apologize. Ashton Tate, Jake Risley, Brandon, thought that said Brandy for a second. Reed Bendix, is that a girl or a boy? R-E-I-D, that's a guy? That's a guy for sure. That's a methy fucking guy first name. Let's name him Reed. Fucking Sacramento.
Is there a female that signed up?
No, we're gonna get yes. There's always a female that signed up. We're gonna go through this the fucking fair, old-fashioned way. Ooh.
Oh, I think that's fine.
I'll tell you this: I've never seen a Danny spell his name with an I before. How about Danny D? Is she here, everyone? Danny D, D-A-N-N-I-D. Is Danny D out there? Let's give a little lobby check real quick. I'm gonna keep searching in the whole studio. There's always comedians, and I guess I'll say this. Now because we don't talk about it a lot, and a lot of people ask if there's ever a local comedian that's done comedy multiple times that the club knows that they don't have to buy tickets to the show. They can always just sign up and wait in the lobby or the hallway or outside. That's Danny D right there. Nope, that's not what I asked for. We are going through the, like I said, we have a fair way of doing this, and it's letting the bucket of destiny choose. And I guarantee you this person's here. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Bridget Bennett, everybody. Bridget Bennett. Let's see what happens here. Here she comes. I see it. She's coming out of the audience. Very easily, could be her first time. Probably a new comedian. You guys gonna help her out? Ladies and gentlemen, one more time for Bridget Bennett.
I bet you can tell by looking at me that I get laid a lot. What's white and 12 inches long? Absolutely nothing. I saw the commercial on TV. It said, "Come on down, we'll treat you like family." And I thought, what if your family treats you like shit? I have a road working father, and he was stealing from a job, and all the signs were there. The other day I traded signs for a child, and it was the best thing trade I've ever made. Alright, that's all I got.
Fuck yeah. Wow. Unbelievable. My mind is completely blown. My mind is completely blown. What a great little fucking clip that is. Me talking about how the bucket of destiny will decide. When somebody here was obviously doing a favor for somebody that's fucking, what about Wendy? Whoa! And I'm like, no, the bucket of destiny will decide, and you are just fucking, you are comedy in a fucking nutshell.
Thank you very much.
I mean, wow.
One of the best sets of the night, right?
Blatantly the best set of the night. Came out with a guns a-blazing fucking opener, making fun of you, making fun of yourself, owning it. That's exactly what this shit is all about. You're unbelievable. What the fuck are you?
Thank you.
How long have you been doing stand-up?
I've been doing stand-up for 10 years.
Unbelievable.
Yeah.
Unbelievable. I absolutely love it. My God. I can't believe that we're going to have an even better ending than we would have had if we gotten off on the last comedian. That's incredible. You're pregnant.
No, I'm just fat.
Is that true? Get the fuck out of here. Are you fucking with me? Why would you do that? There's no way that's possible.
It's okay. Everybody knows that.
Is that true?
No, I'm just really fat.
Get the fuck out of here.
It's okay. I got no one to do it.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow, that's incredible. You're a badass motherfucker. You just
People
love
I
that
know
shit
that
like it's
I'm not
nothing.
valued to me.
That's what happens. I mean, you've never done a fucking sit-up in your life, have you? You only get out of bed by like rolling on your stomach and like pushing yourself up and then sort of like...
My friend suggested that I did this today.
I bet. Yeah. Now you feel like keeping yourself into a corner. I don't like these. You are unbelievable. Are you lived here in Sacramento?
No, I live in Oregon.
Oh, wow. How long are you in town for?
Tomorrow I'm coming back to watch your show.
Yeah, and then what? How about this weekend? Anything else? Just tomorrow, and then you go back to Oregon after that?
Then I go back to my life as a sample girl.
As a what?
Sample girl. I sell stuff.
Wow. That's so cool.
I sell like Maybelline, L'Oreal.
Oh, Avon lady.
No, L'Oreal.
You sell Maybelline and L'Oreal more. Man, this is
Yeah, nothing can make you beautiful.
That's not true. No, that's not true at all. No, that's not true at all, Bridget. You are absolutely stunning. I'll still hit it, though. Absolutely. It's called Megan whenever you do.
Pregnant and all, yeah.
And you are absolutely so funny. And since you're going to be here tomorrow, what do you say we just pencil you in for an automatic spot tomorrow? Now that is the way to do 400 episodes of Kill Tony. Am I right, people? Mind-boggling. The great Ryan J. Evelt is here. He drew this episode. Look at that, everybody. Incredible. While you all sat there doing nothing, he drew that from start to finish. A big 400 with everybody in it. Plus, he drew special posters that'll be for sale after the show. We'll sign them all for you. We'll take a picture with you if you get one or whatever. There's other things as well. There's the official new Kill Tony pin. There is the new Kill Tony t-shirt. Here's my shirt. And I also went through my closet, got all the old school Death Squad shirts that have been out of print and stuff. There's a lot of like little Easter eggs out there if you need them. There you go. Literal Easter eggs he found in his closet. He's going to be selling after the show. There's also the Tony Hinchcliffe pin available for sale. It's a big gay Tony Hinchcliffe pin? Yeah, it's a big gay Tony Hinchcliffe pin. And if you want, I will draw my own big gay mustache on with a Sharpie marker for you. It's the gayest pin available. I shoved every single one of them up my butt and in my pee hole. That's how gay they are. But there is nothing gayer than the Sam's calendar. How about a hand on the band, everybody? Come on. How else did this place get possibly get for the great Jeremiah Walker? Jeremiah Wonders, 2 episodes. He's on YouTube. Jeremiah Watkins. Jeremiah Wonders has a new episode. We just did a roadcast on the way here today, which is going to be an exciting one. What else, Jeremiah?
I got a few headlines. November 16th in Huntington Beach, November 29th through 30th in St. Louis, and then Kansas City, December 19th through 21st in Chicago, and Zany's January 2nd through 4th.
Silent but deadly. He's added 1,000 tonight, as always. How about another hand for Chroma Chris, everybody? Chroma, what do you think about tonight's episode? It varsity blew my mind, Cody. There you go. I still count it as at 1,000. The stats end once the Katamari music hits. And this is it. Well, how about one last big pop? The one and only defended his throne and retained Joel He's on social media. I'm mostly sorry. He's also a big part of the Big Gay Calendar that is available for sale. There's literally thousands remaining. It's the gayest calendar you'll ever buy. And it's for the year 2020. So you're thinking, wow, we need to buy these before year 2020 comes.
That's how calendars work, you idiot. Yeah, we're not selling 2019 calendars, dummy.
Well, sometimes it's easy to forget something that nobody's bought for the last 10 years.
Dude, my uncle's card came out. We're doing a fundraiser for these calendars.
Is that a big fundraiser? That is not true.
He says it's not, huh?
When he says there's a 2020 calendar, that's how many we have left.
If you have a lot of calendars left over, you have nothing to do with it. Like, you're going to be using that to wrap presents and shit.
Dude, let's do a wrong in Sacramento.
Yeah, they're going to wrap presents for you because everybody they know, they're just going to wrap other calendars with the calendar.
All right.
Oh my God! I mean, this ended up being absolutely so much fun. There's nowhere I'd rather be spending episode 400 than in a crazy fucking California city like Sacramento. I love you guys. We had a blast. How about a hand for Red Band, everybody?
Thanks a lot, guys.
We love you. Good night.
Hey, David and William, come on, let's take a photo.
Yeah, let's take a photo, everybody.
The disappearance of Kristen's mom. Listen and follow this podcast for free on the iHeartRadio app. #1 for music, radio, and podcasts all in one.
Find your iHeartRadio everywhere. There are hundreds of ways to experience iHeartRadio at home and on the go beyond the iPhone and Android app at iHeartRadio.com. Here's another way to connect to iHeartRadio. Xfinity customers. iHeartRadio is available free on Xfinity X1 or on Xfinity Flex. The easiest way to access iHeartRadio? Just press and hold the microphone button on your Xfinity remote and say iHeartRadio. And you'll be taken directly to the iHeartRadio app to listen to all your favorite music, radio stations, and podcasts right on your TV. Plus, check out Xfinity Ambient Moods to set your screen to beautiful photos and videos paired with hand-curated playlists from iHeartRadio to set the right mood. It's the screen you watch the most in your home, and you never knew that it was one of the most popular ways to listen to iHeartRadio. Check it out for free now. iHeartRadio. Anywhere you want to listen, iHeartRadio is there.
It's where we raise our families, earn a living, enjoy life. But when disaster strikes, it takes all of us to come together and make it home again. Our Southern California Ford dealers are helping first responders with donations and support to the LA Fire Department and California Community Wildlife Recovery. If your vehicle were damaged by the recent Los Angeles area fires, the Southern California Ford dealers are offering you rewarding prices.
It takes songs to turn heartache into hope and make it home again.
LA strong, built people proud. Decisions determine results. So which path do I want to take? Help people in need or stand on the sidelines watching? Worried about how to pay for school or have my education paid for? Push myself and learn new skills or stay the same? My decision is to serve part-time with the Army National Guard, and my results will be life-changing. What will you decide? Go to NationalGuard.com to learn more about part-time service.
Sponsored by the California Army National Guard. Aired by the California Broadcasters.
1 in 4 women and 1 in 9 men experience domestic or sexual violence in their lifetime. But you can help make a difference. Join the No More Witch Hunt, a virtual walk anytime this March. Whether it's 1 mile or 20, every step you take will help more survivors get access to life-saving resources like counseling, legal aid, and other support services. Sign up today at nomore.org/challenge. Together, let's go the distance for survivors. Megan Trainor, Soja Cat.
David Guetta, and more. Tickets going fast. Buy them now. Access.com, AXS.com. Keys Hyundai on Van Nuys, home of the Silent Drive. Over 1,000 new and used cars. Lenders ready to approve you. $3,000 over book value for your trade-in. Join us this Saturday from 12 to 2 p.m. for station prizes and concert ticket giveaways.
As far back as I can remember, I always wanted to be a gangster. I know I'd go from rags to horrible movie too, I don't want. No, this was bad. I was living in a fantasy. I'd go from rags to.
I bought my truck and it was so easy. I didn't know it could be this easy.
As far back as I can remember, I always wanted to be a gangster.
It's just a great place to work. They've got a guy in the service department who's been there since 1981. These are the guys that stepped up for our pasta-thon. They helped with the fire that started right up the road in Eaton Canyon. Just plain good people. So if you're in the market for a car, you need parts or service, go to Thorson Motor Center in Pasadena. Make sure to tell them Shan sent you, and they will give you the hookup on whatever you're looking for. ThorsonMotorCenter.com. Why pay more for prescriptions? Stop overpaying and start saving with SingleCare. It's easy. Find your prescription on SingleCare.com. Show the coupon at the pharmacy and start saving. SingleCare works at pharmacies nationwide and it's completely free to use, whether you have insurance or not. So the next time you fill a prescription, check SingleCare to make sure you're getting the best price. Take control of your prescription costs. Go to SingleCare.com or download the free app today.
Did you know that laser eye surgery might be tax deductible for you? That's right. Laser Eye Center, the most trusted leader in LASIK, with its state-of-the-art 4D technology, may be a tax deduction for you, which means this is the perfect time to improve your vision and get rid of your irritating glasses and contacts forever. Right now, Laser Eye Center is offering a limited number of LASIK procedures, starting at just $59 per month per eye, with 0 down and 0 interest. Get perfect vision starting at only $59 per month per eye, with 0 down and 0 interest. To learn more and take advantage of Laser Eye Center's limited special offer, dial pound 250 and say the keyword Better Vision and schedule your free consultation for LASIK, cataracts, and dry eyes. Hurry, it's happening right now and appointments fill up fast. So schedule your free
I'm not interested in your friends in high places, and I don't trust politicians.
If we listen to you, we'd still be rolling drums for the story of friends. As boys, they made a pact to share their fortunes, their loves.
Honest the king. But when the laundry piles up, toys take over, the dishwasher quits, even she needs a little help. That's when Emily turned to AirTasker. She posted her tasks, set her budget, and found skilled locals ready to help. Laundry done. Toys organized. At-home manicure booked. Suddenly, life got a lot less hectic. Now, Emily can enjoy more time with her family without the stress. Download AirTasker today and let us take care of the rest. AirTasker, helping you get it all done, one task at a time.
You like her now. That's the one I need.
Love my presets. The preset features dynamite. Love it.
Yeah, I've been telling all my friends about it. They're on the app. Yeah, what everyone's talking about. You get the new and improved free iHeartRadio app today. Yes, I know. I have a calming demeanor. You know, when it's your job, basically, to push people beyond their comfort zone, it's good to make them feel as safe as possible. Like an open heart surgeon or your own. You'll do fine. No worries. We got it. Home with Dean Sharp. The House Whisperer. Tomorrow morning at 9 on KFI AM 640.
More stimulating talk.
See what next.
What do?
It's easier than leaving it
Zoot, how many interviews did you watch? Oh, no way. You just made my day. Isn't it a joke? Thank you. Now you know what I know. Or, like, I still know more about it because I've just studied it longer. But, I mean, basically, it's like anybody who's innocent does not react that way. If I went to the moon, I'd be sitting there like, dude, come here. Sit right next to me. Let's talk it out. All right, it was like a beautiful day, and this is what happened, and this is how I felt. And I mean, instead, they're just like, it's so funny when they're like, well, it was kind of cold. It was kind of hot. It was kind of cold. I mean, you couldn't really tell if there was sound or not. It's like, dog, it was either loud as shit or dead silent. Like, which was it? It's just absolutely ridiculous. Or when they're like, yeah, my eyes were closed and you could just see like they're just like, hey, did you have any effects from the Van Allen radiation belts? And they're like, no, I don't even think we went through them. And it's like, well, you had to. They're like, that's how little these guys knew about it. They're just old men. They're not even like good scientists. It's just fascinating to me. Isn't that an eye-opening documentary? Yellow. Isn't that an eye-opening documentary when they interview all those astronauts? Are you there? Zoot, what's going on? Zoot. 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 Zoot, what's going on? I can't hear you if you're trying to talk. Zoot. Zoot, what are you doing, dude? What are you doing to me, son? Yo, we were just in, and then you just went and jerked yourself raw. What's going on, dog? Yeah, you had to go for a sec. Dog, isn't it hilarious how, I mean, those guys just lied, but it's like never, like very rarely in society, like let's say a politician lies, you don't really ever get them on camera to sit down and be like, okay, I'm going to confront you on this. But in that situation, these guys just straight up lie and get caught. You're right, yeah. And they all lived a very nice life, they all lived very nice lives, and they weren't ever really pushed on. But don't you realize, like, doesn't it make sense to you now that like those guys would be the biggest rock stars in the absolute universe. Like, for someone to have done that, you would be like bigger than Elvis, bigger than the Beatles. You'd be like, because I don't want you to see it. I mean, to me, the if I have to summarize like why I think in one sentence that bad boy is not true, is that the moon is 6 times larger than the Earth. Apologies, the moon is 6 times smaller than the Earth. That means that the gravity on the moon is 6 times that of Earth. Why aren't those guys jumping 6 times higher? They never jump high. They never jump like any higher than you get on Earth. Not once. Exactly. And now isn't it obvious once you start to see the video that it's a joke? Exactly. They didn't have it in sports television. It was basically like CGI before CGI. No, it wouldn't. It depends what you want to show. But basically, everybody's mind of what the lunar surface looks like is already made up. So all you have to do is show white ground and a black background. So long as you don't show stars, or, I mean, like, once you start showing stars, that's when I will start to believe you. But even stars can be faked now with AI and their exact location. So that's difficult. Like 5 years ago, if you're like, hey, we're showing it. Like, here's another thing: they never show good video of it. We have HD cameras. We have 4K cameras. You never see anything that good there. Do I think alien species have gone to their moon? Well, who's their moon? You mean our moon? Oh, of course. Of course, of course. I mean, they do interdimensional travel, interstellar travel, intergalactic travel. Absolutely. They are very advanced when it comes to space travel. Okay. I mean, interdimensional travel is more difficult. Let's just talk about interspace and intergalactic travel. That's just basically traveling. No, it's not. That's just sleep. Interdimensional travel. Interdimensional travel essentially means that you go from one universe to another universe. And that's really hard to wrap your mind around. Okay, I mean, sure, you can imagine that you did. I understand that. But I mean, physically, moving an object from one dimension in this universe to another dimension in an unrelated universe is incredibly, I mean, it's seemingly impossible. We haven't even discovered another universe. That's not a dimension. A dimension essentially, okay, fine. If you want to consider it that. It depends how you define interdimensional travel. I generally define it as moving into another universe. That's really what the multiverse theory is. There's a theory out there that says for every action there is, and it's not an equal and opposite reaction, but there are like essentially infinite or infinity minus one uh, potentialities that could occur. So like there's a dimension where you're live streaming your life and I'm in Australia, and there's a dimension where um, your name is Rabbi Rothschild and I'm Zoot. There's a dimension where you're a woman and I'm a dog. There's a dimension where you're a dog and I'm a woman. Like there are like nearly infinite, or perhaps as close to infinite theories that of what could be occurring. It's really mind blowing. But that's the multiverse theory. All right, back to the astronauts. How funny is it? I mean, look, I'm not saying what Bart Superbell did was the best thing by making him swear in a book. Like that's, but I understand why he wanted to do it so that he could essentially show that they committed perjury. So I get why he did that. It's just he's a little too religious, even for my standards. I mean, I don't push people. I don't push religion on anybody, and I just don't think it's a good thing to do. But he he does a really good job, I think, of getting to the hard questions. Hey, sit with me. We're going to talk this out. What was it like, going through the Van Allen radiation belts? And they're like, I don't think that we went through the Van Allen radiation belts. And it's like, well, you had to. It shows how little they know about the science behind going to space. If you listen to them talking, they talk like old men. They don't talk like really advanced scientists. They talk like old men. Well, did you see you didn't see it, but okay, so if you really want to see something interesting, let me see what the comments even are on I want to see what the comments say on okay, if I go to YouTube, it's the Apollo 11 post-flight press conference. It's okay, Apollo 11 post-flight conference. It is okay, here it is. Finally uncut 6 years ago. It is okay. What do the comments say? We're just going to read the comments. The exact same face and attitude I have when I have to lie about something at work to save my supervisor. Our memory differs very little from what you have been told. Man goes to the moon and his attitude is meh. And remember Gagarin's face, he literally beamed with happiness. So, like, the first guy who went into space was like really happy when he came back. I have never seen such morbid guilt on the faces of men who supposedly experienced the most unique and prestigious adventure the world has ever seen. There's a reason for that. They never went to the moon, but had to lie about it for fear. Like, you would think that, like, there'd be one comment that would be like, wow, what brave individuals who were like, no, nobody's saying that in the comments. It's all one sided. Like, Buzz is on the verge of a nervous breakdown. Neil speaks like he has someone in his ear telling him what to say. And that's the thing. The American public had never even seen bugs in people's ears. Basically, like the little, communication devices. They'd never seen this before. So they think that they'd never seen a teleprompter. So they didn't even know, like, you could read things off of a screen. They thought that they were just talking about it off the cuff. And there are some really telling parts of that press conference that are addressed where Neil Armstrong, they ask him, like, what was it like? Here's the thing. They only ever took questions in this press conference ever. And the press conference was basically a disaster because and it's not shown generally anywhere. Like you won't ever see this press conference on the History Channel. You won't ever see this press conference on the Discovery Channel. They won't ever talk about it because these guys are not happy. They're very scared. And I really want to say this. For as much shit as I give the astronauts because I think they're liars, I understand why they did it. And their lives were on the line. And there's so for as much, go for it. Absolutely. Never. Never. It's used as a weapon in society nowadays. Like if I want to discredit you for whatever, like say just some about something stupid, like you say that you're a I don't want to disparage you, but like you say that you are um that you whatever it is that you believe, that you think that the sky is blue. I can say, how can you believe that Zoot says the sky is blue? Zoot doesn't even believe the moon landing happened, and everybody will laugh at you because nobody looks into it. Like you didn't even know, you were like on the fence about it. I know you say that like you didn't think that they went, but even you were pressing me on all the questions and I was able to retort them very easily because I know the answers to them. I mean, I know this subject very well. It's not the subject that I know the most about in the world, a world event, but it's one that I know a lot about. And it's kind of this story that goes on in society and no one looks into. It's the reflection of water molecules and our eyes' perception of what the wavelengths are of that. So that's why we interpret it as blue, but other animals may interpret it as different colors. That's exactly right. I had this conversation with somebody 1 or 2 nights ago, and it was at length. They came in with a religious question, and I explained it to them at length. And then we got into this discussion about subjectivity. And I explained to them the scenario that they set up was basically if you have one flower in the center of a circle and you have 100 people who surround that circle, they can give you an objective opinion. And I disagreed with that. It would be 100 subjective opinions. Some of the people may not have some of the people may not have accurate vision. Some people may be blind. Other people might be colorblind. Other people may just have different interpretations of what colors are or objects. And because of that, every single person's opinion is subjective. But but we even know that wouldn't be true. That wouldn't be true. It wouldn't be exactly the same. It would vary slightly. It would vary slightly. Like no one has the exact same vision as any other person. There are slight variations just in vision. Absolutely. Even in identical twins. Slightly, yeah. And the reason because of that is because, like, let's say you take two twins, identical twins, they have the exact same eyeballs and everything. At a very molecular level, like at a microscopic level, their eyes over the course of their life are going to experience different air that affect their eyes. Their eyes will produce different tears. they will basically have slight variations in their eyes, so that, I mean, it's not a lot, but it's enough to make them not exactly the same. Good on you, big dog. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, very nice. I understand. So, Zoot, in one sentence, why is it that humans have never been to the moon? What is preventing us from doing it? You're 100% right. That's exactly right. The Van Allen radiation belts. 100% right. Good job, Zoot. Van Allen. But that's okay. It's after Dr. James Van Allen, and that's exactly right. There you go. It went, well, that's a good question, and there are multiple ways. There's a conventional way where you just have a really big rocket that is lined in lead, but the size of that rocket has been estimated that it would have to be about as big as the Empire State Building, meaning very, very large. But there are other ways to do it that we hypothesize aliens have done it, and especially with alien crafts. What aliens do with the UFO is they create a force field essentially using gravity or anti gravity that basically protects the craft from any type of radiation. So, like a force field is what they use, and it basically, when a UFO flies, there UFOs, as I understand, have two different settings. There's Type A and Type B. Type A, well, one of the types, I don't know which one's which, but I believe well, it goes like this. One of them is for when you're like getting really close to a planet, or you're on the planet and you need to go slowly, and the other one is when you're going really fast, like through space, and there's not anything in the way. So there are basically like two types of, so it's basically like mid-flight and landing or takeoff. And the idea is, what these UFOs do, these saucers, is they use an element known as element 115 that creates a lot of power and allows them to manipulate gravity and create essentially a layer of shielding around the craft, and that allows them to fly interstellarly at very high speeds without having any effect. Does that make sense? Yes, yes, we do. Just in the same way that the government Apollo, there's overwhelming evidence that aliens are real. Correct. That's exactly right. Don't you understand that there was a CIA director? I want to make sure I get his name right. Hold on. Hold on one second. Hold on one second. There is a quote from him that is this. It was William Casey who wrote, this was 40 years ago. He wrote, "We will know that our mission has been accomplished when everything the American people believe is a lie." So basically, don't you see, like, it's the goal of some of these agencies to make it so that everything that someone knows is a lie. So that's why people believe that the moon landing is true and that aliens are false. It's known as it's the spread of disinformation. That's incorrect. They're spotted in the southern hemisphere every single day. Okay, I believe you. I mean, there is a Wikipedia page just on UFO sightings in Australia. Tons of them. There are tons of them. Okay. So let's take your question to another level. Why is it that they're not seen in the southern hemisphere? They are. But you have to understand the northern hemisphere is much more advanced than the southern hemisphere. Let's think about what's in the southern hemisphere. Africa, which a lot of Africa is there. A lot of the people that don't have access to video cameras, which is about the only way that you can prove in today's day, aside from eyewitness testimony. However, one of the greatest UFO encounters in global history took place in Zimbabwe, which was an entire school of children who saw a UFO land in a field, and 30 years later they still all have the same story. They're grown adults now and they all have the same story. No one has said, "Oh yeah, we made it up as kids," or anything like that. And that's very difficult to do, to make a group of people have a consistent story over the course of decades. But think about as well, South America doesn't have a lot of access to video cameras, or hasn't, but there are. It's not like there's no evidence of it. Every single day there's evidence of it, and especially it's becoming more and more common with the adoption of the cell phone. And then you have Australia, which there are many reports going back hundreds of years about encounters with aliens. Even Aboriginal drawings have these very alien-like um, depictions on the walls of rocks. Well, there's a difference between seeing aliens and seeing a UFO. When we talk about seeing aliens, that means that you've seen a real being. Generally, it means you've seen a real being. And there are people who see those as well, especially abductees. Exactly. So you just want to be specific when you have that discussion. But I believe you. Okay, that's an animal, and you know that that's just something that you've never seen. I'm talking, as we would call them, bipeds, basically things standing on two legs that are between like 3 and 5 feet tall, that are small alien grays, are generally the ones that are most commonly seen. Like you haven't seen that, or you would be telling me about it. But I believe you that you've seen some kind of craft. I saw there was this there was this what they call a flap, basically an event where, or I should say a period of time where many similar events are occurring, and this happened in about 2013 or so to me, where I was driving to work and a plasma ball flew over my car and flew into the subdivision where I was living. And this was very common for people to be seeing around that time. And I could feel that this plasma ball was like intelligent. It was unlike, it was silent. It was about the size of like a beach ball. It was glowing, like it looked like the sun, but it wasn't the sun. The sun was setting at the time. The sun was in another part of the sky, and I remember seeing it. And I reported it years later on this stream. But I've seen them as well. They're very common, or they were very common around that time, and they were being recorded. Um, these plasma balls would go over fields in like England and cause crop circles, and they were just like some kind of extraterrestrial craft of some sort. It wasn't something that somebody would be in though. It was more like a drone, but it wasn't a drone. I know what a drone is. Drones didn't exist at that time from a commercial standpoint. They were only a military operation, and drones look different than this. This was a perfect circle, and it was just a bright orange ball, and it just flew right over my car, like maybe say like 50 feet over my car, and it was completely silent, but I could tell it was intelligent. There was like a sense that I had that it was a higher intelligence. And so I mean, I would go on runs and I would just search the sky for UFOs, and I never saw anything like that, but I did see this plasma ball, and it came when I wasn't expecting it. And I've shown UFO documentaries to rabbinical colleagues from Israel, from the United States, and they don't have good answers. I always felt like there would be this group of people like at the inner sanctum that would know about all of this, but they don't know anything more. They haven't studied it. And the best answer that you're going to get is that there's only God. But I think that there's more to life than that. And so it's been a topic that's always fascinated me. And I shouldn't say that. It's fascinated me for the last 20 years. I shouldn't say that either. I didn't believe in UFOs for a long time. And I was actually very skeptical and dismissive of the whole topic until about 15 years ago, 20 years ago, maybe. And I saw a press conference by Dr. Stephen Greer, known as the Disclosure Project. And he brings in, it was at the National Press Club in Washington, D.C. It took place in May of 2001. And he brings in like 20 eyewitnesses in different segments of society. Some were government contractors, some worked directly for the government, some were military, some were like artists who would airbrush these things before the pictures were made public, just all these different people. And they all come out and talk about it. And that was the event that convinced me. I needed like an overwhelming amount of evidence. It couldn't just be one person. It couldn't even be like a school full of children. It had to be a lot of evidence. And they had stacks, piles of evidence. And it wasn't just evidence, it was documentation. And then on top of that, then we have the Tic Tac incident that occurs with Colonel Fravor that took place in 2004 and was like declassified around 2018. And even the New York Times talks about it. It's basically just we're in a process of called slow disclosure or soft disclosure. And that means that you're not going to have a day where on the news they talk about, hey, aliens are here, because it would scare too many people. So they just softly or slowly let it let it filter out. So, did you see where Bart Sibrel gets punched in the face by Buzz Aldrin? Do you remember that time I asked you a question and you answered? Wasn't that what? Like, now here's the thing: if you ever hear anybody talk about the moon landing, they'll say, "Oh yeah, Buzz Aldrin. He's that great hero who punched that um, documentarian." And so Buzz Aldrin will always be seen, or generally be seen, as in a positive light. When in reality, that person is making a very good point of what happened, and it's fascinating to me that people don't look into that event more. And I mean, I get it, because a lot of people are scared to do it. When you start going into these events, you recognize that you're being lied to a lot more in society than you may know. And also, it is the almost the job, as I said, of the CIA by William Casey, who said, "We will know that our mission is accomplished when everything that the American public knows is a lie." That's why the flat earth theory is pushed. And I mean, I can remember the first time I ever heard of the flat earth theory. It was on the radio about 30 years ago. And I heard that there was a group in England called the Flat Earth Society. And this was just like, why are we even giving these people any attention? And now a significant amount of the population believes it. And eventually, say in 100 years, the, the powers that be will try to make that be the majority of what people believe. All right, Zoot, are we going to play golf? Okay, give me 1 minute, 2 minutes. I have to use the restroom, and then we'll play. And whenever I say that, you always leave. So stay. Excellent. Thank you for staying. Okay. Do you want me to send you an invitation? Zoot. Zoot. Dog, are you there? All right. Why is it that when I ask you a question, it takes you 10 minutes to answer? I did. Not first round. First hole, dog.
Hey, this is Rabbi. Come to you live in the room. It's Hutchline, Sacramento.
No, I'm in a great spot.
Yeah, episode 401, live from Sacramento.
Yeah,
Brian
I am.
Redman's here, everybody. Holy, this is exciting. This is the Road to Kill Tony Mania, which shows.
'Cause
Hey,
I'm
look
sexy.
over here. It's so special that house artist all the way from Los Angeles, Ryan J. Ebelt is here, drawing tonight's episode. He has special Kill Tony Mania and Road to Kill Tony Mania posters available for sale. A bunch of other cool, awesome prints from the history of Kill Tony available after the show. We're going to be signing them, taking pictures with you guys if you want, blah, 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 blah. We are in Sacramento live. We're recovering. We all did meth last night. It was exciting. Best fit to our words. We said episode 400 in Sacramento. We're all doing meth. And we fucking did it. We had a grand old time. We are excited to be back. We are on the road tomorrow. 2 more shows. Final tickets just released for San Francisco Kill Tony Mania. 2 shows tomorrow, 2 shows the next night in San Francisco. And then we go back on Monday for Kill Tony back home, which is going to be a very exciting episode. The great Josh Wolf is going to be joining us again. And then we are off on Wednesday to Brisbane, Australia, Melbourne, Australia, and Sydney, Australia. We come back, we go to DC for 2 Kill Tonys, first ever Kill Tonys in the capital of the United States of America, Washington, DC.
Whoa.
And also 4 stand-up shows that I'll be headlining and spot. And
That was
we
years
just
ago.
announced It's a big deal. December 12th, we're going back home, Columbus, Ohio. That's right. That's right. It's a bunch of goddamn winners there. We're going to be at the Newport Music Hall. And then December 14th, Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania for the second time this year. This time we're doing the Rex Theater. And then the 15th, the Cleveland House of Blues, one of the coolest venues in one of the original House of Blues place. And then Calgary, Canada, 2020. So 401. We're live here tonight, and that's all that really matters. How many of you were here for last night's show? Wow, that's a pretty good. This is your first Kill Tony ever. Wow. Ooh, that's a perfect little. I like that. Perfect.
I'm playing badly, Zoot.
This is exciting stuff. We had a lot of fun.
Oh, good job.
Excited to be back, as with all of our road episodes, we're going guestless tonight. However, believe it, I know this is you're going to find this hard here tonight.
I know.
Every single episode of the show, they commit to being and staying in different characters. It's a group of characters that we've seen before on a previous episode of the show. Sometimes it's a brand new character that they're debuting live. You never know what they have dressing rooms. So we're all going to find out what they are together. They're going to join us for the entire show. They are the best damn band in the land. They're the Kill Tony band. Jeremiah Watkins, Joelberg Joel,
Good job, Zoot.
and Chroma Chris is here live, Sacramento.
That's right.
This is interesting intro music. Could it be? Wait a second. I hear a lot of this crowd. Oh boy. Wow. We've seen these guys. I believe
10.
These are lawyers. I'm pretty sure, right? I think so, yes.
My finger slipped.
I guess the lawyers. I think so. I've never seen Jeremiah like a lawyer. Then that's right now. This is Soba.
I'm Slick McLaurin.
Oh wow, Slip McLowry. on down. My goodness, how do you? I've never seen a white guy with such African American hair before. I think that's the proper word.
I'm from Manchester. Oi.
Oh wow, Manchester, England. That's in England for those of you from Modesto that don't know your geography. And then over there we have the great Chroma Chris is a lawyer tonight. Look at this guy. How are you?
Colin
Because I'm
Becker,
focused on beating
DUI,
you in Scrabble.
His attorney. Because everyone should feel safe with your drinking and driving habits.
Wow, look at that. Drink minimum, I think
Whatever.
they agree with you. And then here we clearly have a young the first president of the United States, teeth made of wood. He does not tell a lie. A bunch of crazy shit.
Scrabble
I've never
time.
seen a brown
Literati
guy with such
time.
white hair before. This is incredible. You look like a goddamn like one of those carrot cake cupcakes or something. Vanilla frosting on that sweet, sweet carrot cake.
Passing the bar exam is extremely stressful. Name's yeah, and I just checked with the court.
William
last
Montgomery.
time
That's
called me a Mexican Bill Clinton.
Oh, wow, is that true?
That is absolutely true.
the show. That's
Schulberg is here.
Riser's favorite
Started the show, and he's scorching hot.
comedian in the world.
Now, believe it or not, even though I could sit up here and talk with these guys forever, that's not even the show. I got this bad motherfucker right here, everybody. This is the actual bucket of destiny. It never goes on the road with us, but we figured Sacramento, San Francisco, why the fuck not? We're driving. We're taking a fucking crazy van. Let's bring the actual bucket. We would never take this thing on a fucking airplane with us. What part of your bag would you even keep that in?
Sib.
Nothing. So we
Interesting.
have the actual bucket. A bunch of people signed up before the show. It's really exciting stuff. You have the chance. Sometimes it's a goddamn amazing comedy bet. We had somebody on last night's show that came in and fucking destroyed. She's gonna go up at some point tonight, which is very exciting. But other than that, it could also be some. We had all people's first times. We had people that have been doing it 3 months. We have people that have been doing it 4 years. You never know how they're gonna do, and sometimes it's not how you think it would go. Point is, you get 60 seconds. You pick this up and you hear the sound of a kitten. That means wrap it up then, or angry Lavender Heights Bear. It's the right reference. We did it. We did it. How about a hand for the wait staff that helped me figure out what the gayest possible local bear would be? The stairs are right here. This is the only way to get on this stage. Do not go through anybody's table. Up from that side, whatever you do. And then you get 60 seconds uninterrupted, and then we talk to you, find out more about you and your life, what the hell makes you interesting. You guys ready to start this show or what? This is it. This is the final stop on the road to Kill Tony Mania. And it starts with your first comedian. And your first comedian will go by the name of Jesse Barahona. Jesse Barahona. I'm on the law and the law won. Big Cleveland rocks, Cleveland. Oh, I'm not singing anymore.
Yo, Zoot.
All right. Jesse Barahona. Maybe out there,
No.
Philip? No?
She's snapping one off.
Snapping one
Quit
off.
with your questions.
Goodness.
She better not be. That's a felony in 13 states.
Whoa, that's a real lawyer right there. Pulled another name out of the bucket. Make some noise for Eric Jawi. Eric Jawi. And the law won. Cleveland Rock. Cleveland Rock. What the fuck is going on? All right. Is that Eric?
Oh, here he comes.
Here he comes, Eric Joy, everybody. It's quite the system. They're containing all the comedians in the Sleep Train mattress store. Here he is, Eric Joy. One more time for Eric, everybody, your first comedian of the night.
What's up? She's awesome.
But I'll tell you what, if being gay was a choice, I'd consider it. Not for the
Oh,
dick.
wow, that's
I do it for the
good.
bathroom counter space. My wife has the whole thing covered. There's no room for me. Like, I take a few loads to the face just to have somewhere to put my shaving cream. But you think I want to grow this beard? Like, I just have nowhere to put my razor. My wife's black. Honestly, I didn't know a little white guy like me could get with a black girl. She used to hang around me all the time, but I thought she was just trying to steal my wallet. But it's cool being in an interracial relationship because she teaches me about black culture. I teach her about white things. Like, we go hiking and camping a lot. We eat a lot of mayonnaise. Whenever we shower, I make sure we use just the bar of soap and the washcloth.
Wow, there you go. You fought the law, and the law won. Welcome to the show, Eric Jowie. Hell yeah. Jowie Wowie.
You said you're white?
Yeah, I'm having trouble believing this.
It looks like you fought Allah and Allah won.
Wow. Yeah, what kind of white are you? Are you, you think, like, I mean, like...
The guilty kind.
Do you think you're trying to get through TSA
Amber,
right
that's
now or
really
something?
good.
Like,
I'm half Polish, half French.
really?
It's funny though because before I had my beard, I looked exactly like the Boston Bomber.
No, you still do. I mean, I love that you think growing out a fucking giant pubic beard makes you look less like a terrorist. Even the other Middle Eastern guys are laughing at you right now. My goodness. That's what they told you? Half Polish, half French?
That's what they say.
Listen, son, whatever you do, tell them that you're Polish and French. And when I give you the cue, hit the button on the cell phone.
All right. Wow. So, Eric, is this where you're from? You're from Sacramento?
I've been out here about 6 years.
6 years.
Right after the Boston Marathon.
Why do you keep mentioning that over and over again? Did you maybe get away with something and got off?
No, I'm good. I moved from Connecticut, so I was just south of Boston, too, so it was very coincidental.
My goodness, so that's how you end up like that. It's Connecticut. Connecticut makes everybody sound and seem that white. Like, you feel like you're white. You were just raised around white kids. I've seen this happen before with, like, kids that are raised around tigers and things. They walk around on all fours, and they pretend like they think they're a tiger, and you think you're a white guy.
I do my best.
I love that. How long have you been with your black wife?
We've been together about 7 years.
7 years. There you go. Where'd you guys meet? How'd that happen? You guys were at a conference for non-white people?
Yes, where were you the night that you met your wife?
We worked together at Verizon.
Oh, fuck yeah. Can you hear me now? Look at that. I like that. Heck yeah. She gave you a warm reception, huh?
She gave me that 4G.
Yeah, what you guys, let me guess. After that, you went to 4 bars?
The best service in the business.
We met at Verizon. Started dating through 4 bars. All right. Well, clearly a lot of T-Mobile people in this room tonight. That's right. So then what happened? How'd you know that you guys had an interest in one another? Who sort of started it? You passed her a note?
The whole part of me not thinking I could get with a black girl was 100% true.
No, I believe you. Like, we all know that you don't think you can get a black girl. We're not even sure you can get a brown girl, actually. Too white for the brown girls is like Goldilocks.
Wow, good job,
She definitely let me know.
How'd she let you know?
It was a workout. A few drinks in us and things.
Yeah, and then what'd she say? You remember there was a moment where you're like, holy shit, I think I have a chance.
Yeah, I wish I could remember the exact moment. We were at the casino. I think I lost some money.
Hell yeah. Oh, you wanted to play some blackjack.
Yo, pimp.
Let me put it in your slot.
Yeah. Hell yeah. So what happened? You remember the moment? Casino, you're rolling the dice, Snake Eyes comes up, and you're like, let's fucking make out, you black chick.
I want to bet it all on black.
Yeah. It's fucking double or nothing, right? Did you go all in or just the tip?
I mean, I'm white. I gotta go all in.
Again, we don't believe you. You can say it as many times if you want. Then what happened? You're at the casino. It must be, again, you're giving us like a broad thing, but I want
Good job.
So this cheesy, but it gets the job done. So there's a bar at the casino. It had like a starry night
Hell yeah.
ceiling.
Uh-huh.
So I made a corny move. I made her be laid down on the carpet. We looked at the stars.
I'm gonna shirt you off your chat.
And then it flew away. We laid down on the carpet and we faced to the Mecca.
Dude.
It's a starry night. You guys are laying down all of a sudden the casino floor in what? Connecticut?
Connecticut, yeah.
Oh my goodness. Mohegan
Dude,
Sun.
the
Absolutely. And then what happened?
app just glitched. Dude, this sucks.
She started singing a song that went like this.
Because I can't put
We restarted it.
I can't put down a
A little
word.
bit of an intro on this one.
I definitely want to be able to go home after this. So.
What did she tell on you? She told you don't talk about her?
No, we helped talk about it.
Dude, that sucks.
You guys helped.
I got
We
screwed.
held hands and we went home. It was cute.
I'm still gonna beat you though.
That's all you guys ever did?
But that sucks.
You ever get
He's starting to sound more and more white, actually.
Yeah.
A big one.
In the bedroom, have you noticed a difference between a black woman and a white woman? Is there anything that sort of stands out to you?
Yeah, I know it was a big one.
Swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Oh yeah, no, it's true. I would never go back.
Is that really true?
100%.
I mean, you're married, so you really don't have a choice. But I mean, like, you don't think you could ever perform for a white woman again? That would be impossible. If there was a bunch of white women that came in here, right? We're in the mood to fuck a mediocre Middle Eastern guy.
I'd weigh my options, but you know, I'd still go for the black numbers and roulette. You know?
Wow, look at you.
I got a question. Has she ever called you the N-word in bed?
Ooh, good question.
Yeah, but I'm not allowed to say that.
Woo! That's the best kind, dude. Oh yeah, dude. My goodness, does she do that pretty often, or is it just a special treat every once in a while?
We save that for birthdays.
Just during February. Schulberg is on fire. Wow. Eric, how long have you been doing stand-up?
Actually, that was since July.
July. Very good. Heck yeah. Happy September 11th. I don't even know why, so that doesn't even make any sense. So, what made you want to start stand-up?
I mean, I've always loved stand-up. I've been a fan of stand-up since I was a little kid. And,
Sure. You're like, I'm going to do it. You're what? How old?
34.
34 years old. You just started in July.
Yeah, I got in my head for like 5 years before I finally had the balls to come up here and do it.
Right. What else do you do? What do you do for work?
I work for an e-commerce company.
Uh-huh. What do you do for fun?
I play sports, basketball, tennis, darts. I like to draw.
Absolutely. You ever play sports with your wife? Basketball, perhaps?
You know,
I'd like to know what some of the final scores of your games have been. I think we would all like to know that.
Well, you know, Tony, white men can't jump.
You know, I was thinking long run, but I got the short end of the deal. She's not very athletic and has poor hand-eye coordination.
Wow. My goodness. You might not be white and she might not be black. This is incredible. Well, Eric, fun way to start the show. Very interesting stuff. You're talking about your real life. You're knocking it out. For just starting in July, you're doing a hell of a job. You know what I mean? I'd say dig a little bit deeper just past the on the surface stereotype stuff. You know what I mean? Like, oh, hiking, camping, mayonnaise. Like, those are white people things. Try to think hard. You know, try to go one level harder. You don't have to try to make these people laugh. You're going to have better luck using a reference that we haven't heard before than something that we've heard a bunch. You know what I mean?
Yeah, cool.
Another hand for Erica. Jowie. Yowie, wowie. There goes Eric Jowie to start the motherfucking show. Got a bunch of lawyers up here.
I would have loved it if you brought his wife up and it was just a white girl.
A redheaded girl.
She's clearly black.
Chroma Chris looks like elderly Ellen DeGeneres. This is incredible. I just noticed. It's so
Elder DeGeneres?
Is that a blank one? Batting 1,000. We had a blanker and perhaps a spanker. We have another comedian coming up on the stage. Put your hands together for Dylan Stradler. Strader. Dylan. Hey. Here he comes. Here we go. Dylan Strader is making his way to the stage. Come on, one more time, good and loud for Dylan, everybody.
Hello. Sacramento, how we doing tonight? Woo! Had a rough weekend, man. It's been sore all week, all day. Had to get some weed from the dispensary. I picked up this weed. It was called Alaskan Thunderfuck. See, I don't know if it was from Alaska. I don't know, like, it doesn't make sense. Why would they send it here? But that shit thunderfucked me all day. 3 I'm well rested. I recently cheated on my girlfriend, and let me tell you, it's a lot like giving up a lifetime subscription for a 7-day free trial. Yeah, that 7-day free trial might be the shit. Might be the best that you ever had. But after them 7 days, you start seeing them hidden fees. Cleanliness, psychotic behaviors, gonorrhea, chlamydia.
It is, for sure. The Lavender Heights Fair has arrived for the first time here in Sacramento. Welcome, Dylan. I like your energy, man. That 3 nap shit's true, huh? Get to the microphone. Came up fucking growling like you were going to sing a song or something. Right into the mic. Everything.
Had to come out like Bono.
Oh, there you go. Pull that mic out of the mic stand there, you motherfucker. Dylan, so many questions after that.
All right.
Let's go reverse on you. How long have you been doing stand-up?
Well, I've been writing for about 8 to 10 months. I've actually been going on stage for about a month now.
Oh, wow, that's great. For a month, that was amazing, right? Wouldn't you guys say so? I mean, I liked it. Some real interesting stuff there. Came up with that and some silly energy. I mean, look at you. You just look like a fucking little Sacramento lab creation or something like that. You just look like a real fucking normal ass dude. So this is true. How long were you with your girlfriend for that you cheated on?
She actually just broke up with me last week.
So when did you cheat on her? Last week.
We were dated for about 6 months. I would say 3 weeks into the 6 months.
3 weeks
Wow.
into 6 months.
So
Wow.
charming.
She let it slide for a while, huh? When did she find out? 3 weeks in?
Still haven't found out. I'm a good sea girl.
Oh, wow.
Wave to the camera.
Yeah.
That's me. Hi, Haley.
Goodness gracious. Wow, her name
She's getting fucking pounded by a black dude right now anyway. It's fine.
Hopefully she
Oh, good one.
That's true. Oh my God. So what made you cheat on her 3 weeks in? I mean, also 3 weeks in, you're barely dating.
You know, you got better options. So
How do you have better options?
Hey, you know, I'm 22. Sometimes you just roll the dice, and they say yeah.
Wow, so this happened to you at a casino as well, huh?
All in.
All right. So, what do you do for work, Dylan?
I'm actually a butcher.
A what?
A butcher. I'm a meat cutter.
A butcher. Wow. Heck yeah. Absolutely.
I believe it.
How long you been butching for?
About a year.
Heck yeah.
Butching it up.
You look like a butch lesbian.
Full motherfucking bird is here
That was
today.
great.
And it's spot on. You do look like a butch lesbian. Wow. Dylan.
You look like a transgender Fred Durst.
That is
Fred Durst, all right.
really true.
Soul patch going.
You look like you did it all for the cookie.
I'm a kid guy.
Anyway, so Dylan, wow. What? Did you have fun? Did you really get gonorrhea and chlamydia from the chick that you cheated on her with?
Unfortunately not.
Why unfortunately? You trying to lose weight any way possible?
I heard the AIDS is the way to go, but I guess
there you go. You've definitely been doing it for a month. I like your style. What do you like to do for fun, Dylan?
Smoke weed, hang out with my friends, party, and what every 22-year-old likes to do.
Let me ask you this. You blamed your 3 naps today on smoking weed. Have you ever seen a heart doctor before?
Yeah, I got the type 2.
Do you really?
No.
Let's see. You did it again.
I'm
One of those
sorry, I'm
fucking
sorry about
veteran-style jokes you sneak in on me. Totally believable joke. I was concerned. Something. Do you have any health conditions at all? You allergic to anything?
Not yet.
Not yet.
Not yet.
Hell yeah.
That McDonald's is gonna get me one day, though.
You're damn right it is. What do you like to get when you go to McDonald's? What's your favorite thing?
Oh man, I get the McChicken and the McDouble, the McGangbang.
You call it a McGangbang?
That's the McGangbang.
Do other people do that?
That's the McGangbang, right? Gangbang.
You guys are fucking disgusting. Bunch of 3 nap a day fucks in here. Huh? That's why you have Sleep Train level as a comedy club.
How are we in California right now?
You guys are all aboard. Shut the fuck up, sir. Jesus, look at this fucking guy. Paul Bear from WWE is here, ladies and gentlemen. The Undertaker's former manager. Very exciting stuff. Wow. Dylan, anything else crazy we should know about you? You seem like such an interesting guy. Whoa, some guy in the room. I love that. Some guy that obviously you know. It's like, what the fuck is that?
Dylan Strader comedy on Instagram, Chief Strader on Twitter.
I didn't ask if there's anything right now.
I talk about cheating on my girl.
Dylan, did you just have a fucking stroke right now? I'm asking you what else, like, in your life is interesting about you, and you started dropping credits or something like that. Yo, Dylan Strader!
Dylan Strader! I grew up with drug dealer parents.
We ladies are so lucky.
2-time felons. I got some stories. I know a lot of tweakers.
Really? Is that true?
I grew up in Buffalo.
All right. Both parents are drug dealers?
At one point, yes.
What kind of drugs? Meth?
Meth, coke, weed.
Did they ever get high on their supply, you think?
Got a candy flip. Got to try it all out. Got to make sure that the products are good.
You ever try any serious drugs?
No, not at all. I learned from my parents. I learned that not the way to go.
Right.
I turned my craziness onto this day.
Yeah. What do you think is the most intelligent thing about you? You've done where you're like, wow, I can't believe I finished this coloring book, or like something like that. Like what's something that you've done with your brain?
Good at fantasy football, and then I can write about a fucking hour worth of comedy. That's about it. Put it all in.
Heck yeah. Can't wait to see that hour one day. Well, anything else for Dylan, guys?
Are you some kind of singer? The way you greeted the crowd is very awkward.
I just love Bono. I saw that on South Park one time, so hello. Bono.
You too?
You too.
I wouldn't dig too deep into this.
Wow. I'd go with Elton John, though. Rocket Man!
I'm like, wow. Yeah, there you go.
No.
Yeah, should have gotten rid of you when I wanted to 40 seconds ago. Gave everybody a chance to get extra shit, and there he goes. He's Dylan Strader. Yeah, there he is. Little fucking soft head. Yeah, soft head, and also a very soft body as well. The only thing hard on that guy is his cock. All right. Oh, wow. This is interesting. I do believe I know this young lady all the way from Boise. Put your hands together for Tamron Lloyd, everybody. Tamron Lloyd. I believe so. Maybe I'm wrong. Tamron Lloyd? Okay. Are you okay? Are you okay, honey? Okay. Here she comes, everybody. It's about to fucking go down from the other side of the room. Tamron Lloyd, ladies and gentlemen. Here we go.
Okay, so as you've heard, my name is Tamron, right? Go ahead and think about it. Spell my name with me. Tamron. Go ahead and take the R out and put the P. What do you get? Pan bloody tastic mother. I appreciate that. Anyways, going back, we're gonna rewind this to my 7th grade year. What you got? To my 7th grade year, and I had a substitute teacher in science, and he goes, Tampon Lloyd, and it was really quiet. So I was like, oh god, I hope I never heard that. 2 seconds later, Tampon Lloyd, as everybody's laughing at me, I stood up and I said, listen, my name is Tamron.
No, I mean, if that's not the end, if there's more you want to do, then please, if there's an end to that.
And that bear scares me. I warned my friends about it.
Okay, I guess that was the end of the joke. Wow.
No, I'm
Tamron.
No, I'm
Hold
not
on,
done yet.
relax. I don't know what's
Yo,
going on.
dog.
You're the fiction or something like that.
That's a
What's
good
going on
one.
here? You're a little bit loopy right now?
Tony, I think I just found my first plan for tonight.
Tamron, how's it going over here? Is this your first time doing stand-up? Tamron's first time ever, everybody. Tamron used to run a comedy club in Boise, Liquid Laughs, correct? Absolutely. Then you decide now you live around Sacramento. Yep. Northern California, and you decided to start stand-up comedy tonight.
Yeah.
What made you want to do this?
Because it makes me happy.
Does it?
Yeah, it does.
You feel happy right now?
Yes, I do. Actually.
Oh, that's so sweet. I like that. Is it something you've always wanted to do?
Not always, no.
Oh, okay, just recently. So no to both.
All right,
and
well-
you don't have a drug problem. Very good.
You lost again.
Drugs. I might drink alcohol once in a while, but no drugs.
Maybe 4 times a while too.
Welcome back to the Real Housewives of Sacramento.
Come on. Modesto 9 right here. What are you talking about, this?
You didn't put it, and Co didn't put it next to the D.
Crazy. You guys love your Modesto. Huh? Oh, look, clearly a girl from Modesto shaking her head no in the front.
Tony, can I talk now?
Tony, can you talk now? What exactly do you want to talk about,
I
Tamron?
just want to say
Uh-huh.
that I appreciate you letting me go on stage for the first time ever in my life.
Wow, you're so drunk. You know what? It's
Can I
okay.
finish my joke?
Oh, you want to finish the tampon Tamron
Yeah.
joke? Okay, go right ahead. Let's hear the end of it.
Anyways, so the teacher says,
Do we all kill ourselves at the end of this? It's just like a... I'm kidding. Tamron, it's a comedy show.
it's debatable.
You know you didn't have to have your 2-drink minimum before the show started, right? Like you could have taken your time.
What's 2 drink minimum? I don't understand.
I know. All right.
In the case of state of California versus basic bitch is found guilty.
Tamron, you're okay. Finish the joke. So the tampon, the Tamron, you switch the R to the fucking P. Go ahead.
So,
Go ahead.
I stand up. My name is Tamron, but if you're gonna call
56
me tampon,
straight wins,
you
big
better
dog.
Call me super tampon or still tampon.
For watching, thank you for playing.
Who's driving you tonight? You have a friend here, right?
I'm not drunk.
Oh. Perfect. Do you want to do our first ever DUI test here on Kill Tony, huh? You don't. All right. Let's go.
I object! Objection! You do not need to take that.
Only on the table. What do you want to do? You want to do like the foot out one? Come here, stand next to me. Face that way. Don't face me like that. Nope. Face that way. So we're gonna stand on our left foot and we put Here, leave some space here since this.
Are we doing
Let's just
duet?
relax on the music for a second here so the audience can hear what I'm saying. Can you move that dog shit purse out of the fucking way? That shit on the ground where it belongs. We don't need to be this close. Take just a half a step there. You stay right there. All right, now we're gonna take this right about 6. Wait, I don't know if I can pass this. This should work for weed too. So about 6 inches up, right foot up. Just do what I'm doing, like that, and stay balanced.
1,000 to 10.
You can do it, yeah. Come on, I'm doing it. Just do what I'm doing. If you want to take your shoes off for this, you can feel free.
I can't.
You already smell like unshoed feet. So no, I'm kidding. I'm joking. Cameron.
Do you really
I'm just
like
kidding.
better?
You smell like
Can
a
I tell you
big
the
watermelon
first time I
tucker
met
at a baby with
Can
a
I tell
goat.
you the
No,
first
go
time
ahead.
I met you?
No, it's okay. Any of your stories are. If your stories are, I am now gay. You want to take the DUI test?
Yeah.
You can't hold on to me. That's not how.
Well, usually
I don't think the cop lets you hold on to him during this.
Usually there's a stripper pole for me to hold on to.
Cameron, you are adorable. I think you absolutely gave it your best effort tonight. I'm going to make sure that you make it down this stairs safely. How about a big hand for Cameron, everybody? She moved from Boise, oh my God, to Northern California. She was a manager of one of the great comedy clubs in the country. Shit. Oh, there you go.
Everyone, we'd like you to know her name is Tamron, not Tampon.
Wow. Oh, God. Clearly had some wine with the friends before tonight's show. The old, I'm not drunk. Perhaps one of the drunkest people we've ever had on the show. I'll take your fucking test. Leans on table. Like, imagine. Like, that would be like live TV's greatest episode ever, where the cops like put her foot out like this, and she's like, okay, this whole time. It's literally like straight out of World's Dumbest Criminals. Or as some people call it, Modesto's Smartest Humans.
She literally broke stride in the set to ask me, what do you got?
What do you got?
Like, I didn't know she was going to kiss me or fight me at that moment.
It's incredible. But I'll tell you this, is, we all sometimes we miss lunch, sometimes we all have a couple drinks too many, sometimes we smoke a fucking few hits too much of a blunt maybe, but it takes real balls to sign up for the show. How about one more time for Tamron, everybody? You know what? Before we go back to this name, because I don't want, the last thing I want is for female comedians to get a bad reputation on this show. We've always been great supporters of equality and equal opportunities. And last night, before I get to this name that I just pulled out of the bucket, last night we had an absolute murder get pulled out of the bucket. She was the final comedian to go on. She's been doing it 10 years. Let's just bring her up right now. She's doing a special spot because she was so interesting last night. Put your hands together for Bridget Bennett, ladies and gentlemen. Here we go. A little special treat for you. One more time for Bridget Bennett.
The other day I got so drunk that I found myself in an alley sucking dick for heroin. The funny thing is, I don't even use heroin. My friend asked me, how do you know when a guy likes you? And I was like, when his dick is in your face. I lost my mood ring the other day, and I just don't know how I feel about it. All right. My friend said there's no such thing. The only things you can count on are death and taxes. And I was like, the only thing I can count on is you dying.
Fuck yeah. Bridget Bennett. I like your style.
Thank you.
I like everything about you. You absolutely are a goddamn murder. You've been doing this 10 years, right?
Yeah, 10 years, buddy.
I love it. You're just a fucking pure stand-up comedian. I want to lug you down to the fucking comedy store and show you off. I want to see what people would think about you. I mean, I can't. I physically can't. But if you're ever down there, I'll introduce you to some people. I don't know what you want to do or what your life is like, but you're such an interesting fucking creature.
I'm open to do whatever. Yeah.
You're wild.
Yeah.
What else do you do? All right, let's check in with the law firm over here. Okay, what else do you do when you're not doing stand-up comedy?
I do improv. I like to shoot guns.
You shoot guns?
Yeah.
Get the fuck out of here.
Yeah.
What kind of guns do you shoot?
I like small caliber.
Wow,
Yeah.
hell
I'm
yeah.
a pretty good shot.
I bet.
Yeah.
Fuck yeah. God, I can't even picture that.
Yeah.
Goodness. Last time you shot a gun was when they made a documentary about you called Evil Genius, right?
Yeah, maybe.
I love that. I watched it again last night for like the 5th time.
What do you shoot guns at? Gun ranges and stuff?
Yeah, I like to shoot guns at the gun range and stuff like that. Yeah.
They don't just think you're stoned and say, no, we can't give you this.
What?
She just seems high. Anyway, back to you, Tony.
Yeah, I just
Thank
sound
you.
like I'm high, but I'm not really high.
Wow. What do you do for fun? I mean, when you're not shooting guns, like, is there any substances or anything like that you're into?
No, I'm not really into super
Right.
substances.
Okay. Do you drink?
A little bit, but not much.
Right.
Yeah.
Cool stuff. You've been doing stand-up for... Yep, go ahead.
You want to do a sobriety field test?
No, come on.
I had to take one of those the other day when I was coming out of the comedy. We like doing comedy in Oregon.
Uh-huh.
The cops in Ashland like to pull me over, maybe because I'm a pretty girl or something. I always try to pull over in a safe place like the gas station because it's always late at night and I don't drink when I'm doing comedy and driving, you know? So, yeah.
And what kind of car do you drive? Is it a hearse or like what exactly are we talking about?
I need an upgrade in vehicles, but right now I drive a Ford Mercury, like a grandfather car.
Yeah, Mercury, the type of poisoning that you look like you have. Perfect.
Yeah. Oh.
Bridget can handle these jokes, you fucking pussies. Let me just tell you, if you're one of the people that just odd right then, you're part of the fucking problem.
Or like the planet you look like you're from. Mercury, it's a planet, right?
Oh, are you going back to the Mercury, Ah! Oh, Jesus Christ, Joel. Wow, when this guy, he's either on fire or he's burning down. My goodness. Do you have a boyfriend, Bridget?
No, I'm totally single.
Wow, totally single.
So, what was all that dick talk about?
Oh, good question. You hook up with a lot of guys? You on any of the apps or anything like that? You on
I don't believe
plenty
in
of
any
catfish
dating,
or something like that?
I don't believe in any dating apps.
No, you don't believe in them? You talk about it like it's like a religion or something like that.
I've had a lot of friends that use the apps, and I think it's the way that men use women, and I'm just not really for
You
it.
ever slide into somebody's DMs or slide out from under their bed?
No.
You ever come to their door or come through their TV?
Nailed it. There it is. Right there.
Ring, man.
Fuck yeah. Bridget, but sex is something that you're into. You just don't like. You just like meeting the person. You just like having a real.
I like meeting people in real life. Like, that's my thing. I like to meet real people in real life.
You ever meet a guy at the gun range or anything like that? And they're like, hey, you can shoot on my face or something like that.
No, I've never met. Like,
But you're never like, oh, I'm gonna see your 9mm.
I'll have to try that sometime.
Hell yeah.
Sounds like a good idea for
Who's
me.
the last guy you hooked up with? Like, how does that happen? You at the grocery store or something like that, or
He had me under my phone under a widget.
widget?
Yeah.
Sure, with a Ouija.
And then he just called me up.
What's widget mean?
He said I reminded him of a widget, so he saved my number under widget. And then he had it in his phone for like 7 years. And then he finally called me up and asked me out. So.
Oh, wow. Hell yeah. The old fucking 7-year plan. And there's that's one way to do it.
Yeah, it takes a while.
I thought it was 7 days.
Yeah.
My goodness. Wow. That's so fucking cool. Well, you absolutely killed. I love everything about you. You are just a real fucking pure comedian. I don't know what kind of damage you took as a child, but it all worked out. You're so goddamn entertaining. We go through so many people in this bucket, and you feel so good.
That's awesome.
Yeah. Bridget Bennett, ladies and gentlemen. Bridget lives up in Oregon, made it down for these shows. I believe, yeah, one of my favorites. How about that? Great Bridget Bennett. Bridget, figure out a way to contact us if you ever come to another Kill Tony. Tell the staff that you arrived and tell them that Tony wants to know if I'm ever at a Kill Tony or whatever. You know what I mean? There you go, Bridget Bennett. One more time for Bridget. We'll get her back up here again. We'll see another minute. Or you let a staff member know, or just float through the walls until you find us. We'll just have a seance. Woo! Oh, Bridget's here. Oh, Bridget wants to go up. Whatever you want, Bridget.
You can actually see her every week in your local newspaper as the Kathy comic strip.
That's right. Oh, Kathy reference. Wow, deep. But clearly 30% of this audience will laugh at anything.
Duly noted, Hinchcliffe. Duly noted.
Oh, Hinchcliffe. I like it when you call me that.
All right, bitch.
But seriously, Bridget, if you ever want to do another show, hit me up in my nightmares. Pulled another name out of the bucket. This is the one from just before we saw Bridget. Put your hands together for your next comedian. It's Matt Medina. Hey, maybe we saw this guy last night. Seems like a familiar name. Matt Medina? Hey. Oh, it is. We met this guy last night.
Oh, yeah.
Incredible. Hey,
smelly feet.
Here he comes.
All right. Do you guys like wacky restaurant ideas like the Heart Attack Grill? No? You look like you do. Okay. You guys are like this. Carved out of an old rainforest cafe. Welcome to the Grilling Fields, Las Vegas' own Vietnam War themed restaurant. That's right. If you want American food, you better. All of your waitresses and waiters are named Charlie, and it's your job to find them, soldier. You want platoon-sized appetizers? PTSD desserts? Is it just me? I'm very out of breath. Is it just me? I'm very out of shape. Is it just me, or did Magic Johnson get AIDS at the right time to stay relevant? Or did God keep losing money on betting against the Lakers in the 90s? He was just like, get it done. Oh.
There you go, Matt Medina. You got pulled out of the bucket of destiny. 2 nights in a row, 2 continuous nights of awkward bombing. This is you're like Syria. It just keeps happening day after day, it seems. No rhyme or reason. I'm just kidding. How you doing, Matt? You okay?
Yeah, buddy, how you doing?
I like your style. You came out, you said these people look like they love bad food, and you're obese.
Yes,
so
yes.
It's an interesting ballsy move.
I love bad food.
Hell yeah. Well, welcome. How'd you feel last night after your set?
Oh, very sad.
Yeah, very
Very sad, yes.
Yeah, you let everybody know, for those of you that weren't here last night, he made everybody aware that your wife, the mother of your children, cheated on you. She was 8 months pregnant, and she let a guy named Jeff come inside of her.
That's right.
He works
at John L. Sullivan.
Yes. He works at a Mitsubishi
Yeah,
dealership.
fuck Jeff.
There you go.
Hey.
Thank you.
Even though I was sort of a fan of his work,
Yes.
I sort of thought it was cool. Gave us a lot to talk about. Anything changed since then?
No, she's still fucking Jeff.
Wow.
That's still happening.
Yeah, Mitsubishis don't break down that easily.
No, very, very reliable.
Yes, indeed. What kind of car do you have?
I have no car.
Wow, Jeff must be doubly laughing in your face right now.
I'm glad you're back because I didn't get to ask you this question I wanted to yesterday. What happened to your butt?
I've been
turn around for the audience. It's not there.
No, it's not. I've been diagnosed as no ass, much like Hank Hill.
Oh boy,
It's
There's 2 Hank Hill fans over there that you might want to give autographs to after the show.
I'll deal with my ass cheeks.
Interesting stuff, Matt. Is there anything we didn't talk about yesterday that you realized, like, oh, I probably should have brought that up? That's an interesting thing about me.
I brought up the whole mortuary thing. That's about it.
Right, and that was that you used to work in a mortuary.
Yes, I used to work for the county.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Did you ever meet Bridget Bennett lying there when you worked at the mortuary?
No, unfortunately not.
She ever there, and you started to do work on her, and you realized she was just taking a nap?
Yeah. What did you do at the mortuary?
I was a removal technician.
So you remove body parts from a dead body?
Yeah, no. I moved, say this gentleman dies here, someone like me would show up and pick him up, put him in a bag, and take him on out of here.
I think you'd be more fit after that.
Yeah.
So you like the Postmates of dead people?
Yeah.
I've seen you remove yourself after dying on stage 2 nights in a row, so that's exciting. That's interesting. Do you have any health conditions, Matt?
Nope.
Any allergies?
No.
Objection, Your Honor.
Wow, that's so cool. When's the last time you talked to your kids a lot? How old are they again?
3 and 1 and no.
3 and 1. You almost forgot their ages.
Yeah, I don't see them.
I bet Jeff knows their ages.
He does, yeah.
Do you want to see them? Or?
Oh yeah, 100%. I paid for everything. I do my best. She just doesn't let me see them. She's kind of a bitch.
Wow.
So,
well, I mean, legally, aren't you allowed?
Yeah, I'm working on it. It's a long process. Very expensive.
How come you don't have a car?
Broke down after I won a roast battle, funny enough, and just haven't had money to fix it. Just working, taking the bus around, doing comedy.
There you go.
Good stuff. Yeah.
Was this roast battle at the mortuary? Or
yeah, it was me and 3 bodies. I burned them up.
Well, Matt, you got really lucky. We're going to keep flying through it. You're a very lucky guy. You got 2 nights in a row. Matt Medina, everybody. Matt Medina. One cool brown dude. Cool brown dude. CBD. That reminds me. Let's take a moment to plug our favorite sponsor, Infinite CBD. Here's why we love working with Infinite CBD. It's because they offer the cleanest, healthiest, and purest forms of CBD available. Hemp grown organically in Colorado. Pure CBD isolate, testing over 99% CBD. If you still haven't tried it, research has shown CBD to help with a variety of different ailments, including insomnia, anxiety, depression, and more.
This month, they are highlighting the gummies. They got some new flavors, and they are amazing. They have sour grape, or what we found out, black people call it purple.
That's true.
Yes, that's true. Just learned that recently. Sour peach, sour watermelon, sour blue raspberry, sour strawberry. I mean, this sounds awesome. And they also have seasonal gummies. Like right now, it's apple pie made with real apple cider.
That is so cool. They are great for calming down when things are stressful or before bed to help with insomnia. Go to infinitecbd.com, and if you use the promo code TONY15, you get 15% off. That's infinitecbd.com and use the code TONY15 for 15% off. That's INFINITECBD.com, code TONY15 for 15% off. You guys ready to get back to this show or what? Huh? How many of you use CBD products, huh? There you go. Look at that.
Wow.
Real live art. Look at this stuff.
I love those gummies.
Yeah, it's incredible. They really help you. Joel has incredible amounts of anxiety, believe it or not. How about a hand for Joel? He turns it all off and dials in, becomes hilarious on this show. Out there, you know what I mean? When he's not behind these drums, he's very he's a real Tamrock. You know what I mean? He's a real fucking. There's nothing wrong with me. Just kidding, Tampon. We love you. All right, pull another name out of the bucket. Put your hands together for Matt Schneider, everyone. Matt Schneider. Matt Schneider. Here he comes. Here we go. Step back from one more time for Matt Schneider, everybody. Woo! What's up?
Fuck. All right. So let's see. Where do I start? Been single for the last year.
That's been taking some time to adjust to. It's taken me a while. There are some perks to it. I can't tell you how happy I am not to have to hike anymore. Some of you get it. Some of you get it. The first couple hikes, they're fine. They're nice. You put on your Vans, basketball shorts, you walk a nice path, easy peasy. But then eventually they figure out about the 52 hike challenge. You guys hear about this? It's a challenge to do 52 hikes within a year. I don't know about you guys, but I can't do 52 of anything. I mean, I had season passes for baseball. I got halfway through the season. I was like, fuck this. It's not worth it. Let's see. I'm dying up here.
There it is. Matt Schneider. Yeah. You're right. You can't do 52 of anything, including seconds of comedy. Incredible.
And it was legit 53 seconds. I'm glad to have our second fully white guy up here.
Your opening line was so mind-boggling, I had to write it down. These are all separate sentences. Sup, fuck, all right, let's see, where do I start? You had no idea where you were going, huh? Or did you just pretend it was all an act to make us think you had this was all coming off the top of your head or something like that?
It was all up here, and then I saw the stairs, and that was it.
I saw the stairs, and it opened up your face.
I saw that ledge.
Oh, that's a classic Ace of Base song. I saw the stairs. So you're single. I can't believe you were ever not single. So when did that happen? How long have you been single for?
It's been about a year. Around this time last year.
I like how you got on me for my Kathy reference, and then you make a reference to Ace of Base.
Hey. Well, you have to understand, we milked it a few times. People laughed at the first one because they knew what I was doing. Brian also got in it. It was more of a scatter joke than your sloppy Kathy reference. But that also reminds me.
You Google image Kathy, and then you look up the woman that was just on stage.
That's right. Stop the podcast if you're listening. Stop the podcast. Go to Google Images. Google Kathy, and I'm sure, by the way, Kathy, the first thing that's going to pop up is the fucking cartoon.
Yeah.
The 80s.
Jeremiah's being such a Ziggy right now.
Yeah. You're acting like a Cool-It Marmaduke. I guess whoever's loudest wins on this show. So I also wrote down this other hit line from about 25 seconds into your set that reminds me of what Jeremiah is doing right now. And your line was, some of you get it, some of you get it. Do you remember saying that?
Vaguely.
All right. Speaking of things that we'll never let die, let's check back in with Jeremiah over here, who's now out of character laughing at this Kathy reference.
Now, here's the thing. If you type in the word Kathy on Google Images, it's just a bunch of ugly women. There's no cartoon.
Wow,
So either way, I reference stats.
Oh my god.
Dude, seriously, do it. It is hilarious.
All right, don't do it, everybody. Keep listening to the fucking podcast. If you're going to leave the podcast, just take off. Okay, everybody. There you go. Go to Infinite Exhibit A. Use the promo code Tony15 for 15%.
We're making fun of her like she didn't say she likes to shoot guns.
Wait, fuck! Jesus, that's a whole different comedian. Oh my god. All right, Matt Schneider. That's Bridget. All right, forget it. So Matt Schneider, tell us more about you, buddy. Let's talk about it.
What do you want to know?
Anything interesting about you?
Let's see. I'm 31. This is my first time up on stage doing stand-up.
Hey, look at that. That's a good one. We love first times. You ever know anyone named Kathy before?
No, can't say I do.
You've never met a Kathy in your life?
No.
I had a teacher once named Kathy, and she was very mean, very obese, very angry lady. I won't say her last name, even though I really want to. She'll make it just look like do it. It doesn't make any sense. She's like 80 years old and probably dead. So Matt, you're 31. This is your first time doing stand-up. What made you want to start now? Was there a moment in which you're like, you know what, I'm going to sign up for this show. I'm going to do this.
No, I mean, I grew up with comedy records in the house. My dad loved, he had big band records, and then he had like Carlin records, AM, FM. That was a big one for me. Cosby, Woody Allen, all that stuff.
Heck yeah, you love pedophiles, don't you?
Yeah. No, just always wanted to do it.
Just all the greats, Cosby, fucking Woody Allen, Pope John Paul II, and everything.
When I was growing up, they were greats. I mean, times have changed.
Absolutely, times have changed. What do you do for work?
I'm one of the top rising supervisors with Costco Wholesale.
Costco?
Yeah,
Costco.
$5 rotisserie chicken.
There you go. Did you write your jokes on the back of a giant receipt? Did you write the words sup, fuck, all right, let's see, where do I start? That's a killer. It's a real banger. All right. So, Matt, you live by yourself?
No, I'm living back at home right now.
With your parents?
With my grandmother right now.
That's cool. What's Grandma's situation? What ethnicity is she?
Italian.
Oh, nice. Did she cook for you?
These days, not so much. My grandfather was the cook, but he is no longer with us, so it's the two of us.
When did he pass away?
It's been about 2 years now.
How long have you been living with her?
Since the breakup a year ago, so she loves it. She's got company, somebody to talk
Heck
to.
Yeah, you got company, she's got company.
We watch Law and Order together.
Fuck or what? Let's fucking do this. Heck yeah. From the godfather to the grandmother, you know what I'm saying? Wow, that's interesting. So she doesn't cook for you. Do you do anything nice for her ever? You ever bring her something like Werther's Originals or anything like that? Or,
No, she's 86, so I mean, she can only do so much. I mean, she's still mentally with us and everything, but when it comes to chores around the house, things like that,
that's you.
Lend a helping hand. Have you ever tickled her?
That's true.
No?
It's a funny way to fuck with an 86-year-old lady. It's real funny. They're just like, ow! Like that.
She breaks it.
You said your grandfather was the cook. Is there anything that he made that you remember that was awesome?
Yeah.
What was your favorite meal that he made?
Is there something that he ever made that was good? We know wasn't good at making grandsons. That's true. Fucking goofballs.
You used to make a really good pasta dish around the holidays. It was just
an Italian with a good pasta dish. I don't believe it.
Wow, there you go. The old. There you go. All right, Matt. Well, you're a fun guy.
Did your grandpa used to read you anything?
What? Is that the end of the question?
I have no further questions at this moment.
Oh, okay. All right. I don't know what's going on over here. All right. Anything else crazy about your life, Matt? I feel like you're leaving something out. You don't have any hobbies? You don't ever fucking sneak away from grandma's house and go play laser tag or something like that?
No, nothing crazy. I mean, play guitar, play bass. Used to be in a band years ago.
What was the name of the band?
Oh god, the band was Capital Sin.
Capital Sin.
Yeah, we thought it was hardcore.
Yeah, what kind of what were you in Capital Sin? The guitarist?
Bass player.
Yeah, you go. Why? What's going on back here, Joel? I don't care anymore. I'm taking calls on my shoe. All right. Well, Matt, fun times, dude. Thanks for coming on the show. There you go. Thank you, everybody. Fuck yeah. First time comedian. Getting it done here on episode 401 of Sacramento Zone, Phil Tony.
Should we do another Joker spoiler?
No. People did not like that. People literally demanded that guest never come on again. And,
Poor Tom.
Pretty exciting stuff. Put your hands together for your next comedian, Grom Jeremy. Grom Jeremy. This is an interesting name. I don't think I've ever met a Grom before.
Yeah.
G-R-O-M.
Hopefully he smells better than Ron.
There Oh, yes. Grom Jeremy. Here he comes. Woo! Grom Jeremy, ladies and gentlemen.
Sacramento! All right. This is insane right now. Shit just got real. You guys are a good-looking crowd out here. I do not have a lot of material prepared, Tony, but all right. So, my name's Grom Jeremy, because I ride a Grom motorcycle. It's a very small motorcycle, if you know what that is. It's a 125. I do that confidently, ladies, because I have a big penis, all right? We're going with that joke right now. That's about all we have, but we have a little, okay. I got another one. So in today's society, you got to be careful what you're saying. Like, I can't be out in public telling my mom on the phone what's going to happen tonight. Like, yo, Mom, yeah, I'm going to kill Tony. Yeah, I'm going to kill Tony. No, I'll probably just bomb. No, I'll probably just bomb, and that's okay. No, I'll call you when it's over. No, all right. So that's about it. And thank you, Sacramento.
There you go, Grom and Jeremy. Freebird. So, Grom, Jeremy, fuck yeah. You are the human form of crystal meth. I mean, this is it. This is what it looks like. You are a mathematician. You are,
I feel like you got Adele and never stopped. An old reference, though.
Yeah, no.
Jesus Christ, what is going on here?
Kathy's starting to look pretty good, isn't it?
Of all the things, it was a computer. Old computer reference? All right. Grom.
Can I just say you're the fastest comedian I've ever seen? You just look so fast.
Thank you.
I mean, what happened? Did you ride your motorcycle to the stage? I didn't see, like, what exactly.
I was actually out there in the other bar. I bought tickets last night and sat over there and watched the show. It was killer. And then tonight, I took your tip about just going and sitting in there with the comics. And I was talking to a lovely comic, just waiting. And then they just said my name kind of quietly. I was like, holy shit, people just say my name? You're kidding me.
Wow.
And this is amazing. If anybody gets a chance to do this, you guys got to do this.
No. Don't.
I mean, in your life, like, get up on stage and do something like this.
Right, exactly.
That's why you guys do it, right?
I absolutely hate this guy. Yeah.
Shit, Joel. Fuck.
So clearly you ride a motorcycle. You do comedy like you ride a unicycle.
It's true. It's true.
It's like your first time, right?
Yes, sir.
First time ever doing stand-up. So give him a hand for that. That takes balls.
You have a pretty sick helmet. Yeah, he threw his helmet in his jacket over here.
There you go. For you listeners, he has a sick helmet.
Look at that.
This is a podcast.
There you go. Wow, that's
GoPro on there.
Unbelievably sick.
Wow.
What are we talking about?
It's
what is happening?
It's like
I have no idea.
It's like if Ed Hardy was an actual person.
Yeah. There you go. Fuck yeah. There you go.
I was thinking about doing the set with the helmet on.
That may have been more interesting. I'm not sure. Retrospect.
Cat and the tomatoes will hit you in the face.
Careful, don't fall. There's glass. Let's stay in
That's
one
a-
spot. I know you totally don't ever do math, but you
No,
can't
it's
stop
totally
doing it
fine.
at all.
Check.
Thank you, Sacramento.
All right. So, Grom, let's talk about something other than motorcycles. Tell us about your life. What part of Sacramento do you live in?
Carmichael.
Carmichael. Any Carmichael fans out there? Some lady just audibly said, "Oh no." Have you always lived in Carmichael?
No, not always.
Looks like it's a motorcycle, Michael. Am I right?
Oh, wow. Chroma Chris.
Good one.
Batting 1,001 tonight. I mean, just unstoppable. All the best jokes. He doesn't even do comedy, everybody. He's never even done a minute of stand-up before in his life. And he just sits back there just cranking grand slams over and over again. So you live in Carmichael. What do you do?
I work at a hospital. I sterilize surgical instruments. I'm pretty good at what I do.
You are?
Yes.
Oh my God, that seems like
When a
such...
surgeon drops an instrument and they need it reprocessed, they call me on a portable phone and I go up to that room. We show up on a bird splitter. We run about 9 rooms of surgery every day, about 33 patients a day.
So you're like a dishwasher.
For surgical instruments and surgeons, yeah, totally. Well, but I'm a lead tech, so I don't really wash them like right now. But
The sterilizer coming Mondays to TNT.
So you have other people that do it for you. You just basically go gather it.
yeah, I've worked there for like 25 years, so I coordinate the surgical
is so
instruments.
fucking cool.
That's what I do. I also, I play the drums.
No, that's not true. Is that true? How long have you played the drums for?
Tony, I've been playing the drums for 32 years. Since
Whoa! I mean, what can I say? It's episode 401 in Sacramento. 32 years. All right, yeah, do whatever you want, buddy. He's grabbing the helmet, ladies and gentlemen. That's glass, and there's a 2-story fall behind it. So whatever you do, do not fall backwards. The crowd's going crazy. He took his jacket off.
Send me the footage.
He took his jacket off. The helmet is on, ladies and gentlemen. 32 years of playing the drums. He's spinning the sticks. This is a Mexican drum off. Wait. Now, before you go, Grum Jeremy, let me remind everybody that this is a big deal. This is a drum solo battle in which performance, comedy, and obviously drumming are involved. At the end, the audience decides who wins. Now, I must warn you, Grum, Gilbert Jimenez is undefeated all times. The event is named after him. Nobody has ever defeated him. However, nobody's ever faced him wearing a motorcycle helmet, completely on crystal meth.
And Joel's not even 32 years old.
Can I just say I've never been terrified for Joel before?
This is very exciting. Now, let me also remind everybody, if Grum wins, he becomes the new drummer on Kill Tony. That means the 35 laughs that Joel has contributed to the show so far this episode alone will be nothing from now on. It'll just be Grum sitting back there with a helmet while people hoop and holler because of one night in Sacramento.
We will be canceled immediately.
That means he's going to do 4 shows in San Francisco. This means if he wins, he's going to Australia with us next week, to Brisbane, Melbourne, and Sydney. You guys will decide this man's destiny. The inside of his helmet is steaming up. This could play a factor. Ladies and gentlemen, the drum solo of Grum Jeremy. Wow, powerful performance.
Wow.
That's sort of dwindled out there at the end. That's Grum Jeremy. Let's have Grum safely clear the stage. Help him and make sure he doesn't fall through the glass. There's nothing but glass behind you there, Grum. All right. Okay, so now you stand over here next to Red Band, sort of. Let's get him right over here. No, it's okay. Stay right next to Red Band, right fucking there. Right there, just like that. Just right there. Don't move anywhere else. Face that way. Stop fucking moving. Face that way, Grum. Live show. And now, defending his throne, undefeated all time in the history of Mexican drum-offs, Kill Tony's own, with his life on the line. If he loses this, he has to move to fucking Carmichael. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you one of my funniest friends on the planet, the one and only Joel Jimenez. Here we go. He has a goddamn water cooler. He's got the dick from yesterday on his mouth. He just spiked a dildo.
He's got a water cooler. He still has his tie on. He has a giant purple dildo. This is unbelievable. He is furious. He just flipped off Grom Jeremy. He's undefeated all time. He has no shoes on. Ladies and gentlemen, are you ready? I present to you Gilbert Joel Jimenez. Wow, drumstick in his mouth. He's calling for something. Oh, he's chugging a beer. He's chugging a fucking beer. He throws it. He's playing with one bare hand. Oh my God! He's got the sickle. He's threatening to hurt him. Let me remind everybody. Turn around. Stand. Joel, stand up.
He's a fucking doggy.
Let me remind everybody that Joel made fun of a guy earlier for not having an ass.
SpongeBob swear butt right here.
Wow. Oh my God. Oh, he's making it clap. He's making it clap. Oh my God. This is incredible. This is going to be absolutely down to the wire, ladies and gentlemen. He came out with a little white penis on his mouth. He's wearing, I don't even know, did you break that? That was his final hit of the drum. He threw the little dildo at the drum. It goes out of the audience.
It fell inside the girl.
There you go. Fuck yeah. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, let's get a verdict here. How many of you have the defending challenger, Grom Jeremy, winning this thing? Whoa, that is a lot. That's a lot. How many of you have Joel Jimenez winning? Wow. He's putting his foot behind it. The fuck? He's putting his foot behind it. Oh my God. Wow. And still the retaining Mexican drum-off champion. I will say this. If you guys are wondering, we've been to all of them, and I'm pretty sure everyone up here will agree. That is the closest anyone's ever come to winning the Mexican.
Give it up for Elon Musk.
Yes, the helmet went a long way. The helmet got a lot of points for originality, and you stayed true to character. Joelberg is celebrating. He's hitting cymbals with his feet, being ultra Mexican. Anything you want to say right now, Joel? You're out of breath. Your tie is on your head. You threw a dildo.
Just so you fucking autistic psychopath, fucking motorcycle idiots know. I'm not new to this. I'm true to this. Suck my dick. Go fuck yourself.
Joel Jimenez takes this job very seriously, and while obviously this is a comedy show, he takes all these challenges very seriously too. How about one more time for Grom Jeremy? Thank you, Grom. Grom Jeremy. He surprised me there. I did not see a Mexican drum off coming with that guy.
That was very, very talented.
He really fooled us. He pretended like he barely knew anything about the show, and then boom, played drums. 32 years. It doesn't get closer than that. That was a great challenge. Wow, that was incredible. My goodness gracious. Great balls of fire. All right, let's just keep the momentum going. You guys want to do something fun right now? Obviously, that's not good enough. So we'll just do it some other time. We'll save it. Oh, okay. Well, in that case, I will tell you that obviously we have a band on this show. Obviously, we have the Bucket and Red Band and me and all these fun things. But I should tell you that we also have a regular on this show.
He came with us. He's here all the way from Los Angeles, California. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you the one and the only William Montgomery. Here he is, in the flesh, live in Sacramento, California. Here he is, the real deal.
You just called me a pussy. Are you really going to mess this up? I was trying to give a shout out to Daryl Steinberg, y'all's current mayor right now. Big ups. Daryl, if you're watching this, just please accept my LinkedIn request. I had to stop smoking weed because I got real addicted to the embalming fluid.
Let me hear y'all make some noise if you ever baked your own dough. To try to see how your dog would react.
And your dog ends up just trying to eat you. That was a mistake. I shouldn't have told that joke. Oh my God. I don't know.
Wow, William. I love it.
I don't know. That piece of shit really threw me off.
No, you're good. Everybody else, you know, a lot of people are doing their first minute ever. William is one of the longest tenured regulars in the show's history. How long have you been with the show now, William?
10 months.
That's it? All right, well, he's one of the guys in which it feels like it's been the longest tenure ever. William, we've been having
It's been
fun.
10 months now. 10 long months. I've had nightmares. I've had dreams. I've had premonitions. I've had it. You name it. I'm a mathematician.
Let me tell you guys that had some fun last night. We're all staying in the same big house right now, and I got to hang out with William away from the comedy club, and I realized that William is funny all the time. Even if he's just sitting on a couch watching something, really all the time. If you ever just look at William, you just start laughing. It's pretty interesting. William, you're one of my favorite people I've ever seen before. What's winking at people? Are you winking? Are you giving away winks for free? Wow, look at that, just giving it away. We've never seen this before.
Daryl, accept my request.
He's demanding a LinkedIn approval from the mayor of Sacramento. Daryl what?
Steinberg.
He's
a hell of a mayor. Do you want to say that again? Please stop it.
Wow. Oh my goodness, this is a big fan. Obviously, he follows you on the Instagram. Is this correct, Michael? Oh, we've seen this before. This is where William recognizes somebody in the audience.
Michael Richards?
Yes, that's him.
So nice to see you. We've had long talks about dreams, about nightmares, about...
You had dreams about nightmares?
I had dreams about nightmares.
That's incredible. My goodness. Have you been having fun? This is your first time to Sacramento, correct?
It's been fun. Daryl helped me come up with a t-shirt. It says on the front of it, it's not lupus, it's your birthday.
Hey, I like that. That's pretty fucking catchy. That's pretty goddamn catchy indeed. Now, the guy in the audience just referenced something about a bathtub. I did see something earlier on Instagram. That was you. Is that you in the bathtub? Was that at the bathtub in the house that we're staying at?
It was in Las Vegas.
Oh, it's from a different time. Okay, just checking. I don't know. William, are you listening to me? Okie dokie. Sometimes he fades in and out. It's a normal thing with him. It's all good. So today, anything that happened today in Sacramento that you enjoyed in real life?
I just hope someone out there has some Vaseline. I have some horrible jock
There's a bad chafing in between my legs.
Now, this is something that you've been mentioning in real life.
It's bad. It
often.
hurts to walk right now.
So, how do you end up getting jock itch?
I don't
Because
know.
You sweat profusely down there?
It's from having no thigh gap whatsoever.
Yeah. I could let you know. It's when your thighs rub together. A lot of waiters have that.
What'd you just say, Rabbi?
I'm talking about your gapless.
A lot of what?
Waiters, like servers. And if you put some flour in there, it helps at a restaurant.
There you go. Red band, getting it all out there. This segment of the show brought to you by Double Tito's and Soda.
Yeah.
There's Advil. I took 2 Advil before I walked up on the stage. I'm feeling
The Advil got your little buzz?
It has.
Wow. What else do you do to get buzzed sometimes? What else have you been taking recently? Man, that Advil's really kicking in, huh?
I feel horribly edged right now. This is a bad mistake coming up here.
What do you want to do about it?
Can I tell Charlie right off, bro? No. No. Objection, Your Honor. Objection, Your Honor. I have a friend who's paralyzed from the waist up, which is a blessing because he's an answer.
There you go. I like that joke.
That's a good one. If I like it when my mom goes out of town because I get to sleep on her side of the bed.
There you go. The classic. That's one of my favorite jokes of all time.
Yeah, why don't you tell us another joke? What you just fucking heard before, you know?
Please stop.
Leaving the witness.
Well, you might think you're absolutely fantastic. I think some of your famous one-liners are absolutely timeless, and I love them every time I hear them. So I just want to let you know that I have your little freckle-covered head.
Got to do bracelet, zebra. It's probably
Another oldie but a goodie. And another brand new minute. Another brand new minute from William Montgomery right here in Sacramento. Is there anything else you want to say to these people before you go?
Michael, I appreciate our dialogue we've had online. It was so sweet.
There you go. How about one more time for the great William Montgomery, everybody?
Wow. They're going deep.
Oh my God. The band. Unbelievable. A little free bird out here. Oh yeah. Free bird. It's the national anthem of the best. Overnight anthem. I'd like to do your name together for Joe Tony you, everyone. Joe Tony you. Back to the show we go. Hey. Yeah, come on, it's Joe Tony, you everybody.
Women don't pay attention. When you look like me, it's really hard to get action. When you look like me, it's really hard to get. Consent. Oh, you laugh. Consent is very popular now. Everybody wants consent with their sex. Sometimes they get partial consent. Like I picked up a chick in the bar. She let me fuck her, but she wouldn't let me tell anybody. That's not complete consent. I want to keep camera crib.
I don't want to get half lucky. I don't want to call it. I don't use condoms. Think I'm going to give a girl another 30 seconds to change her mind after she sees this?
Wow! Look at that! That's how you do it! Right down the barrel. Fucking awesome, dude. I love your fucking style, bro. You set him up and you fucking knocked him down. Played soft in the beginning. Oh, no, and the next thing you know, you're just fucking this audience.
Lucy hypocrite.
Yeah, dude. I fucking love you, bro. Yeah, the real Jimmy Santo or something like that. Sticking with the law firm over here. You might have some new lawyers.
Yes, are you a single man?
I honestly,
Legend needs to be a song that is it from
Yeah. Absolutely. Heck yeah. All right. Yeah, go ahead.
my first wife, I've been with 4 years.
Oh, I like that. There you go. Fuck yeah. Such a creepy hand pie. You can see the little bit of glitter just snowing in front of me right now. Wow, that is incredible. How long have you been doing stand-up, Joe?
Just a little over a year.
A little over a year. So rock solid. Such a good performer. You take your time. You actually give a performance. You're not just like you're rambling a bunch of words that you memorize. You use timing. You're listening to the crowd. You're waiting for moments. Just mind that. And you do this a lot. Right? You do a lot of yeah, exactly. And that's exactly it. It's a great place to work on that type of stuff because you can't just practice in front of a mirror. You clearly are listening. And I bet you know close to being flat. I bet you get a room that, yeah, it's a little shaky sometimes. You probably get some groans here and there. Is all this stuff mostly like sort of like 30? Yeah, of course. Oh yeah. Stick with what you know. Absolutely. So the last time you hooked up with a chick, like when was that? What was that like?
You mean for free?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I want to know about the free one. Either one. I want to know whoever. You paid or was free? What is a massage thing? Right down the street on the left side. It's really good. There you go. Oh, yes. There's always a massage place down the street. With the market, yes, indeed. Okay. How about the free one? Let's get the free one.
Girl, I got the skirt in my house. She's winking at me.
What, her butthole?
Yeah, she's giving me a little
Oh, yeah.
Is that what that means?
She winked at you. Yeah, she winked at you with her sword out. Oh, okay. There you go. There you go. Get rid of it. Red band. There you go. It's all, there we go. Lots of attention over here right now on your so let's keep following through. So you saw a girl's butt. She hiked up a skirt. Is this true? I'm just asking for an honest answer. It's like, what happened?
Well, that's not
Oh, hello. What was the first thing?
I was on a cruise and drinking martinis with this chick, and she moved over and said, I'll give you $100 if you do my thing.
Is that true? I'll do it for free. Yeah. I mean, you probably would have done it for free, right? What was that? How big is this girl? 400?
She's good looking, good bike rider, belly condition.
Oh, yeah.
You said she's a waitress?
Yeah. The dancer and she rides dirt bikes. Dirt bikes and belly dancing and just being a dirty belly. My goodness.
So I said 200.
Ooh, power negotiator. I like that. Fuck yeah. Someone read the art of the deal.
But I'm not going to fuck you.
Oh, damn right. You made her want it. So you ate her pussy for $200 and then what?
Well, first I did all the things off the salad thing.
Wow. Salad fans?
Salad thing.
What are salad fans? Salad fans. Oh,
By the way, before we ate the pussy, his voice wasn't near this crystal.
I go, like, yeah, I eat it for 200.
I love it. You still work?
No,
We're not there. What do you do?
I'm
You were an attorney? Wow. You see this guy? This is what a fucking attorney looks like. What kind of an attorney were you?
intellectual property.
What?
out of here. Sorry, I got kind of property I'd like you to look at. Not bad. What's the next thing you look at? My goodness. What's the weirdest thing you've ever had in your touch, Joe? Well, I fell down on a barbecue. Really? Yeah, it was a mistake. Well, the doctor didn't do it. Wow. But, you know, some of this football, you'll get feet first or head first? Actually, a good question. Are you sure it was a Barbie or was it a kid? You know what I'm talking about? I don't do that. I don't do that unless I accidentally go down the lavender heights. You know what I mean? One time I went to Faces and ended up with a Kendall on my ass. And I'm not talking about the reading. Sorry, forget it. All right, Joe. Well, you're so much fun. Anything else crazy that we should know about you? You seem like it. I feel like I could talk with you fucking forever, man. If it was up to me, I would just keep you up here until tomorrow morning.
He looks like Colonel Sanders is now in Sons of Anarchy.
It's true. It's true. Absolutely. You do have quite the look to you. You look like Kenny Rogers got high on his own supply. Chicken reference. My goodness. Well, Joe, it's so much fucking fun. Do you have any other hobbies or anything like that? What do you do to pass the time now that you're retired?
You know, I walk around a lot and eat stuff.
Yeah, fuck yeah. Especially when people are offering you $200 that you're eating a lot of stuff.
He looks like Jeff lives under bridges.
Hey, look at that. Yeah. Fuck yeah. All right, Joe. Well, I mean, so much fucking fun. I absolutely love comedians like you. This is proof that, it's not about when you start. It's not about how you fucking, approach things. It's not about trying to blend in. You're a guy that came up with a look. It's the same thing Bridget Bennett did with all of her 10 years of experience. You're talking about what you appear like. You're giving us misdirects. You're setting it up. You're sneaking in punches and getting big laughs. And that's what this shit is all about. You have a great knack for it. I can't wait to see you again. Fuck yeah. Let us know if you're ever in LA, man. Yeah, let us know for sure. And how about this, Joe? Next time we do a show here in Sacramento, I want to see you again next year, so you'll get a minute automatically. How about that? There you go. Joe Conyu. He's on Facebook at Joe Conyu. That's Konyu. Gron Jeremy, by the way, is on Instagram at GronJeromy. It's a very hard spelling there. My goodness, such a fucking fun episode. You guys having fun out there, huh? How many of you guys listen to this show every week? Well, then maybe you guys actually know. I don't know if you guys know this or not, but we have a brand new regular on this show. Did you guys know that? Would you guys like it if we brought him all the way up here with us tonight? Great. Well, then I present to you the brand newest regular on Cold Sunny. I believe this is only his second or third regular spot. He's a goddamn anomaly. Put your hands together for the great David Lucas, everybody. Come on, one more time, good and loud for the great David Lucas.
Yeah. Hell yeah. Don't you hate when you've been walking on a treadmill for an hour and you look down and it's only been 10 minutes? Like, who the fuck put me in the Twilight Zone? You know? Cardio time is in the Matrix. You know, they measure that shit like dog years. You know? Cardio time is like 1. Two. The crazy thing about the treadmill is that it doesn't even really get you in shape. You know what I'm saying? Like I can walk around on the treadmill, but I'm out of breath when I walk to my car. You know what I mean?
Fuck yes. The great David Lucas. That was awesome. Rock one. Fuck yeah. Another great new brand spanking new minute. David Lucas, welcome. Was that today you were on the treadmill?
No, I ain't do shit today, but eat Chinese food and lay my ass on the sofa and watch YouTube.
That's right. Absolutely.
Like a real fucking comedian.
That's right. Absolutely. David Lucas is also staying with all of us in the same crazy big house. It's,
I'm kind of like an outbreak. I'm the only black kid in the house.
well, I mean, everybody's a little bit different. I mean, William looks like William all the time. So
Yeah, I saw a photo today of all of us together, and I was like, in no other world would these fucking people be hanging out together.
Right. I would have saved you hanging out with a fucking Confederate soldier.
I know. It's
true.
Do you think William would make soldier?
Hell yeah. He wouldn't be a soldier, he'd be a fucking drummer or some shit.
He'd be the water boy for the army.
He'd be back there and say, I don't know. Well, that's enough for you right now.
We did it.
I want to hear it. How dare you?
What are y'all? Y'all got some prejudice in their ears today.
We're lawyers.
I don't need that.
Not yet. The only person who tips scales of justice is you.
David.
Tony got arrested for doing condom flavored drugs.
That's
It's fucking the best flavor bubble yum there is.
In LA, he was talking to big man.
That's right.
First to free.
You chew a lot of things too, right? And you swallow. Because you can't digest it. You got a bunch of stuff in there. Yeah, I love this. I love this shirt you're wearing. I've never seen you look literally like a black hole before. Good.
Damn, Super Steve.
How do you know Scuba Steve? How do you know anything about getting underwater?
I'm white as shit.
All right.
Y'all was playing one of my favorite songs earlier. Fucking,
yeah, we found
so
out.
like one day they killed himself in
We found out yesterday that he actually knows a bunch of. We realized that he loves white people music.
Yeah, it's been a while since I could hang my head up high. It's been a while since I first saw you.
Hey! Look at this.
You got it right there?
It's all happening here. It's a long intro on this one.
I actually like country even better.
Really? What kind of country do you like? I mean, other than
I like
you like country rock or country crop?
No. Clark Cook. Hey, how many people know this song? Blame it on my roots. I showed up in boots. Whoa! You was a black tie. The whole crowd is last one to know. The last one to show. I was the last one you thought you see there. And I saw the surprise and the fear in his eyes. And I took a glass of champagne. Sing it, Sacramento. You will know me. You never. Cause I got friends that know place where the whiskey is dry and the beer chases my blues away. I'll be okay. Hey. I'm not feeling going so great. Take a flip on down to the young ways to go. I got good and low places. But yeah. Woo!
Fucking amazing. How about one more time for the great David Lucas, everybody? Unbelievable. Unfucking believable. One of my favorite Kill Tony moments ever. I don't think we've ever had the entire crowd sing a song quite like that before. God, I love that motherfucker. I can't believe he knows. Can you believe he knows the words to songs that people in Sacramento know? Right? Mind-boggling. That was incredible. Didn't mention Zantac once. Oh, there you go. All right.
Give it up a crumb of Chris for playing that immediately.
That was incredible. I mean, the band is absolutely the best damn band in the world. So you guys think? Go to the bucket one more time? Is that how you want to do it? Okay. God. All right. Now, normally that would be, a great way to end the show, and we'd all go out happy. This is a real risk going back to this bucket of destiny one more time. Are you guys sure you want to do this? All right. Let's see what happens.
Yeah, Sacramento's like, we know nothing about happy endings. Let's go back to the bucket.
Down the street on the left. Experience going to be your final comedian of the night, Michael Chavez, everyone. Michael Chavez. I feel like there could be multiple Michael Chavez's in this room, so perhaps there's going to be a traffic jam here any moment. Here he comes. One more time for Michael Chavez. Oh, this is way more intimidating from this part of the stage.
I really hate dating. Like, I'm so single, I get ghosted by foreigners trying to steal my private information. No, I'm kidding. I'm actually single because I have committed issues, but it kind of runs in the family. Like, even my mom couldn't commit to my abortion. Yeah. No, it's true. She said she went to the surgery, and the doctor was really late, and she was really tired, so she fell asleep. And in her sleep, she almost rolled off the table, and she took it as a sign from God to just leave. And I was like, really? Mom, God? The same God that made you 4 foot 10 with 10 kids, all boys? Yeah, 10 kids and all boys. My mom has the same amount of kids as you have toes. And all boys. So imagine if your toes had dicks. Thank you. All right, Michael Chavez. There you go. I guess so. Michael Chavez. There you go. There you go. I'm gonna hold on to this thing. I'm scared of shit right now.
What do you mean? Why are you so afraid? What's going on?
I have really bad anxiety. Hey, Joel, how you doing?
Yeah, definitely. That was a heavy high five out.
Oh, sorry.
I DVD after that.
Yeah.
So, Michael, what was that? First time doing stand-up?
No, actually, I've done it about 10 times
10
since
times.
May.
10 times since May. Okay.
Yes, sir.
And what do you do for work?
I'm a merchandise and inventory manager for some random fucking retail thing.
Random.
And how do you do Baldwin University? I liked it. I thought he was silly. I thought that was a lot of fun. I actually loved him. Thank you. I liked it too. Despite the abortion, I liked it. That was my favorite part.
So, is that true? Your mom told you that she was going to have an abortion?
Yeah. When I was 13, my mom told me that.
And wait, why would a mom tell you that? What were you doing? I mean, I don't understand. I'm not sure if that she has 10 kids, but she almost aborted you.
Yeah. I don't know why. I mean, I think it was just a really hard time for her at the time.
Are you like in the middle somewhere?
Oh yeah, I'm number 5.
Wow, number 5. What would make her abort? I just don't understand. Like, I mean, maybe it was the way that you kicked or something like that.
Oh, I don't know. No, it was just a really tough time between her and my dad at the time.
Yeah, that was my next question. Is it all the same guy for the 10 kids?
No.
Yeah. How many different dads in this?
There are 5 different dads.
Whoa, damn. Yeah. 5 dads, 2 kids each.
Oh shit.
Shit.
2 kids each with.
No, the first batch she had 2. The
Right.
next
It's
batch,
okay.
she
We
had
get
2.
it. That's enough. I was just gonna make a joke about how you guys can all have competitions like 2-on-2 basketball.
Can your mom tie cherry stem in a knot with her mouth?
I've never asked her to.
You should
I
do
really
it.
don't want to. No.
Yeah.
Don't put that thought in my brain, Brian Redband. God damn it.
Hell yeah, absolutely. So Michael, what else? What do you do for fun? Tell us more about your life.
What I do? I just adopted 2 kittens recently.
2 kittens.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't
Same
know.
dad or 2 different dads?
Oh. No, you know what the funny thing is? I found out it actually is 2 different dads.
Wow.
Yeah, they have 2 different coats, same eyes, so they're from the same mom, but 2 different dads.
Kind of like your family.
Yeah.
So you've got 2 cats. You live by yourself?
Yeah, I do live by myself. Yeah.
Yeah. How long have you lived by yourself?
Actually, let's see, since December, so 11 months.
11 months.
Yeah.
Absolutely. You ever get any girls back there?
I have one that I'm talking to right now. Yeah.
Hell yeah.
Yeah. She's nice.
Where'd you meet her at?
Where was she last seen?
Over here. Where'd you meet her at?
I met her. She works at a casino in Reno. That's where I lived, and that's where I met her.
Oh wow, you live in Reno?
Yes, sir. I'm from Fresno, California, but I moved to Reno maybe about 11 months ago.
What brings you to Sacramento tonight?
To see you.
You drove here from Reno?
Yes, sir.
Wow.
Yeah.
How long of a drive is that?
2.5 hours, maybe 2 hours. Yeah.
I didn't realize we're that close to Reno.
Yeah.
It feels right. We drove further to be here tonight.
My goodness.
Yeah, no, I came yesterday too. Did the same thing.
Oh, that's so cool. So you stayed around here, or did you drive back to Reno?
No, I had a doctor's appointment this morning, so I had to go back home.
Wow, how'd the doc's appointment go?
I found out I have gallstones, so if there's anything here.
Gallstone, wow.
Yeah,
Okay, so you have a gallstone. Do you have any allergies?
I mean, I might be allergic to Oxycontin.
You really? Have you been doing that?
I don't know what it's called.
Oh my god!
Yeah.
How long have you been doing Oxycontin for?
I did it one time, and I got like really bad shortness of breath. My throat kind of started swelling up a little bit.
You did it one time?
Yeah, just one time.
When was that?
About a week ago.
And you just loved it?
No, I didn't. No, I was in a lot of pain because of my gallstones, and one of my friends gave me it. So, yeah.
Gallstones?
Yeah.
So is that a Mexican thing?
No, I have gallstones.
You have
Go. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, no, really, I have gallstones. It's really fucking painful. It sucks.
Yeah. How do you
gallstones? Your
You look like you have cold stones.
You're
creamery. Gall. Look at me. Michael, over here. Gall.
Yeah, sorry.
Say it. Gall.
Gallstone.
It's pronounced tamarind.
There you go.
Tamarind, yeah.
Booyah. So, where, how do you do? Are they going to end up doing surgery on you, or are you going to pass them? What happens?
No, you can't pass them. You basically have to get your gallbladder taken out. It's
Lucky. Yeah.
Your gallbladder.
Yeah.
You suck at saying words.
I fucking suck. Yeah, no. This is one thing that's really bad at me. I really fucking suck at saying words.
All right, say instead of Disneyland, say Disney.
Disneyland?
No, what's the other one? Disney.
The bigger one. What's the bigger one? Everybody else can say this
Disney World.
Yeah, even he can say that word that you can't say any day of your life.
Disney World.
Yes,
Disney
very
World.
good. So, interesting stuff. Your love life. Have we talked about this yet?
I mentioned.
Yeah, you've been talking to a girl. What's the farthest you've gotten with her yet? Have you put it in her vagina yet?
No, I haven't put it in her for China.
You took that bad version of the word purposefully that I made, and you made it even worse. You called it a vagina. I said a vagina. Even you're like, no, we can do worse. No, I have not put it in her vagina.
Well, I mean,
what is in my vagina?
Just for you.
Yeah. No, we have a lot of great stuff.
Yeah, I don't know if you guys know this or not, but you're not allowed to do Asian accents anymore if you're a white guy. I don't know if you know this. You're not allowed to do that. However, Asian guys are allowed to try to sound like a white guy, they are. They've been trying for hundreds of years. It's a new stand-up joke that I've been doing. I don't know why I just threw it out for no reason on this show.
Free one.
Oh, wow, you guys like that? Oh, okay. You guys are an appreciative, smart comedy audience, and I love you for that.
Can Mexicans do it?
Can you do what?
An Asian accent?
I don't know. Why don't you try?
What does the audience think? Can an
It's like a... What do you think? Are you in trouble?
The Asian lady in the front row signed off on it.
Whoa,
Okay.
she did. Look at that.
Give me something to say. What do you want me to say?
What should he say? You're the Asian. You're the resident Asian. You should give him something to say.
You don't have to do it in the accent. I'll do it for you.
Yeah.
I don't care about SNL.
Anything works. He can literally say anything that you want. He could make it. You could make it your name. You could make it. You could have him look at you dead in the eye and tell you that you want him to eat your ass haro.
Yeah. Whatever.
Oh, okay. Oh, another ground. I don't know what is going on.
Me love you long time.
All right, there you go. All right. Michael Chavez, fun times. Thanks for coming on the show. There he goes, Michael Chavez, everybody. And we did it. That's another episode of Gil Tony, episode 401 live from Sacramento. After the show, there's going to be a little line out there. And if you guys, oh, look, Ryan 32 tonight's episode. After the show, there's going to be a little line, and Ryan J's going to be slinging posters. We're going to be signing them and taking pictures with you and having a bunch of other fun things. There's the new Kill Tony pin, the new Tony Hinchcliffe pin, available with or without facial hair. I draw it on with a Sharpie myself if you want it. Those are only $10. And there's also the brand new Kill Tony t-shirts.
Yes.
It's the first place that they've ever gone to. They literally just went for sale. You're the first people that have a chance of getting the new Kill Tony. That's not it. The new
Kill Tony t-shirts, and there's a lot of Death Squad shirts out there, posters, the gayest calendar you'll ever see.
That's right. How about another hand for the great, the one and the only Jeremiah Watkins, huh? Jeremiah is the leader of the band. He's also the host of Jeremiah Wonders, the podcast. He's on YouTube at Jeremiah Watkins and social media at Jeremiah Stand Up, and the gayest calendar in the history of all time. The Kill Tony, the band calendar, is for sale. They sold a record amount last night, and they're also for sale here tonight. Jeremiah?
Yes, I've got some headlining dates I'd like to plug real quick. November 16th, Huntington Beach. Also in St. Louis, the 29th through 30th of November. And I'll be in Kansas City, December 19th through 21st. And Chicago, January 2nd through 4th. Tickets to JeremiahWatkins.com. Thank you. Love
There you go. And how about one more time for the one and only silent but deadly Chroma Chris, ladies and gentlemen. He batted 1,000 tonight. Chroma, what'd you think about tonight's episode?
The show will never lose its appeal. That's it.
And then here we are. Oh, a lot of work for this guy tonight. How about one more time for the one and only Joel Jimenez, huh? Busy episode. This guy saw this guy throw a white cock at a snare drum 4 times tonight. You know, that's a busy day at the office.
That's right.
He's on social media mostly. Sorry, he's sponsored by Ludwig. He's one of the official artists. Right between Dave Grohl and fucking
John Bonham, Ringo Starr.
Yeah. Anything else?
I want to give a shout out to Brian Redband for taking a fucking flight home to grab equipment and come back. You're the real hero tonight, Brian.
Absolutely, yeah. What a superhero. He forgot the equipment in Los Angeles. Yeah, let's give him more shout outs.
No, but he did what it took to get it all back together, and I love you, Brian.
Sure, yes, absolutely. What a great. Let's give him
Thank you, Joelberg.
Give him extra credit.
Joel, if you loved him, you would have never brought it up on this podcast.
Yes, indeed. Redman flew all the way to LA today and back because he forgot his equipment in Los Angeles yesterday.
Or there was 5 comics all outside my house with 20 suitcases, and that was the one suitcase we
Never mind, I take it back.
Yes, there you go.
Thank you, Joel.
There you go.
I love you.
Shout out to all the people that don't forget their most massive responsibilities of work and life. But how about one more hand for Red Band? Sure.
Oh, thank you, Tony. Thank you so much. I got 3 hours of sleep. I love you.
And make sure you Google image Kathy before you go to bed tonight.
And go to infinitecbd.com, use the code Tony15 and save 15% on all the amazing products. We're not selling anything crazy. We literally believe in this product. Use it. Use the promo code so that they know we sent you. Sacramento, these last 2 nights, I swear to God, you guys that have been here know they're 2 of my favorite episodes ever. Thank you guys so much.
Love you guys.
We
Thank
love
you.
you. Good night.
Okay, hold on right there. We're up against a hard break, and we're going to go into the pyramids next. More Bill and Henry. We come back on Best of Christian. Hi, Jordan Christmas and the MI 24-hour newsroom. The LA City Council announced BMO Stadium will host flag football and lacrosse events during the 2028 Summer Olympics. During the events, the venue will officially be referred to as Exposition Park Stadium. 2028 will be the debut of flag football for the Olympics and a return to lacrosse for the first time since 1908. Deion Sanders signed a contract extension with the University of Colorado, making him one of the highest paid coaches in college football. Rob Dawson has more.
Buffs Athletic Director Rick George says Deion Sanders' contract has been extended through the 2029 season. It increases his yearly base salary to $10 million this year, making him the top earning coach in the Big 12 and one of the top 10 highest paid coaches in the nation. George credited Sanders with the turnaround from 1-11 to a bowl berth in just 2 seasons. He says Sanders has revolutionized college football and has restored the Bucs to its rightful place as a national power.
The Highway 62 in Lancaster. From the KFI 24-hour newsroom, I'm Jordan Christmas.
Are you a business owner, CEO, or responsible for marketing? If you are, iHeartMedia can help you reach your goals and find new customers. We reach more consumers in your target area than anyone else, and we can give you access to those potential customers more cost-effectively across radio, digital, podcasting, and social. We'd love to show you how iHeartMedia can work for you. Get started today by calling 844-844-iHeart. That's 844-844-iHeart.
Prohibition. It's no secret that banning alcohol didn't stop people from living it up in the 1920s.
When we're 5 years into prohibition, the government is starting to go, okay, this isn't working.
I'm Ed Helms, and on season 3 of Snafu, we're taking you back to the 1920s and the tale of Formula 6. What you probably don't know about prohibition is that American citizens were dying due to poisoned liquor, and all along, an unlikely duo was trying desperately to stop the corruption behind it. Open your free iHeartRadio app, search Snafu, and listen now. KFI AM 640. I actually stand on off-ramps of freeways with a sign, we'll keep commercials for food. You would too. Of course I would. Live 6 to 9 a.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. When you see someone eating alone, what do you think? I feel sorry for those people. And restaurants are changing their menus. Here's a regular menu, and here is our menu for single people. They'll handle and it's labeled
The Loser Menu, live 6 to 9 a.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. You have to watch the incremental changes that you can shrug off. No, it's not that big a deal. Oh, it's just a little thing. Oh, you need to get used to that. No. It's not about one little thing. It's about 1,000 of them that they stack up. Before you know it, life is transformed. John Cowell, and that's what they want to do. Live 1 to 4 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. Nobody ever has any change there. You pay with a 20 at 7-Eleven, it's like you're bringing a $1,000 bill in. And got it in your money. What are we going to do? They're going to save. Put the timer on. The Tim Connolly Jr. Show. People who stick around for 20 minutes and get changed. No, I'm not going to do that. Live 4 to 7 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. The rest of the country works. Everything works, and it works the way you remember life used to work here. And it still is that way. You bet you the world. John Cowell, how do they think with their rules? Next time. Live 1 to 4 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. KFI, AM 640, more stimulating talk. KFI live and everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. International callers can reach Rich by calling their 8 countries with access number, pressing option 5, and dialing toll-free 800-893-0903. Send Rich a text message anytime at 818-298-6521. From the city that knows this is Coast to Coast AM with Rich Barrett. Our guests tonight is William Henry. We're totally live, so absolutely free to call and ask him questions. I feel like William Henry might be the best storyteller on all of ancient aliens, so I'm really excited that he's here with us tonight. William, I want to kind of ask you about, before you were on, we were having some phone problems, and one of our callers said, you need to pay attention to singularity, content singularity, and he was saying, you just pick that up. I'm just seeing if you were there sometime. It kind of feel like it's a connection between geography and disclosure and singularity. Can you get into that? In just a few minutes. Okay, you don't listen to the show to break that down. Either way, it's not working.
So, by singularity, what I refer to is the technological singularity. The singularity is similar to the Big Bang, the creation out of nothing, instant manifestation. But the
be laughing. The real famous Punchline Sacramento for a brand new episode of Countdown to Get Up Time. Come on, Sacramento. You can do better than that. Let's fucking go. Yeah! Episode 401, live from Sacramento. Brian Ribbon's here, everybody! Hey, everyone! Holy Stromboli. This is exciting. This is the road to Kill Tony Mania, which means there's special shows. Hey, look over here. It's so special that house artist all the way from Los Angeles, Ryan J. Ebelt, is here. Drawing tonight's episode. He has special Kill Tony Mania and Road to Kill Tony Mania posters available for sale. A bunch of other cool, awesome prints from the history of Kill Tony available after the show. We're going to be signing them, taking pictures with you guys if you want, blah, 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 blah. We are in Sacramento live. We're recovering. We all did meth last night. It was exciting. Best bet. Into our words. We said episode 400 in Sacramento. We're all doing meth. And we fucking did it. We had a grand old time, and we are excited to be back. We are.
Exactly, and that's why I'm a part of a belief that AI is artificial intelligence, but it's really an alien intelligence, and it should be treated as such. That during our Ancient Aliens live show, we're asked the question: if you could talk with an alien, you could ask an alien any question, what would it be? And my first response is, I have to ask an alien, Beatles or the Stones? Is the Beatles Zeppelin or the Who? Because that's Zeppelin a lot of houses, right? You know that. Next question is, are you
in San Francisco, California.
San Francisco. This is it. It's the Late Show. Let's fucking go. Make some noise. Yeah, how about one more time? Good luck for the Podfather himself, the great Brian Redband, everybody. I'm so drunk. The master of podcasts. We are here for Kill Tony Mania 2, the Late Show. Live. How fucking exciting is this, man? And hey, look, it's the house artist, Ryan J. Ebelt, right over there, all the way from Los Angeles. He draws every single episode of the show, including tonight's. While you all sit there enjoying yourself, he's going to be drawing tonight's episode. So much fun stuff happening. Wow. Really into playing DJ right now, huh? I'm DJ Brian. Yeah, DJ Dead Pig over here. All right, this is exciting. Very good. All right. Keep going on the road. We're having a lot of fun. We have 2 more sold out. How many of you guys are coming tomorrow, huh? You guys are very lucky. I put a lot of fucking effort and thought into this crazy shit. So we're going to have a lot of fun tonight and tomorrow as well. We go on to Australia just this week after this. Wednesday, we fly off to Brisbane. Friday, shows in Melbourne on Saturday and Sydney on Sunday. We go to D.C. in early November. We just announced Columbus, Ohio at the Newport Music Hall in December on the 12th, 14th in Pittsburgh at the Rex Theater, and the 15th in Cleveland at the House of Blues. Calgary, Canada in January. But we're here tonight, live in San Francisco. Kill Tony Manias are very special shows. How many of you were at Kill Tony Mania last year? That's a pretty good amount. Clearly, nobody in the back was here last year. Only the front is reacting to any question that I asked so far. How about people in the back? How many of you were here last year? Yeah, look at that. What a loyal following. A lot of new fans this past year. Fun fact, we did episode 300 here last year, and we just did episode 400 in Sacramento. We're on 404 or 403 right now. Something crazy. Yeah, it's 403.
Parlors ever.
It's unbelievable.
And you guys know how it works. And you might know that on the road shows we normally go guestless, but tonight on Kill Tony Mania is one of the special things is you get to see some of your favorite people in the show's history do panel after they do a special guest spot. We alternate bucket guest spots and things like that. So there you go. Now you guys may know, if you're real fans of the show, that we do have a band on this show, ladies and gentlemen. It's a real thing. They do characters every single episode. We never know if they're going to be something from the past that we've seen before, or a brand new character. Like the last episode, the famous cat burglars made a return. We don't know what they're going to be tonight. Let's all find out together. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you the best damn band in the land. Some of my funniest friends. It's the Kill Tony Band. Jeremiah Watkins, Chroma Chris. Special guest tonight joining the band, Jesse Johnson. And on drums, Joel Jimenez. Make some noise, everybody. Oh, no fucking way. Wait a second. No way. This is my favorite TV show of all time, The Golden Girls, ladies and gentlemen. We've never seen them on this show before. This is the first time that the Golden Girls have ever been on. I remember it if it happened. Oh my God. Jeremiah Watkins clearly beat Arthur tonight, the leader of the pack.
First time Jeremiah's wearing the clothing how he acts every day on the road.
There it is. That's an actual outfit. Jeremiah, you're B. Arthur, am I correct?
Dorothy, how you doing?
Oh, going by the American names. Okay, I'm gonna write that down. Dorothy. Hell yeah.
You're the transgender.
All right, Brian's floating out the first thing that comes to his head so far tonight. Here we are.
Oh, it's true. And you're clearly the intoxicated one, honey. You need some help.
Oh, he didn't get his joke out because we hit the Golden Girls thing. Next to him, we have Jesse Johnson joining the band, everybody. How exciting. And you are, I'm guessing, Rose, right?
I'm Rose. No, it's Tony. I just got the name of the show. Oh my God.
Rose, you're so oblivious. Fuck yeah. And clearly next to her we have what is so blatantly Blanche, unless you look at her at all.
Hello, Tony.
Hi,
I
Blanche.
could be my own San Francisco treat. I eat you up.
Oh yeah, there you go. Fuck yeah. And clearly over here, the one and the only, Joel's grandmother.
Name's Sophia's boy. I got battalion and I'm old.
Hi, Sophia. Oh yeah, you seem like you've never seen Golden Girls.
Picture this: San Francisco, 2019. Kill Tony Mania 2. Don't worry about it, pussycat.
Fuck yeah, I'm excited about this. You guys excited? The Golden Girls are here, everybody. And of course, we have a whole other part of this show, the Bucket of Destiny, everybody. A bunch of people signed up for the opportunity to come on this stage, do 60 seconds of what's supposed to be stand-up comedy uninterrupted, and then we interview you and talk with you about your life, find out more interesting stuff about you. You know your 60 seconds is up and you hear the sound of a kitten. That means wrap it up then, or else you're going to bring out the angry Castro District Bear. Oh my God. This is real tonight. This is really happening. I'm excited about this. You guys ready to start this fucking show or what? Here we go. But since this is Kill Tony Mania, what do you say before we go to the bucket? Let's just start with a special treat. You guys like special treats? Let's fucking do it. Ladies and gentlemen, we have regulars on this show. You guys like regulars? People that you get to watch grow over time and go on to do even bigger and greater things. A lot of people say this is like a modern day SNL or Tonight Show where you see comedic talent from the future. Would you guys agree? I present to you the newest regular on Kill Tony. Ladies and gentlemen, he's taken the whole show by a storm. I present to you one of my favorite top young rising comedians in the world. It's David Lucas, everybody. With a brand new minute. Never seen before minute from David Lucas.
Yeah. There's a lot of racism in the world, in case you guys didn't know. But you know what the most racist things are? Nursery rhymes. Did you guys know that nursery rhymes are racist? The most racist nursery rhyme is Bye Bye Black Sheep. You ever heard the lyrics? Bye Bye Black Sheep, have you any wool? Yes sir, 3 bags full. One for my master, like, hold on, what the fuck these white people got me reading in the 2nd grade? The most racist place in the world is a laundromat. You guys know that shit? Think about it. You can't wash the whites with the colors. Then you can't wash the dark colors with the light colors. And then the dark colors can't get hot water. Like, why the fuck the dark clothes can't get hot water? I don't see it.
Fuck yeah, David Lucas. Another brand new minute.
Yeah.
Fuck yeah. Heck yeah.
What's going on?
Fuck yeah, we have learned it. Hey, fuck yeah, we learned in Sacramento a couple nights ago that David Lucas has an affinity for white people music.
Yeah. My favorite band growing up was Hootie and the Blowfish and Matchbox 20.
Hell yeah. Fuck yeah. You look like you ate the Blowfish.
Hey, what was your favorite Hootie and the Blowfish song to karaoke?
Like the only one that they had a hit with.
Oh, you talking about Let It Cry?
No, the other one. I'm drunk. I'm not drunk, but I'm tipsy.
Oh shit. Fuck yeah. I think you heard that.
Hold my hand?
Oh, let's just
let's
relax a little bit there. Is there something you want to sing?
3 a.m.
Do you want to go a cappella or you want the background music?
I think the band can hold me down.
The band got you? Wow, they actually do know it. You guys planned this?
Baby, it's 3 a.m. I must be lonely. What's the other one? Said I don't know if I've ever been good enough. I'm a little bit rusty.
Fuck yeah, man.
I wanna push my way around. Well, I will. I wanna thank you for granted.
I can't believe how much of this song you know.
I wanna thank you for granted.
I will. Fuck yeah, David Lucas. Getting this show started with a bang. You know what, David? Put that mic stand up there. David Lucas is going to join panel right now. He's going to stay up here because this is fucking Kill Tony Mania, and that's how shit works. Absolutely.
Yeah.
You guys ready to go to the bucket for the very first time tonight? Anything can happen. Maybe it's somebody's first time. Maybe it's somebody that's a comedy vet, a local hero. Anything can happen. Your first comedian going up tonight, getting an uninterrupted 60 seconds, and then talking with us about their lives, goes by the name of John Holt. John Holt.
By the way, you go up right here.
Come on, everybody. One more time. Good one for John Holt. Straight out of the bucket. Live in San Francisco.
What's up, everybody? How you doing tonight? All right, so let's start off light. Who here's into butt sex? Sounds like most of you guys. That checks out. So I'm a nurse. I had an interesting question from a patient the other day. Patient had ostomy, so they have a new stomach. They had part of their bowel removed, and they asked me, some of you are with me, if they can still have butt sex. And we talked about that, and they were pleased to find out that the shitter wasn't a shitter anymore, and that things were going to be going a lot more smooth moving forward. I got invited to a gender reveal party a couple weeks back,
It's kind of strange because I didn't have any friends that were pregnant. Oh yeah, one more time for John Holt, everybody. John, keep the mic out of the mic stand. You're gonna need that. Put it right up to your mouth. Right up there. Fuck yeah, just like that. You were talking with it down. It's like you were doing a puppet act with your penis. The microphone was so low, it was incredible. Like, how the fuck do I hear him right now? His lips are moving, but welcome to the show. Did you create Rick and Morty? No, definitely not. He's a different version. He looks more like Sick and 40. Sick and 40? That's what 40 years? Alright, fuck it. We'll warm up. How are you, buddy? Good. How's it going? I've never seen Steven Spielberg with leukemia before. This is exciting.
What middle school are you a nurse at?
Trauma Center. That's so cool. How long have you been a nurse for? About 5 years. Oh, that's awesome. Oh, heck yeah. How about these ladies? You see anything wrong with them? Looks like it's like Estelle Getty's drinking a bottle of Coors Light over here tonight.
I've had a long, rough life, Tony.
Sophia, you're a rock star. Go the first time. You ever been on stage doing anything for of any kind?
No, I didn't.
Just part of it. Heck yeah. What's the craziest thing you've ever had to take care of or seen as a nurse? Nothing's ever changed with you.
Both were the same channel, Potential History. The first was a video titled Germany Cannot Win World War II, which I thought was an interesting concept, so I made a video of my own on the exact same lines, and the channel didn't like anything else beyond knowing. The second video was a video titled Arrested, a justifiable target, and it was quite literally 8 minutes, not only endorsing, but also joking about genocide.
Hey, there you go. Wow. David Lucas, what do you think about this guy? You ever seen a guy like this?
You have the haircut of a guy that flexes lightly and hope they choose the wrong one.
Is he right? Is he pussy? Did you have sex with a black woman before? Yeah, oh, no homework. Like it's really good. Wow. It's just a one-time thing. You went black and then you went back?
She told him it's fun.
She actually gave you a card. She gave you her card? It might be scary. Just what kind of girl was the guy? That was nothing to do with it. All right. Anyway, yes, there's a wolf involved in this somehow. So, John, what else about you? What are like your hobbies and stuff? You seem like the kind of guy that has to do Mario Kart for the iPhone. No. Trouble with that steering, right? You can't figure it out. The thumb.
I play soccer.
Yeah, that explains the haircut.
You look like if Edward Snowden actually got snowed in. I removed my goalie 20 years ago.
Wait, does that mean you can't get pregnant anymore?
Yep.
Wow. Do you play soccer, John?
Yeah, I do.
Oh, you have a son. How many kids do you have? Just one. 6 years old. Is this the African American woman? Yeah. Oh, you met a wife for 3 years. That's cool. What does she do? Okay, yes, it is awesome. Wow. What's your favorite thing to do in the bedroom? You seem like the kind of guy that knows how to fucking listen.
You fuck with your boxer hole, don't you?
That's a good point. David Lucas made a good point. He has a theory that John fucks with his boxers on. Picture that. You pull your boner. Hard to pull a boner out of that wiener hole in boxers, but I feel like you sort of like lift the boxers over. I feel like you don't really grab it. in Penang, Libya. I feel like you pull on your boxers. I feel like you have a flex band type of boxer. Am I correct? Thank you very much.
Yes. He wants the lights on.
Yep, lights on, boner through the boxer.
Air pressure to put
Yep, absolutely. You still light a candle though. It's not her idea. It's always yours. You like the smell. Something like musty, beer musty. What are your thoughts? What are your thoughts on Force?
Yeah, what would you do if the four of us win?
Yeah, what would you do if you were getting the opportunity with the Golden Globes? Say the Golden Globes had a fucking one felon shouldn't get up, and well, I'd probably get a fucking Jesse Jesus, I mean,
And then what? We do a better minute of stand up than you could?
He's gonna fuck whoever he comes from the bucket.
I'm glad you got a good job.
Well, John, I'll tell you this. It's a hard job to follow David Lucas on this show, especially if it's your first time ever doing stand-up. Work on your technique. Go do it again. If it's something you want to do, hold the microphone up to your mouth next time you do it, though. There you go. John Holt, everybody. Fuck yeah, John. There you go. Oh, he left me hanging. Okay. Oh, thank you. Thank you. I don't know what I would have done if you knocked my out. He left me hanging. But after he watches and said here tonight, he's done. It's going to be hanging. So, how about that? There you go. That was good. That was good. All right, pull the name out of the bucket. You guys having fun out there? Anything can happen. Put your hands together for Connor Lonsdale. Connor Lonsdale, the bucket of destiny, has made a decision. And this guy is ready. One more time for Connor Lonsdale, everybody.
Bukkake is a genre of pornography from Japan. And what it is there will be one lady, and they have like 100 guys all come on her face. Yeah. I have watched some of these films. I've formulated an opinion. Too much cum. Who needs that much cum? Nobody. Cum in her mouth, cum in her hair, cum in her eyes. This fucking greedy bitch is hogging up all the cum. Hey, lady, save some for the rest of us. A lot of people say they feel sorry for the ladies. You know who I feel sorry for? That 100 guy. He finally gets up there and he's like, oh, is she even going to notice?
Fuck yeah. Connor,
I've heard that. Really? Where?
Oh, there you go. There you go. Really take it over there, Brian. Yeah, exactly. I was going to take a more of a comedy approach to it. Okay. So Connor Lonsdale, everybody. One more time for Connor. Sure, you get it. Connor, my first question. Did you just get the internet? It's been a thing for a while. You explained it to everybody. I guarantee you, if these people are here at Kill Tony Mania, they know what the fuck a bukkake is. Am I right, people? This is the bukkake ballroom of stand-up comedy. I mean, these people are here for blood, guts, and cum. Am I right, people? You spent 30 seconds explaining what a fucking bukkake is. So with that said, I mean, how long you been on stand-up? About a year. Yeah, man, a year. I am with Brian. I wouldn't have did it right away, right from the gut like he did. I was going to build up. Sorry. God, you know what I mean? There's people, since bukkake's have been a thing for so long. Freaking obviously brand new to you. Yeah, I've been.
like within the last year.
There must be something on porn sites that you're so into that you've been ignoring everything else. Like, you must be the king of big tits. You must just, like, any letter you type in on your first search bar, you find out there's a big tit website that must pop up immediately. There must be something. Okay, I'm going to check in with the great B. Arthur Dorff.
First of all, never heard of a detective before. I found it very educational, very informational, and I think this.
Oh, look at that. Thank you for being a friend. He wants to travel down the road and back again.
Step away from the town.
You've been doing it a year, all here in San Francisco? Yeah. What part of town do you live in? I live in Oakland. Oh, Oakland. That's considered the tough side of San Francisco. A nice city to the rest of America, but the tough part of San Francisco.
The Florida of California.
Connor, so we just figured out what a bukkake is, and you wrote a joke about it, but yeah. What's the funny thing about your bukkake joke is, like Ryan said, it's tin cup.
Yeah, man, we got balls, bro. I do have balls. I covered,
No, it's just funny because since people have known about bukkake for like, I don't know, 15 years or so. Like, just want to talk about what it would be like to be the last guy. And it's funny, I was making a joke because it's covered like a girl in a bukkake video. It's been covered.
I can't wait to hear this guy's verse on every movie.
Black people and white people different? What's dating like? Okay, that's it. Now, you're really attacking. All right, my daughter's getting a black president.
What's going on, PR? You seem dumbfounded.
Rusty took a drink of beer and spilled it all over his shirt. Did not notice at all.
Oh, wow. I didn't know.
What are you coming in here?
Just beer? It's not beer. So sick.
Just a gummy bear later.
Hey, why don't we switch into apple juice, honey? Why don't we,
all right, okay. You too.
All right. So, Connor, anything interesting about you in your life? You've seen the show before, right? So what's like, what do you think something you can tell us about you that'll win you over with this crowd? A life story or something interesting? Fun fact about you?
Not much. I deliver weed for a living.
And you're right. Anything else other than that?
I'm a musician.
Yeah, what kind of music do you play?
Rock and roll.
Rock and roll. What instruments do you play?
Drums.
You get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out of here. How long have you played the drums for?
Like 14 years. Oh, no. I don't practice that much.
Well, I mean, you know, how long?
13, 14 years.
Jesus fucking Christ. Then I guess we have to do it. Every once in a while, something magical happens when we find someone that knows how to play the drums, and it's always exciting. And do you know the situation? You know about what a Mexican drum op is?
I do.
For those of you that don't know in the audience, there is an opportunity here for Connor to become the new drummer of Phil Tony. He would replace Colbert Jimenez. This would be, as with all Mexican drum ops, an immediate effect. He would be the drummer for the band. For the 2 shows sold out here tomorrow night, for the remainder of the show, he'll be going to Australia with us this Wednesday. This is a really big deal. You guys get to decide in the end who wins. This is based on drumming, technique, ability, comedic performance, overall showmanship, everything. You guys are the deciders of Phil Tony Mania. I will warn you all, Joelberg has never been defeated before in Mexican drum ops. He's undefeated all time. Defended his throne just last night in Sacramento. But here we go. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you for the first time ever, Connor Lonsdale. He's taking off his fanny pack. He just took off his fanny pack. He's sitting behind the drum. Connor, you want to talk to that microphone? Someone help Connor with that mic. Connor, are you ready to attempt to become the new drummer of Kill Tony?
I'm ready.
Ladies and gentlemen, Connor Lonsdale. Here we go.
Oh shit.
I'm 10 p.m. however, the sirens sounded. Better follow the sounds. Whether it's alarm would be any different. The 171 other false alarms when they came through. Instead of the usual signal, though it was clear. The citizens addressed it, but at different moments, it was the rumbling.
Wow, Connor Lonsdale. There he is doing that thing too. Connor Lonsdale, everybody. That was a good performance. Very jazzy, right? I'm surprised that he does rock and roll and drums like that, but he gave us a little jazz edition here. Heck yeah, he's got beats, and he also looks like he eats a lot of beats too. So let's talk about your opponent for a second. All-time undefeated in this competition. He takes this very seriously. Ladies and gentlemen, I present you here to defend his throne, the one, the only King of Mexican drum off, Joel Jimenez. Oh my God. Wow. This is frightening. He's wearing stockings. He has a purple giant dildo, the classic purple dildo in his hand that we've seen before. He has a brand new medium-sized white penis coming out of his forehead. This is incredible. We've never seen anything like this before. The guy that just found out about Bukaki's definitely has never seen anything like this before. This is very exciting. Joel's giant cock is basically visible through the stocking. He still has a sock over it. It's still very visible. Are you guys ready to see Goldberg? Defending his throne, undefeated all time. I present to you the Kill Tony drummer, Goldberg Joel Jimenez.
The elephants, the explained killing screams. Their house was still standing. An explosive
Oh, it's hot!
The house turned around and took back again. And the huge iron sliding doors which shut off the house from the terraces with the multiple hinges. When I, as with the other men, managed to break into the elephant house, we found the state empty. For a moment, we stood
He's running a bottle of beer!
as we were by their heart-breaking cruelty. We rushed out onto the terrace again, and the elephant was lying
He's dying in the stage!
I looked up at the sky.
He's dying!
Severe stomach injuries.
He just moved up! He's just moved up! He's angry! He's doing the angry unicorn! Oh my God! Oh, he's laying down! Whoa! Reverse somersault! Oh no! It's the gay seizure! He's doing the gay seizure, everybody! Oh no! Drumstick toss! He just lost his tooth, perhaps! I just cut something up, I don't know what it was. Fantastic. His white chunk just came from his lung to finish the job off. Wow. Ladies and gentlemen, how many of you have Connor Lonsdale winning this thing right here? Wow, you got purple boots. How many of you have Goldberg Joel Jimenez retaining? Wow. He takes this very seriously. The crowd, oh my God, Joel, get off the table. Get off the table, Joel. That is not allowed. We have expensive equipment up here. Wow. All right, there he goes. Connor Lonsdale, everybody. One more time for Connor. We almost got hit in the head with the dildo there to finish things off.
These bombs returned to land and flew amongst the debris into the grid of basements all over the city.
I knew Joel wasn't going to lose to a Tony Hawk character.
Suddenly filled with these fiery canisters. Most likely had no idea.
It was unbelievable. Joel, I mean, it's fucking Charles. You take this very seriously. It's the best thing about fucking idiots. Like, I'm on one more time for Goldberg. Putting it all out there. He's got all the energy in the world. We just grabbed his dildos. He's so happy right now.
Can I just say, I've never seen this side of my mother before. I just look coffee that dude.
What do you guys think we do a special treat to keep this fucking momentum going, huh? Ladies and gentlemen, we have another regular on this show. He is a very controversial figure in the history of Kill Tony. This is considered a regular that either you love him or you hate him. There's nobody down the middle on this guy. I absolutely love him. I think he's one of the silliest, funniest fucking goofballs in the world. Clear hands for one of my favorite comedians, the great William Montgomery, everybody. Here he is. Live in the flesh. Come on, San Francisco, it's William Montgomery. Give it up for Gary Bond. Let's give it up for Full House. So, there's gravity in here, right? But is he right shooting Nibbler when he's in space? I've been going to the grocery store with my mom a lot recently. Every time she's like, William, say hi to people this month. Let's give it up for Alex Raz! Let's give a moment of silence for my Uncle Richard Alcatraz! He directed movies such as Jaws of the Moon, Speed 2, was a Trailblazer. He actually got killed on Alcatraz. It was gang related. Total nightmare. My mom couldn't deal with the loss. She started taking Zantac. I started taking Zantac. Hell yeah, William Montgomery, ladies and gentlemen. Fuck yeah. Wow. Another Zantac thing. Yeah, it is another Zantac thing. Are you really going to say that right now? You guys have been getting quite argumentative lately. It almost seems tried with this hot topic. What's going on with you two? Is there a little rivalry going on? What are you guys doing? A weight gain challenge or something? Weight? I've actually lost weight. Yeah, how'd you lose it, William? What's your plan? What's your diet? Really? You didn't know what P90X? I don't know if you want P90X. It's a lot of push-ups, a lot of body weight stuff. Yeah, I think you might do some push-ups for us. How many of you want to show you do some push-ups right now? Whoa, he's actually going to do it. I don't know what's going to happen here, ladies and gentlemen. What are you doing? Wait. Yeah, don't do. What are you, Ryan? What are you doing? Ryan, I just hit you in the head. No, I just hit you in the head. Ryan clearly reviewed himself tonight, everybody. He buckets with meetings with William while the crowd wanted to see him. There you go. Fuck yeah. All right. The show will continue now. I don't know. Some of the improv guru magic happening right now. We are watching William do push-ups for the first time ever. Whole crowd's into it. Oh, fuck yeah. Here we go. Let's see what happens here. Are we going to count them out with us? Yeah. Wow. 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. Wow, he's fucking with us. 21, 22, 26, 34, 49, 2, 3. Fuck yeah, William Montgomery, everybody. Oh my God, is there a male nurse anywhere? How about we have William join the panel, huh? Let's have him be a guest for the next part of the show. These are getting interesting. This is a spicy episode of Kill Tony. You guys want to go back to the bucket, huh? This is all William do push-ups. How about a hand for the band, everybody?
in front of zookeeper Sailor Jackson's eyes. Very last in 10 minutes, but it happened again.
Gilbert
Day of the day, these fighters returned.
turning back into Sophia.
All right. So pull another name out of the bucket. Let's keep this fun train moving along. Put your hands together for Anthony C. Anthony C. Here we go. You would know. Step back from. That fucking way. Step back from. Step back from that way. One more time for Anthony C. Everybody.
Just moved here from New York. It's pretty awesome here. I just made the double standards. For instance, when women sit on pianos, it's sexy. So when pianos sit on women, they're dead. I bought a CD to fuck with the police. Figured I'd screw with their radio. It was pretty awesome. The trick is that you have to pretend you're a kid. So this way they'll let you not go to prison. I did that and it worked. But they started flirting. I'm a literal person. My girlfriend, when she gives me head, I sing the Cranberries. It's in your head.
He didn't care, however, and Churchill shielded him from any criticism.
Beyonce. Remember when she sang those lyrics? I don't think you're ready for this jelly. This is why I know racism exists. Because out of all the celebrity chefs, why doesn't she have a fucking
My personal feeling
Thank you. Fuck yeah, Anthony C. Everybody. There you go. There you go. Wow, that was something. I've always wondered what Ray Romano would be like with a brain injury. That's great.
Ah! He looks like Ray,
Oh boy. Be careful, it might throw a bucket of names at you. It's a wild one. Anthony, welcome to the show. How long have you been doing stand-up for?
My first day ever.
Whoa, first day ever. That's so cool. First day. Yeah, fuck yeah. Like at school?
I got really fucked up for this.
Yeah, how'd you get fucked up? What'd you do?
Get a little weed and some alcohol.
Get a little weed. Are you undercover cop?
No.
Did a little weed. How much weed did you do?
A lot.
Yeah, I thought you said a little.
No, I did a lot. Sorry.
Alright. How much is a lot to you?
No, I have a pretty high tolerance. I had to really fucking smoke this shit.
Yeah. So like, how much did you smoke?
So I have like, obviously the oils, the concentrates, and the joints, and the edibles.
So what did you smoke? What did you do tonight? Everything?
I did it all.
Wow, you talk like a narc. I have the big and the highs and the lows, and do you want the uppers or the poppers? Well, I had some of the, I have all the, all the great new felonies. I smoked all the misdemeanors, and I ate some of the,
What's your ringtone? Preston was a key junction in Germany's railways.
all your ringtone right there.
Preston was one of the 5 lines of supply for the Germans to use at the front, namely what was left of Ruby Road and south.
Okay.
Thousands of soldiers passing through our railways every day.
So, what do you do for work?
I make space technology.
Oh, wow. Fuck yeah. How long you been doing? Are you sure you do that, or is that just what you think you do after you do all the drugs you just said you did?
No, I do that. Smart people smoke weed too.
Yeah, no, I get it. And you make that supposed to be, you little piece of shit. Gone for 60 seconds, and you're saying, I'm stupid?
No.
I like your style, dude. So when you're not doing space shit, what do you do for fun? You're the kind of guy that's excited.
Trying to get back into playing music.
Yeah, what type of music you play?
Guitar.
Oh, thank God. Have you ever sing or any?
Yeah, I sing.
Yeah, what type of music do you sing?
Damn, it's been fucking 10 years.
Oh, it's been 10 years. Wow, real singer you are. Classic.
It's countries there.
Yeah. What's your love life like? You ever fucking
Have a girlfriend?
Whoa, hell yeah. Boy, alright. I don't think we need to go that long for anything ever again for the rest of the show's history. No, hell yeah, Ryan is totally present. Girlfriend for how long?
12 years?
12 years. How do you keep it romantic in the bedroom? What's your trick? You ever fucking go down a Milky Way or something like that?
Just like you start off with like a shitty gift, you know, like you start off with one pump, and then over the years you add more pumps, and then it
Fuck yeah. Are you talking about what do? You have an inflatable dildo that you use on her or something? Talking about actual like thrusts in and out?
You gotta like, you know,
So you gotta like.
I gotta like suck in the
Serious,
beginning. So this way later on I have room to like improve, and then you know it works.
So you started horrible on purpose.
Yes, and then later on I was really good. You know, she's still happy after 12 years.
Wow, that's incredible.
Or you guys are codependent.
What's the craziest thing you've ever done in the bedroom with her? You guys ever like eat each other's asses out or anything like that? You ever said a yes?
We fucked at her dad's job.
You fucked at her dad's job?
Yeah.
Her dad works on Bukkake says.
What's her dad's job?
He's a dentist.
Oh, fuck yeah, you drilled her, huh?
Yeah.
I like that. Was it really in the dentist chair?
No. We should have done it in the dentist chair. We did it on the floor. I don't know what the fuck.
You're a drug addict.
Yeah,
On the floor? On the floor of the waiting room or on the floor of one of the dental rooms where all the fucking black flies to and everything?
Yeah, like the waiting room with the magazines and everything, like right around there.
You gave her the mask. You're like, here, just read this in.
No, breaking in.
Nothing better than wiping yourself off with cum with the newest edition of Cosmopolitan magazine. This fucking old dentist waiting room fucking. Would it at any point was she like, next?
No, she's still there.
Waiting room show. All right. Well, anything else crazy about you that you think we should know, Anthony? Do you ever fucking go frisbee golfing with all your old compact discs or anything like that?
We always ask for interesting stories of this lady gave me a baby on the subway, and she said, I gotta pee.
Okay, go ahead.
I'm sorry. It didn't mean to ruin this joke.
I guess it wasn't that interesting. I don't know. I thought.
No, you were in the middle of telling a story. There's no reason why him saying one thing should have
Oh, I
you
don't
out
know.
for
She
that.
gave me a baby.
You got a fucking baby on the subway and then?
She said, I gotta pee. And it was on the subway, and there's no fucking bathroom. So I don't know if she was abandoning the baby or something. I have no idea what was going on.
Wow. Wow, there really wasn't an ending to that story. So what did you do after she gave you the baby?
Yeah, did you raise the child? What's going on?
Yeah, I mean,
I thought I was going to be a father for a second, but like, you know, I assumed she was going to pop a squat, or I don't know what was going to happen.
Did you start off bad with the baby too? Like
Yeah,
at first you
she
just held it for a little bit.
Here goes Anthony C, everybody. Anthony
Thank
C.
you.
One more time for Anthony C. That's adorable. Very cute. How many of you are having fun out there on this late edition of Bill Tony Mania Friday night? Okay, your next comedian goes by the name of Nikos Crowley. Here we go. Nikos Crowley is making his way to the stage. Nikos Crowley, here he comes. Come on, guys, make some noise one more time for Nikos Crowley.
Hello, thank you. I bought some Girl Scout cookies recently. One of my coworkers doesn't understand boundaries, and noticed that they changed the name of Samoa's Caramel Delights. Yes, I'm never be more progressive. I do agree that Caramel Delights is much more progressive, also a sexy name for a Polynesian. Caramel Delight is actually my aunt's nickname for the rock, so she was considered well ahead of her time. Columbus Day just happened. We're part Italian, so every year around Columbus Day, my dad will go on this big rant about how Columbus wasn't Spanish, it was really Italian. It's like, don't believe what you read growing up. Columbus wasn't Spanish, it was really Italian. That's how behind the times my dad is. I think people are trying to take credit for shit that Columbus did when he got here. I just hit him down like, Dad, that might have been a point of pride when you were growing up. Now he's kind of considered a genocidal maniac, so maybe let the Spanish take credit. Want to do something for the Italians? Start a room that Joe Paterno was Puerto Rican. There's more of these.
Nico's Crowley, wow. Smart, funny, well paced, timing, execution. How long have you been doing stand-up?
We'll say 4 years.
Why would you say 4 years? You've been doing it for 7, you took a 1-year break?
Yeah, hiatus.
Yeah. What do you do for work?
I work for an insurance company.
Oh, really? My goodness, look at you.
Yeah, tons of.
One of the big ones?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's cool. So you're pretty successful? You're pretty set off? Got a nice little house out in fucking...
Can afford to survive in the Bay Area, pretty much.
Castro District, just fucking picking it. I don't know. What part of town do you live in?
I live in the East Bay.
East Bay?
Oakland.
Hell yeah. Oh, shit. I love it. Daly City or something like that, right? No, I'm kidding. It's the opposite side. That's fun. What do you do for work? I feel like being an insurance guy, you must have some extreme secret, like, other double life, right? Some guy that just fucking wraps himself up in latex, puts a ball gag in your mouth, and just falls on stuff with your butthole. Am I close to right about that?
I am an acquaintance with Paul Giamatti, but
yeah, where'd you meet Paul Giamatti?
On the set of Billions.
Is that true?
Yeah, I can't say anymore.
No.
Not disclosed.
Yeah. I wish you wouldn't have started. No,
sorry,
really, it's a real cliffhanger.
There's a lot of rubbing.
There's another movie that Paul Giamatti's in. No, I'm kidding. All right, so Nikos Crowley, tell us more interesting stuff about you, fun facts about you. You ever win a spelling bee or anything like that?
Yeah, it looks like I'm moving to LA in a couple of months, so yeah, I'm gonna try to hit up Kill Tony as much as I can. Monday night, sorry.
Yeah, no, I love it.
Yeah.
The Toyota Grand Highlander is more than a vehicle. It's your partner in embracing all life throws at you. From the spacious adult-sized third row to seating for up to 8 passengers, the Toyota Grand Highlander is up for every grand challenge. Learn more at toyota.com/Grand Highlander. Toyota, let's go places.
At Firestone Complete Auto Care, we hold our service to the highest standard. That's why we have thousands of ASE certified technicians nationally. So don't wait any longer. Give us a call and book your next appointment today.
This season, a new hot deal has arrived at Metro. $25 a line for 4 lines with all the data you need and 4 free Samsung Galaxy A15 5G phones. Getting Metro's best deals is easy. No ID required, no activation fees. Get a new number or keep your own. It's up to you. That's 4 lines for $25 a line, plus 4 free phones. Visit a store or go online today. Only at Metro by T-Mobile. When you join Metro Plus Tax, for a limited time is subject to change. Next one up for burnout.
This episode is brought to you by 20th Century Studios' The Amateur, when his wife is murdered. Charlie Howard, the CIA's most brilliant computer analyst, must trek across the globe and use his only weapon, his intelligence, to hunt down her killers and enact revenge. Starring Academy Award winner Rami Malek and Academy Award nominee Lawrence Fishburne. The Amateur, rated PG-13, only theaters April 11th.
Hello and welcome to the History Extra podcast from BBC History Magazine, Britain's best-selling history magazine. I'm Ellie Hawthorne. Welcome to another episode in our Everything You Wanted to Know series, where we tackle a historical topic through popular internet search queries combined with the questions that you've sent in via social media. Today, we're exploring the Russian revolutions of 1917 in the company of the historian Robert Service. Putting the questions to him was BBC History Magazine editor Rob Attar.
Today I'm joined by Robert Service, who is Emeritus Professor of Russian History at St Antony's College, University of Oxford, and also he's a Hoover Institute Senior Fellow. He's a world-leading expert on communism and Russia's revolutionary age. Among his many books on the subject are biographies of Lenin, Stalin, and Trotsky, as well as The Last of the Tsars, Nicholas II, and the Russian Revolution. So, Robert, thank you for joining us today.
Well, it's a pleasure to be here.
Now, to begin with, there were actually two Russian revolutions in 1917, and I suppose it would make sense to begin with the first one in February. So could you please tell us, how does this uprising actually begin?
Well, there have been a lot of problems through the First World War, the Great War, in Russia. Actually, there were in most of the belligerent countries, but they were particularly bad in Russia because the strikes in 1915 and 1916, at the end of both those years, were pretty devastating. So it was a very brittle situation already, industrially. And added to this, there was the problem of food supply to the big cities, because the peasants weren't getting what they thought was a fair return for their crops. And there was a political element to all of this, because the Tsar, Nicholas II, fell into tremendous disrepute, partly because of Rasputin, the holy man who helped with the heir to the throne's problems with haemophilia, partly because of the German origins of the Empress Alexandra. All of these things came together in February 1917, and women textile workers went on strike again, and they were joined by factory workers from the big metalworking factories in Petrograd. Petrograd was the big center of the armaments industry. When these two things happened, the textile workers and the metal workers together, then there was only the army to stop a revolution, and the army, composed of peasants who didn't really want to be in the garrison in Petrograd, and certainly didn't want to be sent to the front. They refused to turn their fire on the striking workers. And at that point, it was difficult to see how Nicholas II could survive, because the parliament, the State Duma, had been dispersed by the emperor himself, so that there was hardly anybody in the Duma who wanted to save the emperor. And in the high command, they were exasperated by the general situation, and they indicated to the emperor that they would prefer him to step down from the throne. And to everyone's surprise, he did so without a whimper. He stepped down and said, right, if this is the situation, I will abdicate. And so the revolution was over almost before it began.
Did this February Revolution have any recognised leaders?
That's a very good question. At the local level, on the streets, there were plenty of what the Tsar's police called agitators, mainly socialists of all sorts, Mensheviks, socialist revolutionaries, Bolsheviks, and they were tremendously dynamic
in saying to workers, look, it's not enough to demand food and better wages. It's not enough just to go on strike. You've got to pull this whole structure down. The answer to your problems is really fundamental. So they helped to politicize a situation that was already moving towards being politicized even without them. So there were a lot of local leaders, and in the Duma, the state Duma, the parliament, there were many who were equally exasperated with the emperor, but hadn't actually provoked the strikes or led the demonstrations through the streets, but wanted to involve themselves. And so these two sides came together. The socialists who were active in the crowds on the streets, and the Duma leaders who had given up, or perhaps they had always opposed the emperor and wanted to take advantage of a situation that was really running out of control. In the capital, as yet nothing was happening in the rest of the country. So we've talked a bit about the shorter term reasons for the revolution, but what do you see as the deep underlying causes for what happened in 1917? That's very important. I've always thought that it's a good thing to step back from the February Revolution and think about what problems any government that had power in 1917 would have been able to do at the beginning of the year in the light of the tremendous economic difficulties that the country faced. We tend to look at Nicholas II as a poor leader, his wife as an interfering spouse, Rasputin as the source of immense scandal. And these were all very important aspects of what happened. But any government in power, as the rest of 1917 is to show, would have had difficulties. Russia's economy was not sufficiently modernized to be able to fight a long war against a modern military foe. So the dislocation of the economy was gathering pace in 1915, 1916, and into the beginning of 1917. They could feed the troops just about. They could supply them with sufficient munitions just about. They could feed the horses, which of course was very, very important in those days at the front. They could do all of these things. They could prioritize military supplies through the rail network, but the result of that was a certain amount of trouble for the civilian economy. They weren't making spades for peasants. They weren't supplying villages with kerosene for their lamps. So that the breakup of the economy was partly a breakup between town and village. And there was a structural basis to this that no government, whether it was an autocratic one, a liberal one, or a socialist one, could avoid having problems. And that Nicholas II got the blame for all of this
So instead of a guy
But
walking up and being
what
like,
tends not to be appreciated is that personalities were important, but the general situation was more important. Whoever had been in power would probably have faced some kind of insurgency.
Now, there was a previous revolutionary attempt in 1905. Why did that one not succeed in the way that 1917 did?
Well, back in 1905, the army was teetering on the brink of going over to the side of the insurgents, but a sufficient number of loyal regiments was found to suppress the trouble. And also, the workers stood out against the Tsar in 1905, and the peasants stood out against the Tsar in 1906, by and large. And so the loyal regiments were sufficient in number and had sufficient time to move around and pick off the resistance. This was not the case in 1917. The army in Petrograd had enough. And bear in mind that talk about the army, I'm not just talking about the soldiers, I'm talking about the officer class as well. Half the officer class did not any longer come from the landed gentry. They were people who had risen up through society, got status through belonging to the army, and had not forgotten their roots. So that there weren't many soldiers who wanted to die for the Tsar any longer. So it was really Nicholas II was doomed.
So we'll come on soon to talk about what happened in October, but I'd be interested to know what the Bolshevik leaders were doing in the February Revolution. Were they involved?
That's another good question. Well, the emigres obviously weren't. The ones who were living safely in Switzerland or in France or in the United Kingdom or in North America, they scribbled away, but they were as surprised as anyone else. Lenin, in early 1917, said he might not live until the day of the revolution. He was very, very gloomy. But the socialist parties, all of them, had survived persecution. They had been decapitated in a sort of serial fashion through the war and before the war, but always they somehow sprang up with new local leaders. So when the street demonstrations happened in the February Revolution, they were there, and they tended to have the confidence of young radicals whose fathers and mothers had suffered under the Tsars and who were determined that this time they were not going to be defeated. So they were tough. And I'm not just talking about the Bolsheviks, the Mensheviks and the socialist revolutionaries. They were not going to step back from the fray.
Something that I did not
So,
expect to happen.
Tsar Nicholas is replaced by a provisional government, but this only lasts for a few months. And so a very pertinent question we had in from Richard Lyle on Twitter, which is, why was the provisional government so weak?
You really had the real meaning out of the palm of your hand. You have this
Well, the provisional government wasn't elected,
regular, normal, everyday guy.
and so it lacked a certain amount of legitimacy. And its argument was, we can't hold an election yet because we're in the middle of a terrible war. We're in mortal danger. We have to lead the country through to victory over the Germans. If we don't do that, then the country's going to be broken up and become a series of German satellites, puppet states.
That's the University of what?
And that's why we can't
Oh, it's just UC. What's the C?
settle the land question.
Oh, okay.
Because if we start handing the land to the peasants, and probably a majority of ministers thought that ultimately there would be no peace in the countryside until the peasants got the land once and for all. But if they did that, then practically the whole of the army would have deserted, because peasants would have wanted their share of the land, and most of the army were peasants. They couldn't disturb the military situation by radical social reform, even though most ministers wanted it. I mean, some wanted it more fervently, more genuinely than others. So they had this basic problem that they wanted to win the war. Some of them just wanted to survive the war, Russia to survive the war, but some of them wanted to actually smash the Germans and take Istanbul, Constantinople, as the Russians they were in a bind because of this. It meant that there was a limited amount of authority that they could exercise, and they sought as their best way out an alliance with the Soviets and the leadership of the Soviets that were prepared to work with the provisional government. So you had liberals in government and socialists in the Soviets who had this uneasy alliance, and it was always very brittle. And that's where this underlying economic and administrative difficulty comes into play. Whichever government had been in power after the February Revolution was going to have one hell of a problem in supplying food for people, in making the newly hired wages mean anything, because inflation had been mounting throughout the war. In those circumstances, therefore, the government was bound to be fairly weak after the February Revolution, and weak it was. So it went through a number of compositions of itself, first of all being headed by liberals, and then headed by Alexander Kerensky, who was a member of the Socialist Revolutionary Party. But it didn't really make any basic difference, because all of those variations of the provisional government were stuck with this burden that the government hadn't been elected, that needed to link up with other organisations in the country that had been elected by their constituencies, and it couldn't solve the land question. So the war and the land question and the non-elected status of the government, these were difficulties that any government came to power in the February Revolution would have to deal with. We get so hooked on what the Bolsheviks did next, pulling Russia out of the war. It wasn't so easy to pull Russia out of the war. The Bolsheviks only managed it by the skin of their teeth when the situation was even worse in a military sense, and it was bad enough for the Bolsheviks.
Well, I mean, Dave, you had an unbelievable setup here.
It
Very
would have been
fucking
much worse
impressive. I
in
mean, so
February and March
so fucking
1917
solid, man.
for any government that
Really,
had tried to
proud of
do that.
yourself. And fucking awesome, man.
So while this is going on, while the provisional government is struggling, what are the Bolsheviks doing? What is Lenin doing post-February?
Well,
How about LA? You ever go to LA?
I think one has to move away from the idea that Lenin was the all-active, dominant factor in the breakdown of the provisional government's authority. And I always think it's useful to bear in mind that you have a February Revolution, admittedly that happens at the beginning of March, according to our calendar. Lenin doesn't get back to Russia until the first week of April.
So, speaking of cold-blooded
And
assassins
then
that we just discovered, 2 nights ago in
from
Sacramento,
the end of June,
found a young
beginning of
lady
July,
that,
he has to go into hiding, eventually landing up in Helsinki.
for I think 9 years, and
Comes
she
back
did so fucking great on the first night she got pulled out of the bucket that I invited her back the second
Petrograd
night, and she did so fucking good last
in
night in
the
Sacramento that we
early
invited her here
days
tonight.
of
So if it's
October.
okay with you guys,
But he's not
we're about
there
to
a
see
lot
the
of the
third ever
time.
set, 3 episodes
And
of Kill Tony Well. Not the
he's
last
not always
3 nights in a row, ladies and gentlemen.
treated with obedience or even respect
Here she is,
by the rest of the Bolshevik leadership. I've been trying to make this case for 2 or 3 decades now, but I noticed that whenever you read a textbook on the Russian Revolution, this what you might call contextualization, concert words, of Lenin's activity fails to really be recognized. He was an important leader, but he didn't always get his way with the Bolsheviks, but he did get his way on the big thing. The really big thing was that he rallied all of those Bolsheviks, even before he got back to Russia from Switzerland. He rallied that element of the Bolshevik faction, because it wasn't yet a party, that wanted to get rid of the provisional government, that didn't want to make the sort of compromises that the Mensheviks and the socialist revolutionaries had made, and which some Bolsheviks were making. So about one big thing, he became more than just a figurehead. He became a motive force behind the idea that nothing would get solved in revolutionary Russia until a party or a group of parties came to power that were determined to end the war,
the first time I saw you 2 nights ago, the very first thing I said after you were done with your set was, holy shit, that was unbelievable, one more time for her,
capitalism,
and wow, I can't believe how funny
and
you are,
move
you're
forward
pregnant, and you're like,
into
no, I'm not.
socialism.
But I was positive that you were,
And in that respect, he was tremendously important, and so too was Leon Trotsky.
Is it really?
But they wouldn't have had any kind of chance of coming to power had the situation not been so favourable to them, had the factories not been closing, had the peasants not been illegally pasturing their livestock on their landlord's land and not paying their rent dues to landlords, had the soldiers not decided to disobey their officers, at first in the garrisons and then at the front. If all of that hadn't been happening, then the Bolsheviks wouldn't have stood a chance, and Lenin could have sung away about revolution as often as he wanted. They wouldn't have come to anything. The situation was very, very favourable, and that was why he was so full of this instinct. If we don't do it now, we won't get another chance like that, like this. And he was right. He was right about that. But we shouldn't fashion out of him a sort of demiurge of history, a sort of godlike. You know what's happened is that both on the left and on the right, there's been an agreement that as soon as he said anything, the rest of the Bolshevik party fell in with what he'd said. And the evidence doesn't bear this out. And the Russian Revolution was a much more complex phenomenon than what we were told by Soviet historians in the days of the USSR and by anti-Soviet historiography at the same time.
You've already mentioned a few other political parties that were operating at this time. So we have the Menshevik faction, the Socialist Revolutionaries. So why is it that it's the Bolsheviks who take power in October rather than one of these other groups?
Well, the Mensheviks and the Socialist Revolutionaries felt that it was irresponsible to take power in wartime and to have to bear the burden of leading a country in a war that neither the Mensheviks nor the Socialist Revolutionaries had wanted in the first place. So they thought they would be saddled with all manner of economic, social, and political problems. The Mensheviks in particular also believed in what they took to be standard Marxist doctrine, that the country was not yet at a sufficient stage of economic development for it to be possible to institute a socialist regime with a socialist economy and socialist administration. So there were both practical judgments and doctrinal ones that kept them back from endorsing what Lenin and the Bolsheviks were in favour of. And by the way, a lot of Bolsheviks thought that it would be a very dangerous step to take as well. So that in 1917 there's a sort of a reconfiguration of the socialist movement in Russia. Those socialists who were Bolsheviks, who thought that Lenin's policy was dangerous, drifted over into the Menshevik camp. And those Mensheviks who wanted a more radical policy than the Menshevik leadership approved of, they drifted over into the Bolshevik camp. And steadily, the two camps separated into entirely separate political parties. There really isn't a Bolshevik party as such, a fully Bolshevik party, until the middle of 1917. It didn't come into being except as a faction in the February Revolution. So this is a very dynamic situation. And of course, it's in situations like that that someone who's, or a leadership that's confident and dynamic and ruthless, has a chance to exploit circumstances as they change. And certainly the leaders like Lenin, Trotsky, Zinoviev, Kamenev, actually they had a lot of disagreements among themselves, but they had a sort of propulsive confidence that the Mensheviks and the Socialist Revolutionaries were rapidly losing, because they could feel in their bones that the compromises that they'd made with the provisional government were leading them nowhere.
And could we talk about the mechanics of the revolution itself? How did the Bolsheviks actually topple the provisional government?
I said, yeah, I'm sad.
Well,
Whoa.
that's a
Oh my
really
God. You had the closer right within reach. You had 56
important
seconds to thunder and threw a little
subject.
20-second janker in there.
The Bolsheviks
As terrified as me that isn't a force going on
had
I
an ambiguous attitude to the Soviets and the factory workshop committees and the trade unions. On the one hand, they saw them as class institutions, as institutions by the workers for the workers. On the other hand, they distrusted the working class. They thought the working class couldn't lead itself into the revolution. That's why you needed Bolsheviks. That had been the Bolshevik message for years.
So
But
you were
as
here, you took your backpack off,
the economy
freaked out, like,
collapsed,
still my fucking weed.
the Soviets and the factory workshop committees and the trade unions started to act against the government, independently of the Bolsheviks, and started to act as an alternative source of governmental power, of governing power. So Lenin, although he had his reservations about the Soviets, eventually came round to the view that if the Bolsheviks could only take over the Soviets, they could then declare not party government, but Soviet government to be the future for socialism in Russia. So they penetrated the Soviets, the factory workshop committees, and the trade unions. They stood in the elections. They stood in the elections for city councils, even the old city dumas. They stood everywhere. Your typical Bolshevik was a young working class lad who thought that the future had to be different and that it had to be a future where people like himself, usually male or herself, would have a say in the governing of the country. So there was this tremendous surge of Bolshevik enthusiasm for the Soviets, and they put aside for a time their reservations about the Soviets. Those reservations were to come to the fore again, almost immediately after the October Revolution. But for the moment, the Bolsheviks laid down their reservations.
And then how do they force the provisional government from power? Then how do they take over the leadership of the country?
Well, then, having mounted to a position of supremacy, particularly in the Petrograd Soviet, they could then give orders, informal orders, unofficial orders, to the Petrograd garrison. They could say to the Petrograd garrison, don't obey the provisional government, obey the Petrograd Soviet. So that when Kerensky said to the regiment in Petrograd to move against the Bolsheviks, his orders were obeyed. They were obeyed by some regiments, and some officers tried to get their regiments to do more than they were willing to do. But by and large, the Bolsheviks, by penetrating the Soviets and getting their people elected to the Soviets, we're in a position to turn the potential alternative agency of governing authority into a real governing authority. So that all over the country then, after the Bolsheviks did this in Petrograd in the October seizure of power, all over the country this pattern was replicated in the urban Soviets. Not so much in the countryside, but in the cities, particularly of industrial Russia.
And we had a question on Twitter from Whitbury Jim, who asked whether we should think of October as a coup rather than a revolution.
Yeah. I don't see why we have to choose between the two. The Bolsheviks, after it had taken place, of course, called it a revolution, but they also called it in Russian a переворот, which is usually translated as a coup. Because there's no doubt about it that in order to get rid of Kerensky, they had to take military action. They had to eject him from the Winter Palace, proclaim that they had toppled him. But they also argued that they were the largest force now in the Soviets. The Soviets were elected by the workers and the soldiers, and so to that extent they were reflective of the movement of popular opinion in the country. So there was something in that. There wasn't enough in that, of course, because when it came to the Constituent Assembly election in November, the Bolsheviks got at most a quarter of the popular vote, which is hardly a ringing endorsement. But there was a lot of support for the Bolsheviks in the October season of power. And that's why people say, oh, it was a popular revolution. That's an exaggeration. But merely to say that it was a tiny little group of conspirators who launched an armed coup d'etat, that's an exaggeration too. It's a mixture of the two. And certainly when they came to power, they issued decrees that were a radical break, a revolutionary break with what had gone on before. They said to the peasants, go get the land. They said to the Germans and the Austrians, we're not going to fight anymore. We want the war to be over, and we're not going to launch any offensive. They said to the owners of large-scale industry, we want your factories, we want your plants. So that there's another aspect of something that's more than just a seizure of power by a tiny clique. They were launching a truly basic shift in the way that policy was orientated.
Still to come on the History Extra podcast.
So I don't think we can ever put the Russian Revolution as event number 2 or 3. It's got to be number 1 in the shaping of the history of the 20th century.
This episode is brought to you by Progressive Insurance. Do you ever find yourself playing the budgeting game? Shifting a little money here, a little there, and hoping it all works out? Well, with the Name Your Price tool from Progressive, you can be a better budgeter and potentially lower your insurance bill too. You tell Progressive what you want to pay for car insurance, and they'll help you find options within your budget. Try it today at progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
Price and coverage match limited by state law. Not available in all states.
Doesn't really make sense.
Hey, this is Bill Simmons from the Bill Simmons Podcast here to tell you that Michelob Ultra is giving you the chance to win tickets to the NBA Finals. That's right, the 2025 NBA Finals. Just head to MichelobUltra.com/NBA Finals. Michelob Ultra courtside NBA Finals sweepstakes. No purchase necessary. Open U.S. residents, excluding non-residents 20 and up. Begins at 9 a.m. EST on February 16, 2025. Ends on May 5th, 2025. See official rules at MichelobUltra.com/rules for price and details. Message and data rates may apply.
I can say to my new Samsung Galaxy S25 Ultra, hey, find a keto-friendly restaurant nearby and text it to Beth and Steve. And it does, without me lifting a finger. So I can get in more squats anywhere I can. 1, 2, 3.
Will that be cash or credit?
Credit.
Galaxy S25 Ultra. The AI companion that does the heavy lifting so you can do you. Get yours at Samsung.com. Compatible with select apps. Requires Google Gemini account. Results may vary based on input. Check responses for accuracy.
Speaking specifically about October, what is the role of what I guess you call the big three of Soviet history, Lenin, Stalin, and Trotsky?
It's probably going to be a heart attack. Luckily, we have a male nurse and a paramedic here, so
Lenin
I'm not really
was-
worried about it. Let's all count together. Let's count
was
together.
crucial
Here we go.
in getting the decisions of the Bolshevik Central Committee on the 10th and 16th of October in favor of a seizure of power. He did this by a majority. He did this at the expense of forcing out part of his own Bolshevik Central Committee. It wasn't a happy couple of meetings, but he had the strength of personality and the strength of argumentation to push that through. He wasn't a genius of a tactician, though. It took Trotsky to say, look, we can't just seize power. We can't just do this as if it's us, a single party, taking power. It's got to look as if the Soviets are going to be the depository of the power that is seized. So we've got to time this so that it happens at the time of the Second Congress of Soviets, which was due to meet, and eventually it met on the 25th of October 1917. So Trotsky had a sort of important role in finessing this. And bear in mind that Trotsky was a new Bolshevik. He wasn't much liked by many of the old leading Bolsheviks. He was very popular with a lot of the newer Bolsheviks who didn't know anything about the Bolshevik past, but he played a very important role. He needed Lenin, but Lenin needed him. Trotsky showed himself to have a tactical finesse that Lenin lacked. Stalin
What's it like working at a,
was
you ever find
very
anything
important.
crazy at a trash dump? You ever find like a bag
Not
of
so
money?
much in the seizure of power, but in running leading Bolshevik agencies throughout the summer and early autumn. He was the rising figure in the Bolshevik central leadership, much derided because he was thought of as being ill-educated and crude in his mannerisms. Actually, he was not badly educated and much brighter than they thought. They were snobs. They were middle-class revolutionary snobs towards him. And of course, he made them pay a terrible price for their condescension towards him. But, you know, you just have to look at the jobs he got in the first months of Soviet power, as it was called. He was there with a cardinal importance right from the start. Much underestimated man by the historians even in 1917. There was a book written some years ago, Stalin, the man who missed the revolution. a good example of how historians underestimated Joseph Stalin.
Wow. Well, I mean, dude, you gotta fucking keep it going.
You know, he was an editor, he was an organizer, he knew his own mind, he didn't mind saying that to Lenin, he certainly enjoyed saying that sort of thing to Trotsky, who he hated, and Trotsky hated him back. Yeah, they were emerging as the big three. Lenin was already one of the big three. Trotsky was becoming a member of the big three. And Stalin was running up on the rails and joining them.
Now, so the Bolsheviks have seized power, but their hold is pretty shaky at first. We had a question from Ryan Kisiel on Twitter, and he wanted to know how near did Russia come to the counter-revolution at this point?
That's an excellent question. In October and November 1917, there weren't many people who thought the Bolsheviks would last very long. And among the Bolsheviks, there was a phrase, "We're living on our suitcases." In other words, they packed their suitcases in their rooms in case they had to suddenly flee again. These were people who fled a lot in their lives, and so they were worried about the possibility that they wouldn't win the early battles in Petrograd and Moscow, but there might be some kind of military counter-coup against them. But the counter-revolutionaries, the anti-Bolsheviks, weren't very well organized. They had no single unified strategy. They were politically arguing among themselves, and the Bolsheviks had a chance to take advantage of the situation. I think the whole of 1917 is a period in which the dog of counter-revolution did not bark. Look at the Kornilov revolt of the late summer of 1917. It melts away before it gets going. This is not like the military counter-coups in 1919 in Germany, where the discontented right-wing soldiers and officers snuff out Red Revolution very abruptly and very brutally. This didn't happen in Russia. The officer class was demoralized, disorganized, and didn't have a single proactive view as to how to take on the Bolsheviks. It didn't really have that view until late 1918, by which time the Reds, the Bolsheviks, had reorganized themselves, and they had reorganized the Soviet states to stop themselves a Red Army. They'd centralized their people's commissariats. They disciplined their own party. That was a big job. And they were in a position to defend themselves much more readily than they would have been against the military counter-coup if it had been effectively led back in the last days of 1917. That's a really good question.
And so there is eventually a civil war in Russia where what become known as the Whites take on the Red Army. Why ultimately do you think it's the Bolsheviks that triumph?
There actually are civil wars happening all over Russia, more or less, from the October Revolution onwards. And a lot of those civil wars are Reds versus Reds, because the socialist revolutionaries don't take it lying down in 1917 to 1918. They fight the Bolsheviks. They're socialists who've won the biggest part of the election to the Constituent Assembly in November 1917, and the Bolsheviks forcibly dispersed the Constituent Assembly in January 1918. So there were civil wars going on all over the former Russian Empire. But the Bolsheviks managed to survive, partly because they don't have an international military intervention to contend with at that time, apart from the Germans, and they give Ukraine and what we now call Belarus away to the Germans through the Treaty of Brest-Litovsk. But within the area of Soviet power in central and northern Russia, the Bolsheviks managed to hang on. And then the whites, the out-and-out counter-revolutionaries, people who detest socialism, mainly officers from the old Imperial Army, finally get their act together and form at least three big armies under Kolchak, Denikin, and Yevgenich, all of whom have been very high-ranking officers under both Nicholas II and Alexander Kerensky, and they start moving from different angles on Petrograd and Moscow, and within a year and a half they're gone. Kolchak is dead. In Siberia, Denikin and Yevgenich flee. Their armies are dispersed. The Bolsheviks win partly because they organize themselves well, effectively, ruthlessly, partly because they put together politics and war fighting more effectively than the whites did. The whites thought, we'll win the war first and then we'll sort out the political situation. The Bolsheviks fought the civil war that they had with the whites, always with politics in mind. And the Bolsheviks were lucky. They were lucky that the Allied intervention by the British, the French, and the Americans never came to them. It was always only on the periphery. And by the end of 1919, all of the Allied contingents were being withdrawn. And a further factor, and I think this is very, very important, is that the Bolsheviks never lost Moscow and Petrograd. And from Moscow and Petrograd, the railways,
How recently did she die? She did like a fucking month ago. Oh wow.
spread out all over the country, the telegraph system, and the postal system. The Bolsheviks were able to dominate that, and they also dominated parts of the country where the main military warehouses were. So even though they presided over an economy that was continuing to fall apart, the industry was in a terrible state, they had bullets and rifles aplenty that they inherited from Nicholas II. So they had huge military stock that it was difficult for the whites to manage. And they also had a human stock. If you look at the population of Russia, it's very, very heavily concentrated in the European part central and northern Russia. So they conscript soldiers more readily than was the case of the whites. So the whites shot themselves in the foot in many ways. But the Reds came to to change the metaphor a bit, they came to the gaming table with higher cards in the first place. They stood a much better chance than their enemies predicted, and that they themselves predicted. They were never wholly confident they were going to win the Civil War, but they had a lot of luck on their side.
And you mentioned in the last answer about the Allied intervention. So, as a whole, what was the international response to the Russian Revolution?
The German High Command welcomed it because they wanted no trouble on what we in the West call the Eastern Front. And what the Germans call the Eastern Front, what the Russians call their Western Front. So they welcomed it because they wanted to be able to transfer dozens and dozens of army divisions from the Eastern Front to the Western Front so as to win the war in 1918, in spring and summer 1918, before the Americans became effectively involved on the Western Front. So the Germans helped to bring about the October Revolution. They supplied the Bolsheviks with money in the spring of 1918. The Allies, of course, wanted Russia to stay in the war and fitfully did what they could to overthrow the Bolsheviks in 1917 and 1918 with a view to putting into power an administration that would resume the Russian participation in the war. When the war ended on the Western Front, then the question arose, should the Allies still stay on the periphery of Russia? The French were down in Odessa in Ukraine, the British were in Archangel, Americans in Eastern Siberia, and in all of those countries there was trouble with the labour movement, which even if it didn't always support the Bolsheviks, didn't want another war, didn't want young men to be sent off to fight another war in Russia for the restoration of capitalism to the Russian lands. And I didn't want to see lots more people dying. So across 1919, Stalinism, Allied governing authorities decided that it just wasn't worth continuing with. It caused too much trouble at home, and there was plenty of trouble at home. The French and the British budgets were wrecked. There was far too much else to think about and to do. And it was assumed that the Bolsheviks wouldn't last very much longer. They were making a mess of their economy. You know, the Russian industrial output by 1920 to 1921 was 1/7 of what it had been in 1913. There was a massive industrial depression in the country, and there was starvation. Surely the Bolsheviks would have to either give up their extraordinary socialism or be overthrown, and they nearly were in 1920 So the Allies didn't have the confidence or the resources to take on a truly effective military intervention. If anything, the intervention was counterproductive because it meant that the Bolsheviks, who were internationalists and anti-nationalists, were thought of by many Russians as being the best national hope for Russia, because so many countries were ganging up on Russia at the time. So this helped the Bolsheviks to some extent.
And at what point would you say the Russian Revolution ends? Would it be with victory of the Civil War? Would you even go up to 1989?
I remember giving a talk in Moscow in 1989. And it was one of those big jamborees where Western and Soviet historians got together. And I remember saying how wrong it was for history to be looked at in the way that was becoming conventional in both the West and by then in the USSR, whereby it was thought that there was a Lenin period which had nothing to do with a Stalin period, very radical between the two. And challenging the idea that somehow the Russian Revolution came to an end sometime in the lifetime of Lenin, or at least with Lenin's death. And I remember a Soviet historian making a comment from the floor, saying, "Why was I talking as if even the Civil War came to an end in Russia? That the economic and social and political institutions that were built by the Bolsheviks in the Civil War were still standing in the USSR in 1989 while we were debating this question." His view then was that the revolution was one thing, but the Civil War had made the USSR, as it was to become, into the shape that it held for another 70 years. This is a view that I hold to. I share that. I was so appreciative of that it was a Soviet historian who later became a friend had said this, rather than some outsider like myself pontificating about Russian history. So I don't think that when the Civil War ended, the institutions and practices of the Civil War disappeared with them.
Now, looking at kind of post-revolutionary Russia, we had a question from Johnny White Eagle, who said, "How long after the revolution did it take before it dawned on the Russian people that they'd swapped one form of tyranny for another?"
God, these are great questions. I think we tend to assume that, or we can tend to assume, if we don't look at the evidence carefully, we tend to assume there was a revolution and then a civil war, and then there were uprisings against the Bolsheviks. And the Bolsheviks were turned against as the Civil War came to an end. And that's not really true. there were lots of Russians who hated the Bolsheviks right from the start, who didn't change their minds about them. There were strikes in 1918 and 1919 in big industrial centres which had supported the Bolsheviks in 1917. So that it wasn't the case that a large number of workers and peasants and soldiers suddenly came to the conclusion that the Bolsheviks were just as bad or perhaps even worse than Nicholas II. There were always such people, but they tended to get written out of the history books until comparatively recently, or they're in history books that are only about the peasants or only about the soldiers. And, the whole big picture has tended to play this down. There were peasant revolts all through the Russian Civil War. They came to a climax in 1920 to 1921, but they were there all the time. And bear in mind that most people were religious believers, and the Bolshevik campaign against religion, whether it was Christianity or Islam or Judaism, involved not just an attack on the clergy, but an attack of a way of life for most people. Religious processions, religious festivals, religious holidays were very important. They were what people had been brought up with. So many, many people, it's impossible to quantify this because they didn't have opinion poll surveys in those days. And anyway, who would have answered an open question, frankly, if it might mean that they were arrested by one side or the other in the civil wars? So lots of people thought that the Bolsheviks were a bad lot, including some of their own supporters within the first year, having had to live under Bolshevik authority. And that number steadily grew. And when the Bolsheviks consolidated their power, then of course people grumbled but didn't revolt any longer because it was too dangerous to revolt. The penalties were so terrible. So people felt that they had to get used to just coping with the Bolshevik way of life, making the best of it, dealing with Bolsheviks, saying one thing and thinking another. And that happened through to the end of the Soviet years, through to the end of the 1980s. Doublethink became the way that you got through, the way that you coped, when you knew that there was no alternative. You see, the Hungarians in 1956 and the Czechoslovaks in 1968, they had memories of a different way of life. But the longer the Soviet period went on, the less memory there was of what had gone before. That's a really great question, and it deserves a book which you haven't yet received.
Okay, and another person on Twitter who had a question was Nat C, and he wanted to ask about the role of Jews in the Russian Revolution, and particularly he wanted a refutation of the myth that the Jews, in quotes, were behind the Russian Revolution.
Yeah, I agree with that. It does need refuting. Most Jews in the Russian Revolution lived in the shtetls in the west of the former Russian Empire. or had lost their homes because of the German occupation, and they've been forced to flee into Russia. They wanted to continue their way of life, practice their faith, and not suffer oppression. So most of the village Jews, or the Jews of small towns, wanted to be able to trade and to practice their religious beliefs unimpeded. And when the provisional government came to power in the February Revolution and allowed Jews to move across the country outside the Pale of Settlement, then Jews thought, at last we are being liberated. And the Bolsheviks continued to say that there should be no discrimination against Jewish people. So most Jews thought, well, here is a window of opportunity for a better life. No reason to flee the country now. No need to emigrate. Perhaps. Let's hope. Let's pray. Jews were an ethnic and religious group that lay a lot of importance on education. And so a disproportionate number of the leading members of the political parties in 1917 in the newly liberated country that had been the Russian Empire, a disproportionate number of them were of Jewish origin. Compared to the total number of Jews in the former Russian Empire, they were a tiny number. But because there was a residual amount of anti-Semitism, they tended to be thought of as the typical revolutionaries, whether they were Mensheviks, socialist revolutionaries, or Bolsheviks. And there was a disproportionate number of Jews in all of those socialist parties. And this became a theme of the far right, the far political right, at the time and in subsequent years, so that all Jews were tarred with the same brush as Trotsky and Dan and Lieber and other Jews who gained prominence in 1917. But the history of Jewry in the Russian Revolution is a very sad one, because most Jews were victims of pogroms carried out particularly by the White Armies, but there were also red pogroms that were carried out against the policies of and instructions of the Lenin-led government. But most of the pogroms were led by the Whites. So I'm glad that question was put. It's a very important aspect of the history of the Russian Revolution, and it's not always very well understood, and it does need refuting that the Russian Revolution was some sort of world-led Jewish plot.
Now, just a couple more questions. We had one sent in by the historian Leander Delisle, and she wanted to know, what is the most exciting source material to have emerged about the Russian Revolution since the fall of the USSR?
Cool. Well, when the Soviet Union fell, I was halfway through my 3-volume study of Lenin. And I remember going to Moscow after the August 1991 coup and being allowed to touch some of the documents and examine some of the documents relating to Lenin's life. And I thought that was something that would never happen to me. Just months before the fall of the whole of the USSR. I mean, lots of historians have gone there and had similar sensations. I suppose reading books that Stalin had in his library and that he had annotated in the margins, that was another high point for me. At the other end of the political spectrum, reading diaries of ordinary people, ordinary Russians, who were living through this bewildering epoch of change, where the whole of world history was being reconfigured. I've been doing a lot of that in the last few years, and I find that really mind expanding. What I have felt is that there's no fixed history of the Russian Revolution. There's still so much to find out. I worked on that 3-volume study of Lenin for 19 years. I had Lenin's 55 volumes in our bedroom. It was the only place in the house we could find room for it. I mean, I lived and breathed Lenin, and then I went and wrote another single volume proper biography of him. And I thought, well, I've got this all sealed. I've got this all sealed down. I know everything I feel I ought to know about Lenin. Now, 20 years on, there's still stuff to be rethought. Actually, rethinking the Russian Revolution is more important than excavating the documents, because unless you think new thoughts, you don't know what you're reading when you're looking at the documents. And so it's still a very, very important and exciting subject.
Just one last question. On the legacy of the revolution, would you say this was the most important event of the 20th century?
Yeah. I think that the Russian Revolution didn't just configure what happened in Russia, didn't just transform Russia. The Bolsheviks blundered their way forward, not having an idea of what kind of state they were going to build, and they invented the one-party communist state. Towards the end of the 20th century, this covered a quarter of the world's Earth's surface. It was a phenomenal transformation of world politics. And moreover, horror at what communism was provoked an antidote in the form of fascism that eventually gave Germany Adolf Hitler and the Nazis. So it's hard to think how this would have happened in quite the way that it did had it not been for the Russian Revolution. So I don't think we can ever put the Russian Revolution as event number 2 or 3, it's got to be number 1 in the shaping of the history of the 20th century.
That was Robert Service. As mentioned earlier, he's written numerous books on the history of modern Russia. Most recently, Kremlin Winter, Russia and the Second Coming of Vladimir Putin, which was published by Picador in 2019. Thanks for listening. This podcast was produced by Ben Hewitt and Jack Bateman. Tune in tomorrow to hear Victoria Panton Bacon speaking about Second World War veterans.
At Firestone Complete Auto Care, we hold our service to the highest standard. That's why we have thousands of ASE certified technicians nationally. So don't wait any longer. Give us a call and book your next appointment today.
This episode is brought to you by Hyundai. Whether you're running errands with the kids or heading on a weekend escape, the new 2025 Hyundai Tucson Hybrid is packed with class-leading advanced safety features like blind spot view monitoring, forward collision avoidance assist, and wireless phone charging, so you can stay focused on what really matters. Learn more about the new Tucson Hybrid at HyundaiUSA.com.
It's time for basketball, and Uber Eats is dropping deals on game day favorites to keep you locked in on the action. Like when you're craving a buzzer beater, but also buffalo wings, or when an upset makes you want to ugly cry into a pizza. And right now, Uber Eats has game day deals from Burger King, Buffalo Wild Wings, KFC, and hundreds more local favorites. So you can keep your eyes on the ball and your hands on a burger. Order now, only on Uber Eats. Product availability varies by region. See app for details.
This season, a new hot deal has arrived at Metro. $25 a line for 4 lines with all the data you need and 4 free Samsung Galaxy A15 5G phones. Getting Metro's best deals is easy. No ID required, no activation fees. Get a new number or keep your own. It's up to you. That's 4 lines for $25 a line, plus 4 free phones. Visit a store or go online today. Only at Metro by T-Mobile.
When you join Metro Plus tax, for a limited time and subject to change. Max 1 offer per account.
Hello and welcome to the History Extra podcast from BBC History Magazine, Britain's best-selling history magazine. I'm Ellie Cawthorne. Can we follow in the footsteps of our prehistoric and medieval forebears? Well, archaeologist Dr. Jim Leary of the University of York would like us to try, because he's been researching the importance of mobility and travel in the period. Our content director, Dave Musgrove, called him to find out more.
Dr. Jim Leary is lecturer in field archaeology at the University of York. And Jim, you've written an article in the journal Antiquity with Professor Martin Bell, which is called Pathways to the Past, a positive approach to routeways and mobility. And I saw that on Twitter and had a look at it. And then we were chatting on social media, and you shared with me an unpublished manuscript that you've written, and which incidentally is looking for a publisher, provisionally entitled Rome, which talks about the archaeology of travel and movement more generally. So that's the conversation that I wanted to chat about today. So Jim, thank you very much for joining us. I hope you're well.
Thank you very much for inviting me. Yes, really delighted to be talking about Rome.
Okay, good. So let's start off with just the basic premise. So we tend to focus, when we're thinking about archaeology, we tend to focus on archaeological sites, graves, or static places. But that means that we overlook one of the basic aspects of life, which is mobility. And in that recent article that I mentioned in the introduction, I'm just going to do a little quote. You said, concentrating on sites removes the physical evidence of bodily movement from the discourse and imposes a stillness on the past. So what do you mean by that?
Well, what I mean is that when we look at archaeology, when we talk about archaeology, in fact, when we talk about the past more generally, we see it as a series of static images. You know, there's a headline that often crops up when archaeology is found in the newspapers, and that's frozen in time. And we talk about that quite often, this idea that archaeology is this static image, this point that's frozen in time. And what that does is remove a really key aspect of what it is to be human. And of course, that key aspect is mobility, is moving. And when we remove mobility from our discussion, we remove some of the things that make us human, that make life, enliven the past. And in one sense, I think it's perfectly understandable. We talk about monuments and place a lot in archaeology, and place is sort of a very tangible thing. You can see it, you can go to it, you can go inside monuments, you can draw boundaries around them. But what it does by doing that is remove the movement, the liveliness of the past. In a sense, it's a form of disenchantment. I think we rob the past of some of the actual life. So what I want to do is put back that liveliness. I want to recreate that sort of buzz on the along the roads and the paths of the past. That sort of hubbub, the shouts and the chatting, the gossip, and all of these things. These all happened along paths. Life happens on the move. It doesn't happen in place. Or to put it another way, place is actually a tangle of different sorts of movements. So what I was trying to do with the book is put that richness back into the past.
And you definitely do. In the manuscript you sent me, you bring that to life, and you bring some of the poetry, I suppose, of the motion of life and moving around into it. So, if there is a publisher out there looking for a good topic like that, then it's worth a look. But is this a new field of study then? Because I tend to think that we do focus on monuments and you read archaeological textbooks and stuff, and they do rightly, as you say, focus on the things that don't move around so much. So is this something that the archaeologists have been picking up on recently and trying to forge a new field of study?
Well, I mean, mobility has always come into archaeology. We've always talked about mobility, and of course, we talk about mobility an awful lot now in archaeology because we have these amazing new techniques, such as ancient DNA study or isotope analysis. I mean, isotopes are just wonderful because you can, at some degree, you can determine where the geological area somebody grew up, and and you can compare that to where they ended up. So you can sort of see where people came from and went to. But what you're actually looking at there are places, what place they came up, they grew up, and what place they ended up. And we do the same with objects. You can look at people talk about the movement of objects, but they're actually talking about the place that it was made or came from originally and the place it ended up. The journey in between is the bit that we very rarely talk about in archaeology. So we are talking about mobility, but in a very different way to the way that I would like it to be conceived.
Okay, so it's the human experience of moving that you're trying to get to, which seems like a very valuable place to try and understand. So just thinking about this conversation, obviously there's an awful lot we could talk about here. So I'd like to try and structure the conversation to move from prehistory through to the Middle Ages, and we probably won't go far beyond that in terms of chronology. So let's try and start at the beginning, or a sort of beginning, when we look at a period in question. So archaeologists talk of a boundary between periods, between the Mesolithic and the Neolithic, and that's when the traditional view is we move from a hunter-gatherer society to a more settled agricultural society. So one might imagine that leads these farming groups to be less mobile because they're tied to the land, they're having to grow crops and all that. That's not quite right, according to some of the stuff in your book.
That's right. So I'm absolutely fascinated by this because this is an idea that we grow up with. This idea that we sort of come from this kind of wandering wildness in our past, and through a linear evolution, we slowly settled down and grew crops and became civilized. This idea of progressing from a wandering wildness to some sort of settled civilization it just flows through our understanding of the prehistoric past. And anthropologists have been telling us for some time that actually not all hunter-gatherers move around very much. In fact, some hunter-gatherers move around in a very small way, very minimally. Some a lot less than supposedly sedentary horticulturalists. And we sort of see this in the archaeology as well. We're getting growing evidence for rather large or larger houses in the early Mesolithic, houses that quite clearly would have been used intergenerationally, tying people to particular places. And at the same time, the isotopes we talked about earlier, the isotope studies on Neolithic populations show that actually they're moving around quite a lot throughout their lifetime. And so I think we just need to move away from this idea of seeing mobility as a one-way street, if you forgive the pun. Instantly, mobility lends itself to huge numbers of puns and jokes and various things. But this idea of a linear evolution, it's a fallacy that sort of exists throughout all the writing on prehistory, really. It doesn't necessarily need to be that way. And of course, mobility isn't a one-way street either. You can increase your mobility and you can decrease your mobility, and communities do over various times. And within your community, of course, you have some people who are more mobile and others who are less. You always do. In our society, we do. And so it was the same in the past. So I want to get away from this idea that we are sort of over the millennia, over the generations, slowly becoming more settled, less mobile. And we're supposedly a sedentary civilization now, and we move around more than we probably ever have done in the past. I mean, we're truly global individuals. So I'm just trying to move away from this idea. Yes, hunter-gatherers are mobile, but they're not all mobile. And they're not always more mobile than farmers. Farmers move around an awful lot, especially small-scale horticulturalists.
So how easy, then, is it to actually see evidence of travel and mobility in prehistory from an archaeological perspective? So you mentioned things like axes and artifacts. You can see them moving from one place to another. You can see their provenance, and you can see if they end up somewhere else. And that's a fairly obvious way that must have moved, and there must have been some human agency to move it there. But can you actually see physical evidence of mobility but back in prehistoric record?
Well, again, this is something that's incredibly difficult to spot. So mobility it's a little bit like trying to see wind. You can't really see it, but you can see the impact of it on the sort of environment around it. And the same is true with mobility. So we can see, for example, things like routeways in the landscape, parallel linear ditches, or sometimes ditch and banks. They often survive, particularly in upland areas, quite often fossilized within later prehistoric field systems. We can see rows of barrows, round barrows, which are burial mounds, but they quite clearly once marked routeways known as what we call barrow roads. And this even in this country, they've been studied quite a lot more in Europe. But of course, we also have wooden trackways that survive in waterlogged areas. We get them, there's plenty in Ireland. We get them in Somerset through the Neolithic and the Bronze Age, and you get them elsewhere in the country. I excavated a lovely one in East London, actually, which is Bronze Age in date. And these trackways are sometimes really well made. Sometimes they're nothing more than just brushwood laid down over a waterlogged area, and literally just to allow people to cross boggy areas. And of course, then the waterlogged area or the peat grows up around it and preserves the timber. So you can date them incredibly accurately. The most famous example is the Sweet Track in Somerset, which is we can date through dendrochronology the felling of the wood to 3,806 or 7 BC, I forget which. So amazingly precise. Even the time of year it was excavated, the wood was felled. And these trackways were designed for people to cross the waterlogged area, or sometimes to give people access out into the waterlogged area for hunting or perhaps for ritual purposes. I mean, that seems to be the case, that the waterlogged areas are sort of ritual landscapes, not quite land and not quite water, but sort of liminal zone in between the two. And so you often get deposits of axes, or in late prehistory metalwork, or sometimes actual human bodies, sacrifice bodies. So these track roads are wonderful ways of sort of telling, of kind of understanding movement in the past.
So I did my PhD on the Somerset levels, and one of my supervisors was one of the excavators of the Sweet Track. And if I remember rightly, it's one of the rare examples where you can actually kind of see movement, because someone had dropped a bag of hazelnuts or something along the course of the route, and that had been preserved in situ there. So that's a standout moment. It's a bit of a rare exemplar of being able to actually see it. But I suppose footprints as well might be examples there.
Yes, absolutely. There's some wonderful examples of footprints in, for example, the Severn Estuary. Again, you mentioned my colleague, Professor Martin Bell. He's been excavating them over years, and generally the ones he's been looking at are Mesolithic in date, and they're just stunning. Those literally are a moment in time captured in a series of footprints, and he has examples of people walking side by side out into the estuarine mud. There's a wonderful example of two small children, one slightly older, the other dancing around the older one, and you can really sort of conjures this image of a small child full of energy and jumping around. And then at some point, there's only one set of footprints, but those set of footprints are slightly deeper, and quite clearly the older child has picked up the younger one, perhaps slightly frustrated with it, dancing around. So these little moments are captured in footprints. They're a wonderful, tangible example of mobility in the past.
Yeah, they are amazing to just think of those survivals. So you talked a bit about the trackways there, and we can actually see evidence of how things were constructed and how people were moving around those wetland areas. And it's a bit more esoteric, the evidence, I suppose, on dry land, because it doesn't survive as well. But are you able to sort of give us a sense about the sorts of routes that people were travelling on in prehistory, and I suppose how much investment in maintenance or construction of travelling routes was made?
Well, the routes that we see preserved within the field systems in the upland area, clearly they're part of a laid out landscape, and there's some degree of thought going on. But this is a really difficult subject to nail, to get stuck into, because they're very, very difficult to date. Only really now are we beginning to get the kinds of techniques and technologies required to date them properly, and even then it's still very tentative and very difficult. People often talk about things like ridgeways forming big routeways in prehistory, and the ridgeway that runs across from Norfolk down into Wiltshire is a prime example of, people describe it being the earliest road and things like this. Actually, the evidence is pretty slim on the ground for that particular ridgeway to be a prehistoric routeway. We sort of have later prehistoric features running right across it and disregarding it. So, there's certainly good evidence for the ridgeway being a routeway in the Saxon and later periods, but in prehistory there isn't so much. I wonder how much rivers were really the major highways of the day in prehistory. This is something that's sort of often forgotten about in discussions of mobility in the past. Rivers in many ways are much easier, and you can sort of access sort of larger areas through rivers.
So just going back to the ridgeway for a second, I do find that fascinating. I ran along a bit of the ridgeway back earlier in the summer, and it is in Wiltshire, and you're running past barrows and hill forts and Wayland's Smithy, this prehistoric monument there, which has a sort of a Saxon name nowadays. And you do feel like you're sort of running in the past for a bit, because you're running past so much interesting history. But I suppose the marketing is quite interesting there, because it is advertised as this, really ancient road. I can't remember exactly what they're branding it. But is that helpful to us in our understanding ancient prehistoric movement to have things marketed like that when perhaps they're not actually reflective of a reality back in the Neolithic period, for instance?
Well, I mean, I don't want to take away a beloved prehistoric rootway from everybody, but I think if we're going to call it a prehistoric rootway, we need to do some serious work on it and actually determine whether it is or not, and not just allow this to become sort of hands-down knowledge that it is a. I mean, I think they brand it as the earliest road, don't they? That's the. And I think if we're going to say that, we actually need some scientific evidence to back it up. Which means we need to do some work, some proper archaeological work. And in the case of the Ridgeway, when archaeological work has been done, it's been conclusively shown not to be, maybe it was used at times as a routeway, but it certainly was no road, as it's described, certainly wasn't something that was used for any length of time. The other type of feature which people generally do love, and that is the holloways. And I mean, I adore holloways. I find them deeply moving, romantic places to go. Very evocative of the past. And holloways, they're formed literally by the passage of feet and horses' hooves and carts clattering down them, and they're eroded deep down. Helped often by flooding in the winter, where rainwater will wash down them and sort of essentially turn them into rivers, and that erodes it even further. But these wonderful old holloways, when we do look at them scientifically, and this is something that again Martin Bell has really pioneered, actually we can trace the origins back, frequently back into prehistory. Martin has been able to date some back to certainly the Iron Age, if not the later Bronze Age in some instances. So those are the sorts of things. Forget the Ridgeway, walk along holloways, and there you really are treading in the footsteps of ancestors.
Great. Maybe we'll come back to just a few examples of places where you can experience that past travel experience at the end of the podcast. Why, we talked a little bit about this, but why would people have been travelling in the past? What would have been their motivations? I mean, you can think of some obvious reasons, purposes of agriculture and that sort of thing. But today, obviously, travel, there's various reasons why you can travel, and many of them for leisure purposes. I guess that's not one thing that we should think about for the past, so maybe we should.
Well, I don't see why not. I think there's this idea that, again, it's a little bit like that division between the Mesolithic and the Neolithic, that's very pervasive. And that's that people didn't move around very much in the past. And what we're showing through things like isotope analysis is that people did move around, and they moved around a lot, not just in prehistory, but throughout the historic periods. And so, throughout the historic periods, people of all levels of life, all walks of life, moved around, and for a variety of reasons. It could be just a sense of freedom, but it could be going from one place to another to visit relatives. It could be merchants on the move. It could be pilgrims on the move. It could be messengers. The military used these, and then of course you get big royal cavalcades going down, clattering down roads with a sort of huge circus in tow of knights and courtiers and jesters, and a great big show. And so a whole variety of people used roads for a whole variety of reasons. You can imagine them alive with activity, and not least, of course, drovers and people moving with their animals.
So you've kind of got a bit of a split there, though, between the local movement for your sort of day-to-day activity, I suppose, and the longer distance movement which might be for some of those other purposes that you've talked about. You do look at that in your book a bit and try and tease out those differences. But I mean, is there? I suppose that leads to a question of whether you can identify actual long-distance routes that go between certain places for given reasons. Is there any evidence for that sort of thing?
For long-distance movements?
Yeah.
Well, there certainly is, and it depends again. Mobility is such a wonderful subject; it's very, very diverse throughout time. So there are no universals, and it goes up and down. But we certainly get long distance movement of people in prehistory. I mean, the Amesbury Arch, an early Bronze Age burial not far from Stonehenge, where we know that he was brought up. Perhaps in the Swiss part of the Alps, but certainly from at a distance, and that's a long distance that this man has physically travelled himself. So rather different than just looking at the artifacts where it may have passed from hand to hand. He actually walked and sailed that journey. And then as you go through time, of course, as the globe opened up, you can see huge distance being moved as merchants and pilgrims, in the medieval period. I mean, people going to various pilgrimage centres in Europe and to the Holy Land was huge. I mean, there was a great big industry going on there. Going back in time to the Roman period, we know that there was a big tourist industry going on, and people were moving around a lot for those reasons. So, I think what we need to do is enliven the past with all of these different mobilities and these different movements. People were moving around.
Still to come on the History Extra podcast.
And it goes back to this point that mobility is so fundamental to human life that if you control somebody's movements, you control them. And this has been the case for a long, long time, certainly since the medieval period.
This episode is brought to you by Progressive Insurance. Do you ever find yourself playing the budgeting game? Shifting a little money here, a little there, and hoping it all works out? Well, with the Name Your Price tool from Progressive, you can be a better budgeter and potentially lower your insurance bill too. You tell Progressive what you want to pay for car insurance, and they'll help you find options within your budget. Try it today at progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Price and coverage match limited by state law. Not available in all states.
Here at the Almond Joy Factory, where tropical vibes abound, we use soft, fresh-tasting coconut.
The crunchiest almonds and delicious chocolate candy.
But do you know what our most important ingredient is? Sometimes you feel like a nut.
Sometimes you don't.
Almond Joy's got nuts and something even way better than that. Yes, Almond Joy is made with almonds and joy.
This episode is brought to you by 20th Century Studios' The Amateur. When his wife is murdered, Charlie Heller, the CIA's most brilliant computer analyst, must trek across the globe and use his only weapon, his intelligence, to hunt down her killers and enact revenge. Starring Academy Award winner Rami Malek and Academy Award nominee Lawrence Fishburne. The Amateur, rated PG-13, only in theaters April 11th.
Okay, so then the next question, which I find absolutely fascinating, is how did people know where they were going? So in eras pre-maps, pre-GPS, how did you actually know where you were trying to end up at? I mean, even if you look into the medieval period, you have things which look like map, like the Goth map and things like that. But actually, when you interrogate them properly, if you try to use those sorts of things to actually get from A to B, it wouldn't work terribly well. They're not very accurate devices. So how do people know where they go?
Well, of course, we tend to look at the world a bit like a bird would look at it from above. And we've got used to seeing that. We have satellite imagery which shows us what it looks like from above. And of course, as you rightly say, people didn't have that view in the past. And so their understanding of the world around them, their landscape, came from their knowledge of it on the ground, literally on the ground. And in terms of how do they know their way around, well, if you're brought up, if you live in an area, and you move around in that area, you walk in that area, you know it really, really well. And it's a sort of knowledge that you could describe as an ambulatory knowledge. It's a knowledge that can only be gained from moving in that particular landscape. And so these people, I mean, they're essentially seeing the world as a wayfarer or wayfinder. They know their way around because they just live within that landscape. They know it intimately. But again, they don't know it from above. They know it on the ground. So they'll know the routeways, and they will recognise at what point they need to make which turning. So it's not a set of instructions in their head. It's it's what you might describe as knowing as you know as you go. It's sort of something that develops out of your moving on foot. And so, and that's very much a wayfarer's way of seeing the world. And so if you're in a foreign area, well, you might employ a wayfarer or wayfinder to help you through the way. You may follow a well-marked out routeway, or if it's not well marked out, there may well be marks on trees, for example, symbols on trees, or patches of bark that have been cut away, or saplings bent in a particular way to point you in particular directions. That's known as trailblazing. So that's another way of determining where to go. So there are a variety of ways, but if you're moving in an unfamiliar area, the risk of getting lost was serious.
So the trailblazing examples you gave there, you're not just making them up, are you? Because there are sort of ethnographic parallels for people employing those sorts of things. I think in sort of First Nation territories in North America, for instance, there's clear examples of people using those sorts of techniques.
Yes, absolutely. It's a well-known technique. The other thing, of course, is as people move along a trail, a number of people move along a particular line, they are impacting their landscape automatically. They're treading vegetation underfoot and pushing it back. And of course, as you're walking along and you may eat some fruit and throw it to one side, you will start to get particular fruit trees growing on the side. So you start developing very particular ecosystems along routeways. And so all of these things provide cues in the landscape. Or, for example, on particular pilgrimage routes, it may be marked out with I think it's in Sussex, they use yew trees at every particular at a particular distance, so it helps you find your way. So there are a variety of ways of knowing where you're meant to be walking, where the route goes. But to us in our modern minds, where we're so used to maps and particularly nowadays digital maps on our phone, it's so easy. It's very difficult to get lost, really, which is a great shame. I'm a big fan of getting lost.
And knowledge lost as well, I guess, for our inability to be able to spot those signs anymore. I was walking along a path this morning, actually, having read your book, thinking it's curious there are quite so many blackberries along this path, and maybe that's an example of some of that sort of knowledge. Right. Let's just pause for a moment and sort of move. I mean, we've already dabbled into the Middle Ages a bit, but the sort of the boundary between prehistory and historic times is the Roman period for a lot of places, and particularly here in Britain. The Romans come and they're famous for putting in the roads and building the road network, and that's one of the big things we associate them with. How important, in terms of our knowledge of travel and the way people were moving around in the countryside, were the Romans and the network they brought in? And I suppose just is that true that the Romans did bring in roads, and did they? And I suppose the one big question is, did they make the roads straight?
Well, I mean, did they bring in? I mean, I'm always a bit reticent talking about Roman roads, because whenever you talk about roads, you have a lot of experts on Roman roads who really fight quite vigorously for their little patch for the Roman roads, and it's very difficult to talk about Roman roads as part of sort of a broader discussion of roads more generally and mobility. But anyway, that hasn't stopped me in my book anyway. But in terms of did they bring roads with them? Well, I mean, of course they did. They built fantastic roads. I mean, splendid roads. I've excavated Roman roads in the past. I excavated a fantastic one in Southwark in London, beautifully well made, and they were incredibly well engineered, well made roads that stand the test of time. A number of them are still in use today, which shows how obviously they've been re-tarmacked and remade, but it just shows how crucial those Roman road links were. But did they bring Roman roads? Well, we now have growing evidence for Iron Age roads. There was a wonderful site in Sharpstone near Rothschild where they excavated a road which for all the world looked like it should be a Roman engineered road, but the dating showed that it was Iron Age. We have Iron Age street grid pattern at Silchester, for example, and there are other Iron Age roads. And it just makes me wonder how many of the Roman roads are actually overlain on top of earlier roads. I suspect a lot of them, an awful lot of them. So yes, Roman roads are quantitatively different. There's absolutely no getting away from the fact that the Roman road was really something special. But I do wonder whether actually it was more likely to be overlaid onto routes that already existed. The other thing to remember, of course, is that the Roman road network didn't just suddenly appear overnight. They didn't invade and suddenly overnight create this Roman road system. What we're looking at when we look at the Roman road network is a few hundred years worth of development and change. So it didn't appear every time. When the Romans first arrived, no doubt they used existing routeways and then started developing them from there. And were they straight? Well, some of the best known examples clearly are very, very straight. I mean, Romans were fantastic surveyors and fantastic engineers, but there are loads of Roman roads that aren't straight, and that's because they weren't looking at the world with a bird's eye view. They weren't using Google Maps on their phone to plonk it on. They were building it on the ground, so to speak. So it develops on the ground and it goes round corners, and they're very sensible when it comes to river crossings. They do it so that it crosses the river the minimum number of times and stuff. But they're not all dead straight. And the other thing, of course, is routeways and roads or routeways and pathways. After a length of time, once they're there, they tend to remain, and after a length of time, they start to straighten out. I mean, if it's been there a while, you tend to cut off the corners and straighten these things out. So Roman roads that are using a pre-existing series of routeways actually probably are using quite straight roads anyway. So, I love Roman roads. I'm not, I love people who study Roman roads, but I think we overplay this idea that they came, the whole Monty Python sketch, what did they ever do for us, bringing roads and all the rest of it? Well, actually, the Roman road system was something that developed over time, and it's very special and is used for centuries, millennia later. But I do question whether actually they were dead straight and just sort of imposed themselves on the landscape. No road ever imposes itself on a landscape. Roads develop from the landscape. And you can see this in the Roman roads where they use the geology around them, and the engineering style of the roads changes depending on the landscape around it. So they develop up, they evolve from the earth.
So you've slightly blown my next question out of the water, but I'll ask anyway, because I was going to say, what would the imposition of a network, and you just said there wasn't, of a network like that have done for the psychology of people moving around? Because suddenly there were these better, better constructed roads leading to all sorts of interesting places, which would presumably have meant the experience of travelling was quite different. But maybe it's not, because there was already Iron Age antecedents to it.
Well, I mean, having said what I've just said, I still think that they are quantitatively different, and that the experience of moving would have been different. Walking along a Roman road, I mean, they are beautifully compact and flat. I've excavated them, and they're wonderful things. And where you get potholes, they get filled in. I mean, in many ways, they're better than the roads we have now. So in that sense, I think moving along them would have been different. Whether people could have freely moved along them is a different question. And I think many of these roads were constructed for military use, and they may well have been sort of dominated by soldiers moving up and down them. And actually, ironically, even though they had a better road network, mobility may have become more difficult after the Roman invasion and arrival.
That's an interesting point. The sort of the legality and authority required to travel. Maybe we'll pop back into that in just a minute. But I just wanted to pick up on a couple of sections in your book relating to medieval travel that I found particularly interesting. So we're leaping forward again here a few centuries from the Romans. But pilgrimage. You've mentioned pilgrimages earlier, and you talk quite a lot about that in your book, about how important the concept of pilgrimage was, and how it kind of not only made people travel, but the very fact that lots of people were traveling kind of shaped the landscape of mobility itself. So can you give sort of just a little synopsis of what you mean by that?
Yes, I mean, I think we probably forget nowadays just how important pilgrimage was, particularly in the medieval period in Britain. You would have had people going, entire households going out on pilgrimages at particular times of the year, particular holy days, and it would have been a rather fun time. I mean, there was almost a festival feeling around some of these pilgrimage centres during holy days, and you would have gone with your household and perhaps some neighbours, and you would have made a nice day of it, or maybe a long, longer than that, and it would have all been, rather fun. Of course, there's a flip side of that, which is wherever you have mobility as freedom, there's mobility as restriction, and so people were often forced to go on pilgrimages as penance for committing some crime, adultery or whatever it might be. So it wasn't always fun for everyone, and others may have gone with their sackcloth on or barefoot or whatever. So people had different experiences of pilgrimages, sometimes fun and gay and festival and full of festivities, and other times it would have been more difficult. But whatever, these pilgrimage routes to major centres like, for example, Canterbury, everyone along that route would benefit. I mean, you need you need inns to provide accommodation overnight and to provide food. You would have had the ferrymen, or the Thames ferrymen did particularly well out of people going on pilgrimage down to Canterbury. So there was money to be made out of this, and of course, whenever there's any sort of mobility, it impacts the environment around it. So pilgrimage is exactly the same. A whole industry, if you like, builds up along these pilgrimage routes to service people going on pilgrimage.
It sort of actually changes the landscape and has a significant impact on the way things happen. And that leads us on to another sort of area of travel, or a reason for travel, which was to do with animals and agriculture. And you have some very interesting content in your manuscript about the importance of droving and drovers, and also transhumance. So you probably need to explain what transhumance is, and maybe you need to explain what droving is as well. Just give us a sense about how important animals were in the transport of animals in the medieval period.
Absolutely, I'm absolutely fascinated by this subject. I love the idea that people were moving with their animals to such an extent through the medieval period. Really, it's the post-medieval period where it explodes, and you get people droving and as you say, transhumance. The difference between the two: droving is when you take your animal to market, and so people would drove their animals across sometimes huge distances, from Wales into London, for example, or from the Scottish Highlands all the way down into England to sell them in markets. So for the animal, droving is a one-way street. They go one way, they don't come back again. Transhumance is rather different. That's taking your animal up into upland areas for the summer and back down into the valleys for the winter, or if you're in a wetland area, take them to the wetland over the summer and then dryland area in the winter, and so on. But moving animals around was a huge part of mobility through the whole of the historic period, probably through much of later prehistory as well, but really explodes in the post-medieval period. And you see, very much like pilgrimage, these routeways really fundamentally change our landscape, and they impact on the entire environment around it. Once again, drovers need accommodation. You know, you often get inns. Well, you do get inns that appear along droveways or driftways or greenways, they're sometimes called. You know, the drover's arms or whatever they might be, a place for you to put your animals overnight, whether they're cows or sheep or geese or sometimes even pigs. You know, so a field for them to graze and somewhere for you to sleep. And people like blacksmiths would have done really well out of drovers whenever there was a big market on, and smithies would set themselves up to service people as they're moving along these droveways. And again, you know, going to market, sort of a bit like going on a pilgrimage on a holy day. Market days kind of have this air of festivity about them. All these people being brought together from disparate parts of the country, meeting up and intermingling and chatting and sharing gossip and sharing knowledge. You know, these markets were, you know, great big melting pots and of life, of humanity, all driven by the mobility of an animal.
So I'm just thinking, you mentioned earlier about the sort of the possibility in Roman roads that access to those Roman roads might have been restricted because they were primarily military transport routes, perhaps. How far is it possible for you as an archaeologist to get a sense of the limits that might have been imposed on people's ability to travel in the past, whether through legal restrictions or social or economic restrictions, I suppose? Can you see that at all?
Well, it's very, very difficult to see this in the archaeological record, and really, this is where we start to rely on the historic record to understand the kinds of restrictions involved with mobility. And it goes back to this point that mobility is so fundamental to human life that if you control somebody's movements, you control them. And this has been the case for a long, long time, certainly since the medieval period. I mean, we have the Statute of Winchester, 1285, which restricts people moving around at night time. So, you know, you might be caught by the night watch, and what are you doing up at this time? Because if you're not sleeping, then that means that you're probably sleeping during the day, and therefore very limited economic value to people. You know, so restriction is a big part of restricting mobility is a big part of controlling the people. And you see this through time. I mean, it kind of gets worse, and actually, it's even quite. It's not great now, to be honest. You know, we are more restricted now than I think we have been ever before in the past. But you know, so on the one hand, people were restricted on the times of the day that they could move around, but at the same time, various Tudor poor laws and proclamations against and so on meant that people actually were forced into, you know, the lowest society was forced into this constant moving around. That if you've got money, you have a lot more. You don't. You have a lot less freedom to move around, and actually, you know, there's an economic and social division, but I think there's also a gender division as well. In that, if you're a young man and you're forced to move from town to town, then you can probably get by. And actually, there's probably a little bit of a libertine freedom about that. You know, going from alehouse to alehouse and enjoying the pleasures. As a young woman, that's a lot more difficult to do. You know, often women, unmarried women that moved around a lot in the medieval period were considered lewd or associated with illegitimate children and that sort of thing. So mobility is this wonderfully variable thing that is freedom for some people, restriction for other people. And you get this right the way through. It goes through to you know, the first enclosures where large tracts of the landscape are enclosed, and all of a sudden previous routeways have either gone completely or been rerouted into different areas, or the later enclosures, parliamentary enclosures of the 18th century. You know, and so restriction is something that's restricting people's movements has gone on and on and on, and we still have problems today. But where you get restriction, you always get resistance, and so the flip side of the mobility coin to restriction is resistance to these restrictions. In the during the parliamentary enclosures, you had, or during the earlier enclosures, you had people known as levelers that would go out and literally level the hedges and the various boundaries that have been set up across routeways. Incidentally, these people were known as the mob, mobile vulgus, they were called by the landowners. The mob is literally a group of people identified by their type of mobility. Their movements define what they are, and they resisted against it. And then you can see this in, for example, the mass trespass at Kinderscout in the 1930s. We can resist, or even Gandhi's wonderful salt walk to resist the colonial power, the British salt tax. So movement can be freedom, but it can be oppression, but it can also be a form of resistance. And if you've ever gone on a protest, these sort of long wandering forms of movement, a particular type of movement in a protest march, or of course immobility is a form of protest. Think about the Occupy movement, just sitting down, refusing to budge. It's another form of protest. Mobility is all of these things, and whilst elite powers have always tried to control people's movements, people have always fought back with a different form of movement.
There's some fascinating social historical angles that underpin all this topic, isn't there? And I'm reminded actually that trespassing is a live topic now, isn't it? Because there's been a book just published by a chap called Nick Hayes, I think, called Trespass, which is sort of exploring the restrictions that still exist on people moving around Britain today. People are still coming to terms with that and trying to well, he particularly is trying to fight against it, I guess. Right, just moving to an end with some sort of practical tips for people, if we can. So when we're wandering around in the British countryside or elsewhere, I don't know how far such things would apply elsewhere. We've got a lot of listeners in the States, so I don't know whether there's any tips there. But can you give us any hints to how we can judge the likely age or original intention of a track or path or road that we're wandering along?
It's actually surprisingly difficult to find the date of a particular path. I mean, a Roman road is built in a very particular way, so a little more easy to identify, perhaps. But some of these, these driftways, greenways that you see, some of the smaller ways, very difficult to determine what their date is. I think the simplest thing to understand. To try to identify Roman roads, I think the easiest thing is to look at maps, because they're pretty well mapped, they're very well studied, and I think even the OS maps for Britain have Roman roads marked on them. For these earlier ones, it's almost impossible to just walk along them and determine their date. Actually, what they need is serious scientific work to understand them. But you can, Hollowways, again, they're just wonderful. You don't have to go anywhere in particular. I'm up here in North Yorkshire, and we have fantastic Hollowways. I've got some wonderful ones in the village just near me, and they are just so wonderful and evocative. And when life starts to get on top of you, actually, just walking down a Holloway and feeling the time depth actually makes me feel an awful lot better. So I would advise those. And as I said before, where they have been dated, and this work really is the pioneering work of Martin Bell, and we can show that they have some serious heritage, going back in some cases right back to prehistory. But it's really difficult to determine the date of a path just by walking it. Looking at where they come from and go to is another way. Quite again, up here in North Yorkshire, we have a lot of big abbeys, and if they're coming from an abbey or going to an abbey, then it seems sensible to assume that they're probably medieval in date. And the place name as well, that may give you an inkling as to what they are. and therefore you can sort of partly date them from that. But actually getting to the original date of them, that's the really difficult thing, because they get, rootways, once it's there, it tends to remain there for a long, long time. And it gets sort of absorbed into different networks and used for different things and renamed and slightly altered and slightly engineered here and there. And rootways are just wonderful things to walk down anyway.
So you mentioned sort of the pleasure of the time depth experience of going down one of these holloways and how it feels. Are there any sort of concrete examples of anywhere that you would go where you can get a really good sense of walking along an ancient path or route?
Well, again, Martin Bell has been working on the South Downs a lot, where a lot of the holloways on the South Downs, Saddlescombe, for example, he's dated to potentially the Iron Age. He's also looked at another one, Lyminge in Kent, which he's quite conclusively shown is certainly later prehistoric in date, in origin. But this is very pioneering work, and so we don't have dates on a lot of these holloways. Some of them, because of the nature of them, they're essentially negative features. They are very, very difficult to date. So this is part of the point of my book. Is I want to energize this understanding of the past. I want people to read it and embrace it and engage in it, but actually also do some research on paths, and let's start dating them, because they are datable. You just have to work really hard. In terms of concrete examples, come up to North Yorkshire and look at some of the amazing paths on the North York Moors, for example. I spend my weekends, I'm a man obsessed. My family, thankfully, happily come along, but I think they've largely given up on me. Particularly the trods. Trods are wonderful things. They run across the North York Moors. You get them elsewhere. You get some in Cumbria and Yorkshire Dales, and these are made of sort of large flagstones, and they're laid out, and they're likely to be medieval in date, because some of them originate or go to some of the big abbeys. But I just love the name trod. I mean, if there's ever a word that defines exactly what it is a trod. You tread on a trod, much as you ride on a road.
Absolutely, it's a very evocative word. It sounds quite Yorkshire as well, doesn't it? Trod. You can see how that would work in with the accent there. Is there anything that I haven't asked you that maybe you might want to just bring to the attention of our listeners? Any areas that you think are particularly interesting that we haven't gone over?
No, I mean, I think probably one of the last things that I would say that actually I find one of the really fascinating things about mobility is how it is so completely cultural. That if you're born and brought up in a particular country, you walk in a particular way. So mobility is an entirely cultural thing. There's no human way of walking. You develop a walk. You walk like your parents walk. You copy your parents, or you copy the cool kids at school, like John Travolta at the beginning of Saturday Night Fever. He's got the coolest walk in the world, walking down. The Bee Gees behind, singing. You can tell by the way I use my walk. I'm a woman's man. They type of talk. You can tell by the way he uses his walk. He's a cool guy. He walks in a cool way. So walking is a very culturally specific thing, and I find that utterly fascinating. That's the side that we really struggle to get from archaeology.
That was Dr. Jim Leary. Hopefully he'll find a publisher for his book Rome sometime soon, so that you can read more about this subject. In the meantime, if you want to find out more about medieval pilgrimage, just go to historyextra.com and search for pilgrimage, and you should find some great material to read. Thanks for listening. This episode was produced by Ben Hewitt and Jack Bateman. Join us tomorrow for another lecture from our 2019 History Weekends.
At Firestone Complete Auto Care, we hold our service to the highest standard. That's why we have thousands of ASE certified technicians nationally. So don't wait any longer. Give us a call and book your next appointment today.
It's time for basketball, and Uber Eats is dropping deals on game day favorites to keep you locked in on the action. Like when you're craving a buzzer beater, but Also, buffalo wings, or when an upset makes you want to ugly cry into a pizza. And right now, Uber Eats has game day deals from Burger King, Buffalo Wild Wings, KFC, and hundreds more local favorites. So you can keep your eyes on the ball and your hands on a burger. Order now, only on Uber Eats. Product availability varies by region. See app for details.
This season, a new hot deal has arrived at Metro. $25 a line for 4 lines with all the data you need and 4 free Samsung Galaxy A15 5G phones. Getting Metro's best deals is easy. No ID required, no activation fees. Get a new number or keep your own. It's up to you. That's 4 lines for $25 a line, plus 4 free phones. Visit a store or go online today. Only at Metro by T-Mobile.
When you join Metro Plus Tax, for a limited time, it's subject to change. Max 1 offer per account.
Here at the Almond Joy Factory, where tropical vibes abound, we use soft, fresh-tasting coconut.
The crunchiest almonds and delicious chocolate candy.
But do you know what our most important ingredient is? Sometimes you feel like a nut.
Sometimes you don't.
Almond Joy's got nuts and something even way better than that. Yes, Almond Joy is made with almonds and joy.
Hello and welcome to the History Extra podcast from BBC History Magazine, Britain's best-selling history magazine. I'm Ellie Cawthorne. For today's episode, we've got another lecture from our 2019 History Weekend event in Winchester. Today's speaker is the historian Eleanor Woodacre, who's delivering a talk on Queens on Screen. In this talk, she explores the ways that Tudor and early modern queens have been portrayed in cinema and television, from the favourite and Mary Queen of Scots to the Tudors and the Spanish princess.
So today I'm going to be talking to you about early modern queens on screen. So the first question I always get is, what do I mean by early modern? Early modern is a terrible descriptor, to be honest. It's one that people in my field have been kind of lumped with. But basically, we're talking about queens who lived their lives roughly from 1500 to 1800. But of course, we're going to be looking at their representation in modern films and cinema, so 20th and 21st century. And what I'm going to be doing today is I'm going to be asking a couple of big questions. Now, these questions are going to kind of run through the talk today, and I'm going to be referring back to them at various points, and then at the end, where hopefully we'll have some answers for some of these big questions. So one of the questions I'm going to be asking is, what's the connection between the modern today and the early modern? So, what's going on there? Why do we focus on particular queens? So at one point I'm going to talk about popularity stakes, and then, thinking about the particular queens that keep popping up on our screens over and over and over again, and why that is. So we're going to be thinking about that. We're going to be unpicking some of the stereotypes that tend to occur in the portrayal of these queens, these kind of boxes that we tend to put them in. And we'll be kind of thinking about, what are those boxes, why do they exist, and again, what does this tell us about not only these queens, but about us as well. And then finally, we're going to talk about the accuracy question. We're going to kind of round back up with that, because that's something that we always get. And I'm sure many of you, how many times have you guys watched a film or a TV series and gone, that didn't happen, hang on a minute. Yeah, so we're going to have that discussion as well at the end. So now I must admit, I'm going to have to watch my time here, because this is one of those topics, I was just admitting right before the talk started, I can get really excited about and wax enthusiastic. So I'm going to have to watch myself here, that I don't kind of waffle on too much about the bits that I'm excited about. So I'm going to start and think about the inspiration for film. So where are these films coming from? So obviously there's a huge representation of queens in both fiction and film. And obviously there's a long-term fascination with queens and royal figures, going right back obviously to Cleopatra, ancient pharaohs, Hasheput, all that kind of thing, right up to the present day. And even today, obviously, if you're at the supermarket and the newsstands are full of Majesty magazine and Kate and Meghan and all of that kind of thing. So we have this enduring interest in and fascination in the lives of queens, royal women, famous women generally. So that's an enduring thing. Now, obviously, we have to acknowledge that and you can tell, I actually are, I'm having both a British and American passport holder, but you can tell by my accent where I've come from. And Americans obviously have this enduring fascination with the landscape. Obviously, as you know, it's incredibly popular over the water, and that happens into Hollywood. So if the American populace is interested in it, Hollywood is super interested in it too. So there's that as well. Now, this enduring fascination with an interest in Queens, in some ways, is where not just the interest in popular culture comes from, but also the foundation of the area that I live in, which is Queensship Studies. So that's an academic kind of area of study that looks not just at the lives of queens, but only exercise of the office of queen as well, and kind of how that works and the elements of that. So it's all kind of coming from the same source, this interest in these women, their lives, the challenges of rulership, all of these elements. We want to know about it. Now, one of the things that's really directly fed into the 20th and 21st century portrayal of queens on screen is the Victorian legacy. They have a lot to answer for, both positively and negatively. So one of the things that is incredibly popular, not just in the Victorian era, but had a real heyday in the Victorian era, is collective biography. How many of you guys have heard of Agnes Strickland's Lives of the Queens of England? Yeah, absolutely. Okay. Agnes's work was not the only collective biography of queens. There's movies out there. I teach from Emily Martin Owens, but she was incredibly popular. These works were reprinted again and again. Many novelists like Jane Clady took us the Lives of the Queens of England and turned them into a novel form that again inspired filmmakers. So this is really kind of long-term legacy from these 19th century biographies of queens. Again, Strickland and her industry, I feel like. Now, Strickland's not the only one who's interested in queens. It's not just in the text. We also see a huge surge of romantic art in the 19th century that's making some dramatic portrayals of history. And behind me, you can see Dale Roche's execution of Lady Jane Grey. How many of you guys have seen this in person? Isn't it stunning? It's an absolutely beautiful canvas. I don't know about you guys. Every time I see this, I want to touch her dress. It's just the silk. It just feels like tactile, doesn't it? But it's this wonderful, dramatic portrayal of this pivotal moment, this last one of the life of a young queen, which we'll be coming back to in film later. So there's that inspiration. And also in the 19th century, we have surging opulence like Angelina, we've got queens like Maria Stuart as well. So again, it's just kind of coming out from all directions. And so that 19th century surge of interest kind of follows on into the 20th century age of cinema. Now, in the modern era as well, we have to acknowledge that it's not just in the Victorian era, but today, where we have this kind of continuous feedback loop between queens on screen and also queens on the page and queens on the stage. So, for example, I've got some pictures here. Obviously, you guys are familiar with The Favourite and Mary Queen of Scots, the two films that came out last year, which I'll be talking more about later. Immediately before those films came out, we had the RSC, Helen Edmondson's play Queen Anne. Anybody catch that while it was out here in Stratford and London? It was absolutely excellent. Not long after that, they made The Favourite. Now, I can't guarantee for sure there's 100% connection there, but certainly that resurgence of interest and again, people saying, wow, Queen Anne, what an interesting woman. All of a sudden, bing, there's a movie, and you've got there's a connection there. And here is a recent staging of Maria Stuart. Again, it was really critically acclaimed in the West End, and again, immediately preceded Mary Queen of Scots. Again, may not be a direct connection, but it shows that it's happening not just on the screen, but in other places as well. And we can also see hints providing inspiration for film portrayal. So The Ugly Boleyn Girl, again, the famous novel by Philip and Gregory, was first turned into a BBC TV series and then turned into a film. And obviously Marie Antoinette by Antonia Fraser was cited by Sofia Coppola as the inspiration for her own film on Marie Antoinette with Kirsten Dunst that we'll be talking about in 2006. So, another thing I just want to talk about is this big kind of eras of film. Now, one of the things that we can see is there's obviously a consistent interest in queens on screen, but there's also some real surges that we can see. And that's happening along with kind of other wider trends in Hollywood, for example. One big surge that we can see is in the 1930s. Now, we call it the golden age of cinema. It's a massive amount of film production generally, but they were really interested in the 1930s in royal biopics. So there's a huge interest in the lives of royal figures, not just queens, and obviously because of this, we see all of the major queens that we'll be talking about in just a minute getting a good portrayal or two in the 1930s. We also have, to go right to the other side, we have kind of a bit of a heyday in the 60s and 70s as well. This is Anne of the Thousand Days, which my queenship students are actually going to be watching next Tuesday, and I've told them I think Genevieve Boudreau, best Anne Boleyn. And for my money, Genevieve gets the golden star there. So that's a really good example from that era. And then obviously from our more modern era, this is just one example, obviously, today, from the 1990s to the present day, we've had another real surge of interest in the lives of queens. Again, this last year's film shows really well. Now, just very quickly, I want to make kind of a side note. I am talking about the queens of early modern Europe all here, but I wanted to note that this is actually not just a European phenomenon. Interest in the lives of queens is definitely not just a European phenomenon. And actually, in my own models, I teach about the global queens. I'm trying to bring more of the women from China, India, Africa, particularly the Americas into my medieval queenship classes, because it's the amazing women. And actually, that's reflected in terms of treatments of early modern queens and empresses and concubines, etc., royal women across the world as well. So one of the things that we see that's been really popular recently is what's kind of known as the harem soap. So obviously in these kind of polygamous contexts where you have not just a queen and empress, but you have royal consorts, royal concubines, and kind of more. You have a lot of kind of jostling, supremacy, infighting, etc. And that confirms the plot lines, if you like, a lot of those harem soaps. I don't know if any of you guys have caught any of these on Netflix, but they're highly recommended. You've got Empresses in the Palace, that was a good one. Magnificent Century, it's a huge Turkish soap. And they started off with seeing the Magnificent and they did several spin-off series. I'm still waiting to see the one Kazan Sultan. In India, again, there's been several treatments of the life of Noor Jahan. One of them came from the novel The 20th Wife, actually. Any of you caught any of these on Netflix, etc.? No, I'm going to watch this. Well worth a look. And outside our period, the one I'm obsessed with at the moment is Empress Kate. So definitely add this to your watch list. Right, back to Europe. Okay, so I said I was going to talk a bit about the connection between the modern and the early modern. One of the things that we can clearly see in terms of our interest in, and perhaps our more recent interest in, queens on screen and women in power in the early modern period, is our interest in women in power today. So it goes without saying that today we are seeing, thank goodness, a huge surge of female politicians around the world in positions of power and authority, and again, making it representative assemblies, leading nations, etc. Now that is obviously changes the way that we look back on the past and the way that we look at women in power and authority and governance in the past as well. But it also helps keep our interest as well. And we are, whether we are doing it deliberately or subconsciously, making those connections between women in power today and women in power then. The question is, because feminism and because it's part of our modern makeup, it's part of our modern landscape. It's part of our, we're picking up by osmosis and however you feel about it. And that goes into the films that we make as well. And one of the kind of dangers of that is that we are kind of turning the queens of the past into current feminists. That we're looking to make the women of the past kind of demonstrate values and behaviors that resonate with us, but may not have been something that they could have identified. Again, if you talk to Anne Boleyn and say, yeah, what are you talking about? So we have to be a little bit careful there. Right. So we're going to move on and talk about the queens that have tended to dominate our screens and thinking a little bit about why we focus on them. Now, some of these questions I'm going to answer as we go through, and some of it I'm going to kind of filter in as we go. But in this section, I want to kind of raise your awareness of the queens that have the lion's share of the attention. So where is Anne Boleyn? Anne Boleyn. I tell you guys, if I had a pound for every student that wanted to come in and do a dissertation on Anne Boleyn, every dissertation, I'm serious. Oh my goodness gracious me. people love her. She has literally a fangirl following, or fanboy. She's an industry in and of herself, as we'll talk about in just a second. And because of our interest in her, she's been represented on film again and again and again. Now, all these lists of films behind me are not meant to be comprehensive. I know some of you are like, oh, I forgot this film. I know. I'm just trying to give you a flavor of how awesome it is on the screen. So we went from the German 1920 silent film Unbelievable. And it's also so called Deception, which gives you an idea of how they're playing that one. Again, when students were watching The Private Life of Henry VIII in the 1930s. Anyone see that one? Yeah, it's good fun. We were having a right old giggle. Now, obviously, Anne Boleyn gets a little bit of short shrift in that one. Catherine of Aragon, if you've seen that film, it literally starts with saying, yeah, she wasn't very interesting, I'm not going to talk about her. And then we start with the execution of Anne Boleyn and we go forward. So it's an interesting film, that one. Well worth watch it if you haven't seen it. Again, we talked about Anne of a Thousand Days, there's Genevieve again, love her. And again, she comes up again and again and again. And more trails that you obviously, I'm sure, familiar with Natalie Jordan and Natalie Portman as well. Now, the thing with Anne, and I think one of the reasons why we're so interested in her, is that she's a bit of an enigma. She comes up and she's portrayed in so many different ways. So sometimes she's portrayed as this innocent victim that was, again, just sacrificed. She was pretty, she loved me, she's innocent of the crimes, etc. Sometimes she comes across as this kind of wicked, ambitious schemer. How many of you guys have seen Rothschild and Bring Up the Bodies? Yeah, she doesn't come across very well that way. Yeah, that's nasty. That really is, and a lot of my students feel like, oh my God, so sometimes she's the ambitious one. Sometimes she's this kind of smart and sassy and this kind of proto-feminist, and she gets kind of slapped down for being too clever and too sassy. So she comes across in different ways and different portrayals. We can't agree on the way we see Anne. Now, I've got this one behind me. How many of you guys have seen Six, which is playing in the West End and going on tour? Okay, those of you guys who have seen this is Anne. Apparently, this Anne is inspired by Lily Allen. And if you've seen this show, you know exactly what I mean, yeah? This is an Anne who is not smart, who is not sassy. She's kind of an Essex girl. And she's like, oh, sorry, can I mess things up? Sorry. She's a very different kind of Anne. But she's kind of fun. It's kind of fun to see Anne played against type. Again, some of my students who like Anne Boleyn are kind of like, I'm not sure about that Anne. So, but it's an interesting one. Like I said, they're literally taking Anne, we kind of constructed and flipping it over a little bit. Now, speaking of that, there's a whole book by Susan Water called The Creation of Anne Boleyn. And it talks about how there's the historical Anne Boleyn and there's this kind of mythical Anne Boleyn that we've created that's kind of a lot about us and maybe not so much about Anne. And I think a lot of this kind of journeyed out on Anne reflects the fact that she's this dynamic and shape-shifting, kind of almost becomes almost quasi-legendary figure. But she has this kind of other and the real Anne. Another one like that is Eleanor of Aquitaine. We got another book of James Joy Eleanor of Aquitaine. So Michael Evans is inventing Eleanor, or again, he talks about historical Eleanor and this kind of Eleanor that he's created. And Anne's an interesting one because of that. So another one who's really popular is Anne's daughter, Elizabeth I. Obviously, we've had a lot of Elizabeth I. Now, I mentioned how many dissertations I've had on Anne. My former PhD supervisor, when she was teaching undergrads, basically said, I will not have another dissertation on Elizabeth I. Leave her alone. Yeah, she's had enough. She was like, oh. Yeah, she was like, okay. So yeah, Elizabeth I. We keep coming back to her. We love all the aspects of her life. I've just given you a few examples there, all the way from Sarah Bernhardt's 1912 portrayal of her all the way down. And obviously, we tend to portray Elizabeth as this kind of great queen. I'm going to talk a little bit more about how we portray her vis-a-vis the Queen of Scots in a minute. But I've got two ones at the bottom that again are kind of queen against type. How many of you guys have seen Elizabeth? Yeah, and in all this, we have not only Vanessa Redgrave, but her daughter also really play Elizabeth at different points in her life. And there, Elizabeth is definitely not the Virgin Queen. So, again, spoilers here, but a major part of the plot is that Elizabeth has been sleeping away in princesses and hiding her bastards everywhere. So, that's a very different portrayal of Elizabeth there, okay? So, again, very challenging our idea of the Virgin Queen. And also, Black Blackadder. How many of you guys have seen Elizabeth I in Blackadder? God, she's hilarious in Blackadder. I mean, you know, she's giggly and funny and then threatening to cut people's heads off, and she wants toys and presents, and you know, she's really good fun. So again, but that's playing against time, and it's funny because it's not the Elizabeth the Great that we know kind of thing. Speaking of which, why don't we call her Elizabeth the Great? Why do we have Catherine the Great and we don't have Elizabeth the Great? I think we need to start anything with that. But anyway, there you go. I digress. Okay, so Mary Queen of Scots. She's the other one that we can't stop talking about. We can't stop putting her in film. We love her. And again, you know, right from the 1920s onwards, in fact, I'll even talk about 1895 shortly about her. So Mary Queen of Scots, enduring fascination. This actually not even last year, it was this year, wasn't it? It's this year the film came out. So again, we keep coming back to Mary Queen of Scots. Now, the thing with Mary Queen of Scots, I'm going to kind of forward on to kind of talk about them together. Is the thing is that we tend to look at Elizabeth I and Mary Queen of Scots together. It's almost impossible not to bring them together unless, except for when you do those films, which is just the very beginning, those that are going very end of Elizabeth's reign. But generally, they come into opposition. It's this kind of battle of the queens, these two women that are rivals and cousins and diametrically opposed and fighting for the throne. And so it tends to come down to kind of Team Elizabeth, Team Mary kind of story. I really think they need to get shirts made for this. And really, you know, it kind of comes down to who's the victim and who's the victor, rather. And we'll be talking about this victim and victor stereotypes in just a minute. But one of the interesting things that you get in the portrayal of this movie is you often get this dichotomy between the woman and the queen, love and duty. So this kind of stuff that Mary is the one who chooses to be the woman, and she puts love as her duty and then pays these consequences for it. Whereas Elizabeth shuts out love, and she's all about duty and she's all about the queen, and she pays the price of basically turning into kind of a mannequin because she has no love in her life. So it's a really interesting kind of, you know, this way of kind of fooling them off one another. And one of the things that's really interesting about this, we keep trying to recreate the scene that never happened, this imaginary meeting between them, and it's become this trope. And even though we know it never happens, and every time, like the film that came out earlier this year, of course, all its stories, they never met. Of course, they never met, but it's become a trope. Audiences accept it because it's been in plays, because it's been in previous films, because it comes up even in TV. Okay? It's just constantly this kind of idea that they have to be us. And they never can say to each other. Do they have a finding match? Are they sympathetic? You know, what is it all about? So we keep bringing it back again and again and again. And one of the interesting things on stage is we've taken that idea of the meeting even further. So in the, it was, again, I'm not expecting you to see this, there's a kind of obscure Belgian two-woman play where, again, it was the whole play was Elizabeth and Mary kind of on stage with each other, just kind of feeling them having an interchange. Or again, Mary Stuart, I had that picture of that play earlier. The two actresses used to flip a coin at the beginning of the performance to see which would play Mary and which would play Elizabeth. And again, that play is built on the tension between those two women. So,
with my brother, it's a shithole. And everyone who lives there is kind of in denial that it's a shithole. They'll defend it with a passion. But they always say things like, you know, it's not so bad. We're an hour from Tahoe, one of the most beautiful places in America. 4 hours from San Francisco. And I think that's kind of like, you know, inviting someone over to my shithole apartment, being like, yeah, this is a shithole. And I'm like, well, yeah, but Greg's house is, you know, right down the hall. And this house is pretty nice. So, yeah, my wife is from China, straight from China to Reno. I was like, why'd you go to Reno? It's a shithole. It's like, oh, well, you can see the sky. That's pretty nice. There you go. True Nelson. Fuck yeah. Hey, your girlfriend's from China or your wife? What'd you say? Wife? Fuck yeah. How long you been married for? Talking to the microphone. Oh, sorry. We just got married. Oh, congratulations. Fuck yeah.
How long did you statistically have of marriages and divorce?
Whoa, that's a very dark outlook, Darwin.
The other half is death. Oh, that's very dark. Chroma Chris. Chroma Chris is the only person on this page that doesn't do stand-up comedy, and he hits grand slams out of nowhere sometimes. I love it. Heck yeah. So when you invited your wife over from China, were you like, I gotta warn you, I don't live in the best city? She's like, Reno. Is that what happened?
Yeah, so she came here on a student visa. We have a university, so I met her there.
I know they love going to school.
Yeah, they do.
They fucking can't get enough of it. She's still in school?
Yeah.
It never ends. In your entire life. Asians love their masters. Anyway. Wait, what the fuck was that? Brian. Red Band. What the fuck? Was that a new sound effect? What? This is what you're working on? Okay, alright. This is your wife calling in live. It's a long distance call from Reno. Is your wife with you here today?
No, she is not. I came with my brother.
Oh, wow, very cool. Does he have an Asian wife as well?
No. Okay. She's as white as it gets. So.
Oh, wow. What do you mean by that? Jesus. Is she whiter than William Montgomery? Look at this fucking guy. What are you talking about? Drew, how long have you been doing stand-up?
This is my first time.
Whoa, that's very good. Very good. Very fucking good. I would have guessed a little bit more than that. That's very impressive. Very fucking cool, man. You really get it. You're a fan of the art form?
Oh, definitely, yeah.
Hell
It's
yeah.
got me through some tough times. So yeah.
Absolutely. Us too. How about your life in Reno? What are you doing for work?
I'm a scientist at the State Health Lab.
Wow. Hell yeah. That's how you get that fucking Chinese pussy. Absolutely. Hell yeah. Get all up in her fucking little petri dish. You know what I'm saying? Fucking pull out your little microscope and have some scientist sex. You have any special moves in the bedroom that you do? You ever do the old fucking?
Do you ever do the crying cut yourself?
I mean, that's not where I was really gonna go with.
I come every time.
Do you have any special moves that you do in the bedroom, Drew?
Well, they don't have porn in China, so she likes porn a lot. So I think that's why she came.
Ah, that's fucking awesome. I like that. So, like, she sort of, like, watches porn on a laptop while you just hit it from behind, sort of, like that? Like, what's the setup on that? Where she watches it and then you guys do it?
Yeah. A little bit of A and B.
Little A and B. Fuck yeah. Let me ask you something. When you hit it doggy style, does she ever try to eat herself? It's a weird one. The fuck was that noise you guys just made? What is that? Jesus. Oh boy. Okie dokie. Haunted. A lot of random sounds coming up. Like what is that one and how does that apply to that part? So your 10-second long sound effect of what? All right, yeah. That one I think we just figured out the ending is better than the beginning. That's a little something to keep in mind on that one.
Yellow, man.
Yeah. Wow. So Drew, what else about you, man? What do you like to do for fun and shit like that? You have any hobbies or anything like that? You seem like the kind of guy that fucking likes to sit on a stack of books while reading other books. You know what I mean? You ever make a little book bench?
I like to read, but I used to be an emo kid in high school, so.
Wow, yeah. Really? What was like? What was one of the more emo things that you ever did?
I had some pretty sweet hair with that. I had some colors in it, and I used to take MySpace pictures and get all those comments from the little girls, you know.
And when did you start dressing like a South Park character?
Wow, there it is. It has begun. The Joelberg chant is rippling through the room. That is a fucking good one. You look like a South Park character. Fun fact, wow, there you go. South Park is also the name of his wife. Anyway, William, you don't get to be on panel very often. This is his first time. You have any advice for him? He was given some.
Yeah, I recently become a teacher of stand-up comedy. Some of my pointers I give to people. If you're ever trying to make people laugh, just start out, just right off the bat, just tell people you're blind. Start talking about your aunt. Start talking about diseases you may have. I like to bring up Lyme's disease. I like to bring up Legionnaire's disease, diverticulitis, you name it. Start talking about you working at the Lakeem Gym. That's always fun.
William, it's very interesting. You tell people to do exactly what you do. A lot of comedians try to sway people away from covering the exact topics, but I like your style. You're like, dude, you want to come for the throne? Come fucking get it, bro. You can write a better diverticulitis joke than me. Good fucking luck. Drew, anything crazy about you else that we should know before we let you go?
Let's see. I'm a recovering addict. I used to be one of the worst ones you've ever met. And
yeah, how far did we get? What was rock bottom for you?
Ooh, rock bottom. Let's see. I lived in a motel and puked all over the motel. It gets gross.
I mean, Red Band did that last night.
Yeah,
that's normal.
Rock bottom.
You just put down the pet deposit. You can do whatever you want.
Hey, look at that.
I shit all over the place.
Jesus Christ. All right. Well, Drew, very, very, very impressive. Oh, Darwin, yes.
What kind of music did you like in high school?
Good question. You were in your emo phase. What was your
theater?
How does that go? Can you remind me? What does that sound like? Yeah, I mean, sure. Fucking just remind me of it. I'm not expecting there's not going to be like a lighting change or anything like that. It's going to be a single spotlight that comes down. But like, what was their famous song?
There's no penguins in Alaska.
Yeah, I never got into any of that shit. Doesn't matter. How about one more time? First time, one of the better first time sets I've ever seen. Drew Nelson, everybody, did it. Yo, Tony, that's how you do it, buddy. That's how it works. Bucket or special treat? What do you guys think? Treat? All right, let's do a treat. We have another regular on this show, ladies and gentlemen. Just got added to the show a couple weeks ago. This is his first Kill Tony Mania. We have so much fun with him. He's an unbelievable writer and performer. We're so happy he's the regular on the show. Put your hands together for one of my favorite top young rising comedians in the world, the great David Lucas, everybody. Here he is.
Yeah. I don't text ugly girls good morning. I text them good luck. She's like, on what? I'm like, yo, day, bitch, you gonna need it. I hate when ugly girls got good pussy. Like, bitch, I can't even fuck you at my house. Next time you come over, can you put on the UPS outfit and knock on the door 4 times and I let you in? I fuck with a lot of lesbian chicks because I got titties. They're like, what about the pussy? I'm like, close your eyes, we'll get to it. A little lower. There you go. I don't want to read that. Oh, shit.
David Lucas, everybody. Fuck yeah. David, always a killer. Always straight material. I fucking love it, man. I love your style. How you doing? You been having fun up in here in San Francisco this weekend?
Yeah, I'm ready to get out of this rain, though. Shit fucking up my hair.
That's what's fucking it up? I think your barber fucked it up, man. You act like that shit started growing out because of the rain up here. If I had that haircut, I'd be begging for low-hanging fog. No, I like your style though.
I don't think white people can get this. Well, white people with dreads listen to Bob Marley.
That's true. They do listen to Bob Marley and they don't shower properly. But you rock that shit, huh?
Hell yeah. Fuck it.
It's like it, man. Does it keep you like warm at night or anything? I don't know how that works. Like,
man,
like
I just literally got bored. I said, let me try something new.
Hell yeah. Has it been working for you? Picking up more lesbians with a
I get more black girls who are like into that African shit. Like the natural chicks because they don't shave.
Oh shit. Where are they? What are they like in the bedroom? I've been lucky enough in my time.
You ever rubbed them dick on the rug?
Actually, I have rubbed my dick on a rug.
Well, there you go. When you fuck a chick that don't shave.
Wow. Alright, well, there you go. David Lucas, you're unbelievable. I'm so happy you're here. What do you say, David Lucas joins panel? David Lucas joining panel for the show. Camouflaged out. Heck yeah. You ready for more bucket? Let's fucking go. Let's meet someone else. We already had a first timer. Let's see what happens here. Put your hands together for your next comedian, Eddie C. Eddie C. Hell yeah. Eddie C. The letter C. How about a hand for the band, huh, guys? Aren't they amazing tonight? Here's Eddie C.
Yo. So, I was talking to my boy's mom about black.com yesterday, and was explaining her to what it was. You know, if you don't know what it is, it's usually a hot blonde chick going to some job for the first time with somebody important, football, basketball player, like big black dude comes in, says, "You fucking okay?" He goes. She asks, "Do they have those for Latinos?" She's Mexican. Do they have those for us? I was like, "Yeah, no, I don't think so. Because first of all, you have to get rid of the high heels. Because we're not tall enough to be, we don't hit 6 foot. So there's only so much you can do. And our jobs, are black, the stereotypical, black jobs, and stereotypical Mexican jobs like cleaning lawns, like cleaning houses. And how many times can you do that before it stops getting sexy? You know what I mean? Really, so many times you can be like, oh, I didn't get into junior college. That's my first job cutting the lawn here. Parker, what do you need me to do? Yeah, that's it. Thank you.
Oh yeah, Eddie C, everybody. Welcome to the show, Eddie.
Thank you.
Hell yeah. What ethnicity are you? Mexican? We're deporting you right now. Yeah. The first time in Kiltony history, instant deportation.
No, that's sorry.
What? It doesn't matter. We're deporting you anyway. I don't know if you heard who our president is. There's new rules.
I say congrats. I put some episodes behind. I didn't know you got one.
Hey, thanks, man. You kept looking at me like I was going to help you with your shit. This motherfucker looked back like, David, tag, punchline, please. Somebody help me.
I want to make sure Facebook give me or something. Like, what's you say?
Nah, you was some bullshit, but.
Oh my goodness. Wow.
He looks like Joe Pesci in the taco truck owner had a kid.
You look like one of the pet boys.
Hey, you got a weed eater or what? You got a weed eater? Yeah.
What's a weed eater?
I need a new lawn, man.
Oh, Jesus.
I'll bring it to LA.
Like a weed whacker?
Weed eater. Yeah, we call it weed eater in the South.
Really? You call everything a weed eater.
Okay, my bad. White people weed whacker. God damn. Weed whacker. I've never heard that shit.
That is a lot whiter than weed eater. Especially the way you said it. My God, I didn't realize how silly white people sound.
Weed, then E-A-T-U-H. Weed eater.
Eater?
E-A-T-U-H. Eater.
Wow.
What you gonna do to her? I'm gonna eat her.
Hey. I learn something new every day hanging out with you, David Lucas. But this is about Eddie C right now. Look at this fucking guy. Absolutely. Out of his Best Buy uniform right now. He's fucking waiting around. What do you do for work, Eddie? Oh, Oh, really? Where do you what kind of food do you cook?
I'm a steakhouse. And I live in Denmark now. So
Denmark, the country?
Yeah.
Wow.
I'm a chef at a steakhouse over there.
That's so fucking cool. How'd you end up out in Denmark?
Very Danish chick. We got free healthcare and shit. So.
Damn, look at that.
Oh, yeah. Free.
Wow.
Free, baby.
Look at that. Man, you're an extreme Mexican.
Yep, yeah. I figured it out. Speed game. Go to Denmark. Socialism's awesome, dude.
Wow, that's incredible. So, have you capitalized on the free healthcare at all? Have you come down with anything? Have you used it?
Oh, yeah. I slipped down ice. My first winter, I ate shit on outside stairs.
Yeah, Mexicans are too great with ice. You don't see a lot of Mexicans trying to cross the border into Canada. That's the most Mexican shit ever. Slipped on ice, first date. Hey. What? That's incredible. Slipped right on the ice.
I was going to cut down my first Christmas tree too. So I didn't do some stupid shit like that.
Like first Christmas tree in your entire life, or are you cutting down your first? I was gonna be real sad if you never had Christmas. Yeah.
Oh my goodness, you failed at cutting down a tree. How not Mexican of you.
Wow. He did trim it beautifully before he tried to chop it down.
Use that motherfucker. Did I use that properly in a sentence?
Good shit, bro.
Thank you. So Eddie, what else do you do for fun? I mean, like Danish wife. Where'd you even meet her?
She was studying English in San Diego.
Oh yeah, look at you. What were you doing in San Diego at the time? Yeah, fucking around, going back to the motherland. I know what the fuck you do in San Diego. So secret Mexican. Can't afford me. Have my papers. And I'm Danish. Goodbye. Fuck yeah. What do you like to do for fun? Any hobbies or anything like that? Seem like the kind of guy that likes to climb trees or something, right? Just fucking look down at people and then jump down and scare them. He's laughing. They might be close on this one.
I don't know. That's just funny. I don't know.
Darwin?
Are you looking to make any new friends?
Sure.
Any hobbies or anything like that? Things you do?
No, right now I'm just playing fantasy football. I got a Danish. They have played Danish football out there, so a whole bunch of NFL players and shit. So, I got 2 little kids.
What's Danish
Trying
football?
not to break them.
Oh wow.
What's Danish football?
It's like the NFL. It's slower.
Yeah.
So you have 2 kids with the Danish lady?
Yeah.
How long have you been over in Denmark?
It'll be 10 years.
10 years. So what brings you here?
Vacation, visiting family.
Oh, that's so cool. And you listen to the show while you're in Denmark? Oh, that's awesome. We've always wondered who that one listener in Denmark is.
Oh, yeah.
Exciting.
I always wondered too.
Come off in the map. There's just one little flip.
So it's like, is drugs legal there? Is there any weird laws that would be shocked?
They have their own little Amsterdam and Copenhagen. That's kind of thing. It's called Christiania. So I might be famous now. I'm talking about that.
Heck yeah.
But yeah, you can buy weed there, and it's okay. They got cookies and brownies and shit. But otherwise, it's kind of scary. The cats out there that smoke weed, it's kind of shitty and dirty.
Wow.
So I mean, yeah, people that smoke weed there are all like, they're not like here. They're no doctors and lawyers that smoke weed in Denmark. It's all 13-year-olds trying. Yeah, so they don't have really good marketing for it out there yet. We're working on it.
Right. Fuck yeah. How old are your kids?
6 and 3.
6 and 3. Anything weird about them?
They were born 3 years apart exactly to the day.
Whoa.
22nd.
Whatever that day is, 9 months before that, you're blowing the fucking. That's the most Mexican part about you, huh? Just blowing those hot fucking baby making loads, huh? Just dropping off that horchata at the fucking Danish bakery, huh?
Yes, sir.
Just fucking baking a fucking little Danish with your little fucking tortilla down there.
Last week of July. Yeah.
The last week of July, absolutely. Well, I guess that's not summer in Denmark, but it's probably the middle of winter. You guys are just freezing your balls off. You have a sore back from slipping on ice all the time. She's all Danish and shit. She have a cute accent. Let me be on top today, Eddie.
She sounds normal. No, her English is good.
Yeah, sure, it's good. Sure, yeah, that's what.
She sounds like she's from the Midwest.
She sounds normal. I like how you put that. Eddie, how long have you been doing stand-up? Very good. Yes, I was hoping so. That's very good. I just assumed that. That was good. Is it something you think you're going to do more of?
I mean, I thought about it, but it's no scene out there.
Right. You could be the one to start it if it's something that you're interested in. You know what I mean? I'm sure with Netflix is so global that stand-up's getting bigger everywhere, especially with podcasts. I don't even know why I said Netflix first, but you know what I mean? Like, it's just becoming more popular globally at a fast rate. And
The restaurant has a space that they don't use, so
meeting space, you'd be shocked to know that it just takes fucking, I guess, like fucking 6 pieces of wood to put a dumb stage together, a mic stand, 2 speakers, and you fucking got it. So maybe that's something you should start out there. Start a scene if there isn't one, right?
Yeah, that'll work. Shit, this
Hell yeah.
is just marketing. Thank you.
That's a great way to get it going. Start your own show. There you go, ZC, everybody. It's on a little vacation. Fuck yeah. Back to the bucket? What do you guys think? Back to the bucket? Let's fucking go. Back to the bucket we go. Okay. So make some noise for Andrew Loza. Andrew Loza. L-O-Z-A. Eddie C is on Twitter at Hella Stoney. And be less like me, and be more like you. Hey, one more time, good and loud for Andrew Loza.
So I'm Mexican. I have a large nose, which I think means if I knew how to play an instrument, I could be part of the band. I once almost got a job at a bank. And the size of my nose alone. I'm born and raised here in San Francisco, Bay Area, and I do pretty well for myself. You know, I make like $70,000 a year, and yeah, I'm homeless.
Fuck yeah, Andrew Loza doing real stand-up.
Zoot. I have a quiz for you. Name 4 Apollo astronauts. That's okay. It's honest. Are you ready to get your ass kicked in Scrabble / literati? All right. Just for a moment. Yeah, you are. You've almost beaten me. You came within 14 or something. That's pretty good. How many of those games have you beaten me? You'll get there, though. And then when you get there, that win will be better than any other win that you've ever had in any game ever. You'll get me. Yeah. I'm like the Magnus Carlsen of Scrabble. No, I don't. I'm not very good. Yes. Word.
Fuck yeah. And over there. What did he do?
That doesn't bother me. I have more human content than anything.
Andrew, so welcome. Look at that, Eddie C. Look what happens if you keep doing it, you keep working it. You could end up like this Mexican guy one day. It's a great set, dude. How long you been doing stand-up? What the fuck? Really? You're surprising first timers here. Then again, I guess a lot of your laughs were sort of off of your realism and awkward timing, I guess.
Because he had a big nose
Word,
in
dog.
the band, he like really shot down my musical capability. It's like, well, yeah, welcome in. You have a big nose too.
Hey Andrew, can I give you one more?
Yeah.
Your next set, I would open up with, so I'm single, I'm holding out for a black or an oriental.
Oh, that's actually a good. William just gives away jokes. It's very rare that guests just give away jokes. Very fun. Andrew, how long did it take you to drive here from Stockton this evening? Shout out to the 209. Our friends, our good friends, the Diaz brothers, couldn't make it here. We hung out with Nick last week at the Comedy Store, going to Nate's Fight next week, 2 weeks from now in New York City.
Yeah.
But where are you from? What part of town do you live in? 45 minutes away. Wow, some real anti over there. Look at that. You guys all come in the same caravan?
Yeah. big van, big Mexican van.
Oh, yeah. I like that. How old are you?
26, 27 next week.
26. What do you do for work?
I work for a public transit in Santa Cruz, California. She's like
30. Okay, wow. Jesus. So one lady that likes the jelly.
42.
Great. I fucked that one.
I just got it.
You win, lady. You win that one.
For David, it's purple, Jeffrey. Or red.
Andrew, tell us more about you. What's interesting about your life? Any fun facts about you?
I like riding motorcycles. I used to pick up dead people for a while.
Oh, he picked up dead people. Fuck yeah. William still fucks dead people sometimes.
Jesus Christ.
Used to pick him up. You were the body remover guy.
Yeah.
We just had one of these on the show. Well, we are big with the body removal industry. We're huge in that business. Everybody knows Kill Tony. They probably look anyway.
How did you, like, was it easy to have that job, or did you just...
It was super random.
First date's got to be pretty fucking awkward, right?
Absolutely. Yeah. It was just like I had a buddy that had an uncle that ran the funeral home. So he's like, oh,
Are they hiring?
Keep going. Your buddy's uncle had a funeral home in.
And he's just like, oh, do you want some part-time work picking up dead folks? I'm like, all right.
So that first day, what's that like? Did you go by yourself to this? You gotta have someone else, right?
I was just going along, and it's just usually old folks.
So, like, if you had to guess 10 plus 10 or minus 10, how many dead bodies you picked up? How many would you guess?
Plus 10 for sure.
No, I'm saying no. I'm saying give or take 10. How many bodies do you think you picked up? Like 20, 30, 40, 70?
It was a while ago, but probably like 25.
25. Was there one that sort of stood out to you?
Yeah, the first time I went on a drive alone. So like I went to Fairfield at like 3 in the morning because it was on call.
Ooh, Fairfield sounds interesting. One guy in the room was just like, oh shit. Airfield. We talking about the Inn and Suites?
It's just a city up north.
Yeah, I know.
And yeah, it was the first time I went by myself. Like I already knew what to do. Sign some paperwork. It's usually old timers at hospice solutions.
Right. And then you go in and whatever.
Pick them up, start driving back.
And then all of a sudden you look in your rearview mirror and you just think,
very close. Very close.
yeah.
No. They're like on a gurney in a bag, tied down, and I'm driving. The radio's off 2 in the morning. Can't hear shit.
Shut the fuck up. I'm already frightened right now. You don't even have to finish the story, bro. You got me. Radio off? Who has a dead body in the back and doesn't have the radio off? You know what I'm saying? Turn it around every now and then I get a little bit.
That show's broken. Wake me up before you go. This is the worst day of my life.
No, that's not what they would listen to, Darwin.
All I heard was, oh shit! I almost crashed the van. I pulled over. I jumped out. I called my boss. I'm like, dude, what the fuck? Like, I think this guy's still alive. And he starts laughing. I'm like, fuck you! Like. This guy, I heard some things like now they might have some air in their lungs, and since press, you can hear it. I'm like, oh shit, I hit a car. Yeah. Scared the shit out of me.
This sounds like the world's worst Uber ride.
A lot of people don't realize that dead people can make noises for up to 48 hours after they've been deceased.
Yeah, I know things.
Man, that is frightening. If it's any console in the same gigantic house as William Montgomery last night, and I believe he was 2 floors below me, and I could still hear him breathing in the middle of the night.
I really do have a disease called sleep apnea.
What do you take?
Yeah, he's on the panel.
What do I take for that? Yeah, a breath mint called Surge. The cinnamon surge leaves seem to help my breathing patterns.
Told a guy earlier, for
Like the most famous person to ever be on it.
seem to have a real knack at like
Post Malone.
Well, you like when you, and that's
Yeah.
what stand-up is. You're performing. I mean, nervousness in a way never goes away. You know,
He was on the panel.
before it increases. You know what I mean? All of a sudden, specials
Yeah.
in, and now people fucking whatever. You know what I mean? The pressure increases. That never really goes away. But you seem cozy.
Oh yeah, he's been on the panel like dozens of times. He's on a lot. No, you know, I should have said Joe Rogan.
Exciting one. Now, this young lady, one time
Okay.
ever before in the history of the show, and when we were on that show, that she lives up near Northern California, and she left set minute that she had back at the main room of the Comedy Store.
Did she know how to count to?
She got pulled out of the fucking
Did your mom know how to count to
lot of Ryan Holt,
33?
amazing Instagram videos. She sang a song after her set. Her second
Okay.
time ever on Kill Tony. Ladies and gentlemen, it is the return of Nicole Tran, everybody. Here she is.
Okay.
Cha ơi hãy chậm lại đừng gương cho con đừng nhìn mặt cha lần sau cuối rồi lát ở đây con sẽ please be free if you know the words.
What'd you say? Yeah, he's okay.
I live in Little Saigon in San Jose neighborhood where you see an Uber.
She just asked me that.
I have a
Myself?
Boston wind chime, sound like classical. My neighbor has a metal wind chime. Ding, ding, dong.
I don't know.
I like Halloween.
Sounds like a plan, Stan.
I dress like Kim Kardashian. I cram 2 watermelons down the back of my pants. Then I put 2 cantaloupes in the front. Then I got arrested for shoplifting.
Nicole Tran, everybody! Wow. Your energy is completely unmatched. You are just a little fucking firecracker.
Come on, my man.
Boy, oh boy. Welcome back to the show, Nicole. This is your second time ever on the show. You made a long drive here today from, where was it again? Where are you from?
Little Saigon, San Jose.
Oh my goodness, all right. I feel like I just got in trouble. Hell yeah. Nicole, how long have you been doing comedy?
2 years.
Fuck yeah. Absolutely. 2 years. That's incredible. You're so good at this. What do? You have a job too? A normal job?
I have a part-time job at the birthday party. It's bubble for the kids.
Wait, what do? You blow bubbles?
Yeah,
Oh,
for
wow.
birthday party.
Oh, damn. I out of your pussy? Wow. There you go. He's got his foot behind his head. He's done both legs so far today. He's stretched out. Someone went to jiu-jitsu today. Speaking of jitsu, let's get back to
I don't know, man.
So you do a bubble routine where you go to children's birthday parties and you're able to like make bubbles with wands and stuff like that?
Yes, today before the show, I did a show too.
Hell
To show
yeah.
how they play it. Dun, 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 dun.
The original?
Let's check in with Darwin over here for a second.
Can I just say she
think
sketch
so.
drawing of what a racist white guy would draw of an Asian person?
Wow. Jesus.
I like white guys, man, with blue eyes.
Ooh. Oh,
But they
shit.
must have 2 of them.
Little thing.
Okay.
Is that your is that what you've been with lately? Mostly white guys?
Blue eyes, man.
Wow, you just fuck the eyeballs. I like that. Chroma Chris over there has blue eyes. What do you think about that? Good looking stud over there. A lot of people say Chroma Chris is one of the best looking.
That sucks.
Oh shit. Chroma, what would you do to this? What would you do to this young lady if you had a chance with her? Ooh, he took the mic out of the mic stand. Oh, Chroma, what would be your move with Nicole Tran?
I don't know because it's the first time anybody's ever said they liked me.
Deep in character. Nicole.
No.
Now, the last time you were on
No,
the
kangaroo
show,
probably.
you became an instant kill Tony. Sang us a song
They're
that we
cute,
all
even though
loved.
they
We
could be
all
really
fell in
mean.
love with it. It was both beautiful and completely haunting. And would you mind singing it for us again? You know, can you do that? Would you guys like to hear Nicole Tran sing a song? Ladies and gentlemen, only Kill Tony Mania, Nicole Tran, everybody.
Jimmy, please say you wait for me. I grow up some days, you see, saving all my kisses just for you. Say with love forever true.
There's more. I don't think we got to the meat and potatoes of it. Keep going, Nicole.
Jimmy's the guy who lives next door. I guess I known him 10 years or more. Jimmy wrote to me almost one day, and this is what he had to say. Johnny, Johnny, please don't cry. You forget me by and by. You just 59 and 22. Johnny, Johnny, I cannot wait for you.
Yeah, there it is. Absolutely. Wow. Both beautiful and somewhat frightening at the same time.
I used to want an Asian girlfriend
Until that scared you?
That's what I got to look forward to when she get old.
I don't think you have the blue eyes and blonde hair she's looking for, Dave.
Contact lens and the week after Halloween.
I got this question for you.
Wait, what'd you say to him? I'm interested to hear this. What'd you say?
Contact lens, blue eye, contact lens.
Oh, shit.
The week after Halloween on sale clearance.
You gotta get.
So if I dye my dreads blonde and you get blue contacts, we got a chance. All right.
Oh shit! We just need to get you a pair of contacts, all right?
She'll have her true Godzilla.
Fuck yeah! Queen Kong. Darwin.
I don't know how, but that was way scarier than the dead body story that we just heard a little while ago.
They are singing together. This is Darwin and Nicole Tran doing a little duet. Wow.
I don't know.
Thanks, big dog.
My goodness. Wow. Nicole, we absolutely fucking love you. I mean, you are just so special and so cool, and we love people of all different shapes and sizes on this show, and the fact that you love being part of it when we're around, or if you're around LA, excites the hell out of us. So thank you so much for coming out here to Guild Sony Mania. How about one more time for the great Nicole Tran, everybody? Fuck yeah, absolutely. Be careful on the roadways tonight, everybody. Nicole Tran is just out there, just doing fucking donuts, trying to get around San Francisco. What if we put her and the last guy's story together when she was the dead body? She just starts singing. Imagine that. You're just driving a car, no radio. Even after death, getting an accident. I'm not dead. You just see bubbles coming up into the front seat. Like, what the fuck? Okay. Pull the name out of the bucket. You're next to me, and anything can happen. Put your hands together for Zach Ordine. Zach Ordine. Ooh. I hear oohs and ahs coming from. Zach Ordine. Here he is, everybody.
What the fuck is up now? San Francisco! Saturday night! Man, you guys got some great food here in San Francisco. I just got done eating 2 servings of crab cioppino. So I apologize.
Yo, dog.
This microphone smells like crab. Are you sure?
Yeah, McMillions.
Shit, that's it.
Isn't that some shit?
Right there? So, I'm a good guy. Five-year-old dog, and you know, they say that your dog eventually takes on its owner's personality. So I just cut to the
anxious dog, sexually active. Oh shit! I'm sorry. I got a hyper anxious dog that's sexually active and just loves to fuck in front of people. Can I get some time right now?
Good one, Zoot.
I adopted a dog that can't be left alone.
Okay, you want to finish it?
So I adopted a dog that can't be left alone, so it has to go to doggy daycare. So on top of the high rent in San Diego, I gotta pay $200 for a month. It's fucking ridiculous.
You want to finish it? Zach Ordine, everybody.
Oh!
Zach, you don't need to yell in the mic. Don't yell too loud. Look at you. You're a goddamn animal.
Yeah, I try. You know, if I don't enthusiasm, right?
Hey, something like that. I guess so. First time doing.
Yeah, first time.
Absolutely. Better.
Thanks, big dog.
Thank you.
Oh, yeah. Welcome. Now, this is interesting. You said a lot of stuff. Face the audience. Just stop pacing around like a fucking dirty meth head.
Or your pants are.
Jesus Christ. Just relax for a second, Zach. Just relax. So let me get this right. You adopted a dog, so you're saying that you're anxious?
Yeah.
And sexually active?
Yeah, hypersexual and high
What do you
anxiety.
mean by hypersexual? What do you mean by
I
that?
enjoy sex. The dog enjoys sex in front of people, and I also enjoy a lot of sex.
Do you have sex in front of people?
Yeah, sometimes.
So how long have you been down with the sickness?
Oh.
So when do you have sex? There it is. Very good. Full circle there. Never saw that one coming. So when have you had sex in front of people?
I would say like
was
people,
this on which episode of Mythbusters was this?
it wasn't. I guess not technically in front of people, more of a webcam kind of thing. That was a previous relationship, though. We don't talk about that.
No, yeah, let's talk about it.
You brought it up, idiot.
What are we going to talk about? Your future relationships? We're going to talk about the set in when it's just you fucking your dog from behind and no one's watching. So what do you mean? Why don't you want to talk about your past relationship?
Oh, it was just we're looking to the future.
What's the craziest thing you did on that webcam with her?
That's I would say double penetration. Maybe?
You did? Wow. So you had one of your buddies come over?
Oh no, it was a balance. It was a dildo.
Oh, you had a dildo double penetration. That's interesting. Which hole did you pick?
Anyone that was available.
Well, which one did you pick in that video? Both of them? Is that a thing where you switch the dildo and the penis into different holes? Like, one for me, pussy for you, dildo.
In some videos, I guess, yeah.
All right. I don't really know about that. Is that something like you have like a smaller than average penis?
It's average.
Yeah.
I don't have the two coke cans.
Yeah. A guy bring a dildo to the party, you know what I mean? It's not really a thing where it's like, this is crazy. Look at it.
Yo, pimp. I'm very, very, very sexy. And it just gives me
All these people. Oh, you're gonna turn on
more
me?
points.
Oh, okay.
You said you've literally never seen a guy show up to a party to the island.
You said
that's insinuating that you go to dildo parties.
So, I've never been to it. Don't you dare.
Hashtag dildo party.
Oh, don't you dare. Don't you dare.
I love it.
No, don't do it. I don't know what I'll do.
Yes, and I'm excited for that day. I want someone to beat me. I thought I might be better than like some people, but I didn't think I'd win 56 games in a row.
How about your butt? Anything ever been up there, Zach?
Yeah.
What's the craziest thing you've ever put up?
Perhaps.
What are we talking about?
Oh, my mom's here, so we can't. Just a finger. Your mom on the stairs?
Your mom's actually here.
Losing and Scrabble.
Is that true?
Yeah, fuck yeah, it's true. I wanted to see her all this fucking madness that goes on.
She's a cool person. How old is she?
62, 63?
I might have some questions for her. Is there any chance we could get her up here, you think?
Oh, yeah.
Let's get Zach Ortiz mother up here right now. The place is bumping. The crowd is crazy. Look at this.
We're working on it. Rabbi's sexy.
Fucking Christ. What a debacle. Wow.
Okay.
Fuck yes. Oh, Ordean, absolutely. Welcome to the party. What's your name, sweetheart? Hell yeah, Laura. I like your fucking style already. Absolutely. You have the same clothes as Darwin. This is incredible. Darwin, I think we found your mother.
Mom, is that you? I'm a musician too.
Wow, I love this.
It's like I'm looking in a mirror.
It's true. This is incredible. Oh my! Oh, you're tangled up in the sax. Hell yeah, you're a little fucking rock star, Laura.
I was going to tell my corny jokes, but my son didn't get any.
Hell yeah! No, I guarantee you. Yeah, you got a minute ready? Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you Laura Ordean.
So, me and my sister were driving down River Road the other day, and the landscape supply said, "Barton, $5 per yard." She said, "Well, that's not fair. Everybody's yard's a different size."
You have another one? Yeah. This crowd loves you. You can do anything right now. Absolutely.
So my stupid sister comes over for dinner the other day, and I was cutting up a pimento for chicken on the table, whatever.
Oh, Zoot, you just screwed me.
And she said, "Yeah." She said, "Olive."
Oh my goodness. You are so... How dare you? Who booed that? Who's this piece of shit at? Think you have a better minute, you motherfucker? Just kidding. We just keep going.
Let's see it.
Laura Ordean, it's incredible how much funnier you are.
What do you think you got it?
But I don't know.
It's incredible. Normally it's a sad situation to bury her own son, but
Yeah, I see one place.
You are so great at public speaking. It makes sense to me because for the listeners, she looks both like Elizabeth Warren and Bernie Sanders together. I mean, you would win the Democratic ticket in a heartbeat. I can't.
I'm all for that.
I love it. What have you been doing your whole life? Any fun? You retired now?
My mother was a hippie here in San Francisco, and I remember seeing Janis Joplin at the Old Family Dogs. She parked, and true story, she parked in the back of the venue and said, "Stay here, and I'll come back for you." And this is in '60s. Wow. My son took me to the Tank Daniels concert last year or so. Parked me in the back and said, "Stay there. I'll be back to get you."
How are we not on stage tonight? How is this?
That was amazing, Zoot.
Getting a partial standing ovation out there, Laura. This is incredible. My fucking.
You're not funny. Don't go up there.
No.
I don't.
Kidding.
I don't think I can put my. Oh wait. Gotcha. 57 straight wins. Wow, 2 Vs. That sucks. You want to play golf?
Laura, what did you think about your son admitting on stage that he's had stuff up his?
All right, then we'll play that again. My icon turned to a toaster. Yeah. Isn't it like that brave little toaster thing?
Laura has the distinction of being one of the only comedians that perfectly I had. hit it out of the park.
No.
Most people overthink it. Fucking don't go there. But Laura, you're a monster. Jesus Christ. You ever think about becoming a comedian in these later
By
years?
monster means Eileen Warner.
Oh, come on. How dare you?
Actually, I have thought about it.
I mean,
the deli work at Safeway is just so rewarding that I can't tell myself.
Well, you know what? Why don't we do something? Let's make a deal right here, right now. Next, we do Kill Tony Mania every year. How about next year's Kill Tony Mania? You're guaranteed another minute. How about that? You, sir, hit me up on social media. Find me somehow. Figure it out. Hit up the band. Follow up with everybody again and again until one of us responds. And we'll stay in communication. We'll throw you both on the guest list next year. And she'll do a minute. You get to watch. You help your mom. What a twist in this story. What are you doing over there? What's that? What is that hand signal you're doing? Wait a second. What?
Yeah. The whole reason I wanted to get up here.
How do I feel like your mom's gonna end up beating Joel at the end of all this?
It would be an honor.
My goodness. I mean, I don't know. You guys want to see a Mexican drama? All right. Oh!
You're losing by 11.
From hell right here. Everything's happening. How about one more time for the great? You stay up here. Stay up here. You stay up here. I want you to see your son get slaughtered. Now, let me ask you a question. There's a microphone right next to that stool there, Zach. How long have you been playing drums for?
I started playing.
Wow.
Okay, I mean,
Mom says too. That's
sort of the
basically
same
38
thing.
Years. You're about to be 40. She let that fucking cat out the bag. So basically, 8 years of experience.
Okay.
And you watch the show a lot. You know how it works, right? It's about, overall drum solo performance. It's about comedic performance.
Yep.
It's about the energy that you put out. You can feel free to do anything you want, use the stage, anything you feel creatively to have an edge in your drum solo. Feel free to go for it. Now, I must warn you, Zach, Joel Menez is undefeated all time in drum offs. How you win, you will become the new drummer on Kill Tony. You'll have to move to Los Angeles. You'll be at the Comedy Store every day, live streaming on YouTube at 8 p.m. And Australia with us later this week. I hope you don't have any plans. Don't anything up your if you win.
I am.
We're gonna have to make new calendars.
Oh, it's a new big sale after the show.
Joel, if you're listening up there, please beat this guy. I don't want him in the band.
Heck yeah. They already have 2,000 unsold calendars with their own faces on it. So they'll be selling those and signing those after the show, everybody. But here we go. This is very interesting. So you ready for the challenge? 40 years of experience. This might be one of the toughest competitors we've ever had. Put your hands together. This is the Mexican drum up for Zach Ortiz. Wow. Zach Ortiz. Very good. He threw his shirt into the audience right before he started. Somebody threw it back like it was a home run ball from the other team.
Put that shit back on.
That was pretty stiff competition, Zach. How do you feel that went for you? Feel good about it?
I could have practiced a little bit better, but yeah, that was pretty good.
Yeah,
Next year.
Your mom might have a chance next year, but you're not going to be on next year. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, this is the moment you've been waiting for. Undefeated all time. He takes this very, very seriously. Let it be known that what we say is true. You decide this, everyone. I see people sometimes like, oh, you guys always, I think Joe lost that one. I see these dumb things on Twitter sometimes, but it's the audience that decides. It's always heavily in his favor. So let's see what happens here tonight. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you, defending his throne, undefeated all time for you, here live at Kill Tony Mania, the one and only Joel Jimenez.
He pulled the dildo out with tongs. He's eating a salad. He's wearing only suspenders and very creepy underwear. This is unbelievable. He took the dildo out with tongs and started shoving it up Sakornit's butt. This is mind-boggling right now what we're seeing. He is in the zone. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you the one and only, undefeated all time, Joel Jimenez. Wow! Holy shit!
Dude, my goal is to try to double your score. Okay.
Unbelievable.
No.
He just kissed it. He kissed his mother. He kissed his mother. Stand. The whole place.
Yeah, but it's easy for you to make a comeback.
He's putting his foot behind his head on the stool. And the cartwheel. And he's spinning around. Oh my god. Oh my god. The entire room is on their feet. That might have been the best one ever. Relentless Joel Jimenez. The crowd is in chaos right now. Boo this man! Boo! Looks like he just took a fucking TP to the ass, loser. Wow, he's hitting it with a dildo. Oh my god! Oh my god! He's got the dildo in his mouth! Get the fuck off my stage! Your mom can stay! Oh my god! Oh my god! He just threw the dildo out!
He just kissed my mom and had the whole crowd boo this guy.
We just witnessed an absolute slaughtering up here. Leave it to Joelberg to say.
No. Get the fuck out of here.
I mean, wow. Just based on the history and rules of the show, I'm still going to ask the question. How many of you have Zach or Dean winning that Mexican drum off? How many of you have Joel Jimenez winning that?
Oh my god, he's having sex on the table. He just did the worm. He's hanging out with his new girlfriend, Laura Ortiz. Now, let me get those stitches. I don't know who gave Joel steroids before the show, but we appreciate it. He's taking selfies. Oh my
God. I'm sending it to your son later. Oh. He's unstoppable right now. He's eating salad with tongs. Eat your fucking greens, kids. Children is for the children. He's writing new slogans. Oh my God. Wow. My mind is completely blown. Laura, step back up to this microphone one more time. So we know we're going to...
Zoot, I hate playing with you when you do that.
One question for you before I let you go. Your new,
You didn't play anything, so it got canceled.
It's over!
No,
Heck yeah, well, you're about to make it for tonight, so...
because you won't pay attention. You have to pay attention to what we're doing.
Everybody, you can catch her next year doing a guaranteed minute live right here on Kill Tony.
You have an invite.
Unbelievable. Unbelievable, Joel Jimenez.
Zoot, you have an invite.
I mean, I just...
You need to pay attention. When you play with me, you need to pay attention, or I don't want to play because it's not fair. I put all this work into it, and then you just sit there and suck dick.
It's definitely the greatest Mexican drum off I've ever seen in my life.
I've never experienced that much excitement before.
I'm telling you, it's crazy.
Maybe at a black church.
Yeah.
God damn, I thought he had the Holy Ghost.
I mean, you know, I remember when I first saw Joel on the show, and it was just such a perfect fit. And you know, I take great pride in betting on winners, and that's why I go to my bookie.
Get there. Get there.
When you win, let's face it. Where you're betting is just as important as who you're betting.
Dude, I still beat you on this hole, even though I went in the water on my first shot. That's superior play.
Football season, bet with my bookie. Did you know you could bet on games after the kickoff? If by the second half it looks like your bet is going to lose, you can always just take the other side. If you're the kind of guy
That was a bad Zoot.
bet a little and win a lot, try parlay.
3 out of 10.
You'll multiply your winnings. No matter how you. The NFL season is.
That was bad as well. Good morning, Miss Aquarius. How are you, girl? Morning. How did you sleep? That's what we love to hear. Are you all refreshed? All right. Well, you take care of what you need to do, and we'll talk to you tonight, hopefully, and play some bowling, okay? Take care, Miss Aquarius. Bye-bye.
Here, a lot of fun fights coming up. There, Diaz, Masvidal. Join now, and my bookie will double.
You're going
deposit. Use promo code
down,
Tony
Zoot.
to activate the offer. That's promo code Tony. Visit mybookie.ag today. Again, that's mybookie.
Oh, I can't believe I missed that shot.
Today.
I basically missed it on purpose. Make it. Punish me, Zoot. That's what I'm talking about. I deserve to miss that.
I love it. So, yep. Ladies and gentlemen,
Or I should say I deserve to lose that hole.
Let's do it. This young man was in the history of the show, the youngest ever
Get in the hole.
ticket recipient. He
Oh.
won it on his 20th birthday. 2 days later, he cashed in on his 21st birthday, the day after his 21st birthday at the Comedy Store in Hollywood. This is a guy that takes advantage of his golden ticket. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you a brand new minute for the great Tristan Bowling, everybody. Here we go. Here he is. Hey!
Make it, Zoot.
What's up, Kill Tony meeting? God damn. I'm 21. I still live at my parents' house, which just breaks in the pussy. You know what I mean? Like, nothing brings home a girl like, you might gotta meet Shannon. Like,
Wow.
like
I might be able to get it in 2 on this hole, which seems like it would be a record.
Like, my mom's not a good hype man. I wish she was. Like, I would more than anything. I wish my mom would just like knock on my door when I got a girl over. She's like, "Yo, lasagna's for dinner. Crush that pussy for me." You know, just like crip walks downstairs and shit like that.
Zoot, this should be a record.
I was fucking a girl upstairs and she was
Zoot, this should be a record.
had a foam finger. You know what I mean? It just ruined me. I'm just like, fuck yeah, bro.
Get there. Get there. Zoot, we have a record. Do you recognize that you just witnessed perfection?
What's up, bitch? What's up? Huh? Yo, when he sucked on my titties, it meant something.
Yes, we just saw it.
Look at that, man. This is fucking Monsters Incorporated here tonight. Tristan Bowling. Awesome. It's definitely on your, I mean, like, being that funny
You do.
at your age is sort of frightening. Does it seem overwhelming?
Yeah, you won't make it. I'll beat you on it.
So how long ago did
That's
you have
bad.
it? Was it a couple months ago?
Yeah, like a month and a half.
Yeah.
That's a
What
terrible
happened
shot.
there? You were,
I was just all like, you know how like when you're like, I want to.
Oh, my finger slipped, dude. You got a chance to take advantage of me.
Were you a few weeks into your medicine? Or?
No. I was just, yo, I'm freaking out. Then another bad thing.
You have a
happened,
chance of
and I
taking
was
advantage
like,
of me.
Yeah, this is a good time to go. You know. I'm here. Shut up. Like,
Right. Yeah. So how'd you try it?
I tried to drive my car off a bridge, which knowing Arizona, that's hard. Not many.
Such a Russian thing.
Did you do it? You drove a car off a bridge?
I didn't.
Oh.
Yeah, what do you mean?
Well, I mean, you could have survived on it.
Yeah.
You're dressed like a stuntman, so I don't know.
That is
Zoot, did you know that I beat you one game in a row? And did you know that I love that you can't stand that I call it in a row?
You know what I mean? No, which one is the flying guys? Blue Angels. Yeah, Blue Angels.
Did you try a different way, or?
No, I tried to take like a bunch of pills, and then my dad was like, "SWAT," and I was like, "It works like this." And then I just was all like freaking out. And then my dad took me to the ER, and then I went to the psych ward. Which I didn't go to a psych ward. I went to a rehabilitation and processing ward for prisoners. Which was
the things that led to this. What is it heartbreak?
Yeah, heartbreak.
Relationship.
Yeah.
Oh, Zoot, what a terrible shot.
On your boy, I begged you. I was
You got beat in Fortnite.
Nah.
You missed it. Oh, fortunate.
They took my skin. Nah.
I tried.
I just did a bad decision one night and all blew up in my face and rather.
Game developer, right?
Yeah.
Was it because you thought you had more lives left?
That's so funny.
Want to test that shit out?
Let me tell you something, man.
Make it.
You're 21 years old, and I'm sure you know this, and I'm sure you were just going through a rough patch. But don't let any fucking woman, especially, fucking break your heart to the point to where you want to hurt yourself. These people all need laughter, and we need people like you, the next generation of comedians coming up. So just remember, and yes. Yeah. So keep taking care of yourself. We love you. Remind me. I don't have it written down here. Remind me of your Instagram and Twitter and everything.
Tristan is a comedian. Instagram. I don't go.
Beautiful. Tristan is a comedian on Instagram. Anything else you want to plug or promote or anything?
I might be. I'm putting out a new song soon.
Zoot.
If you follow me on Instagram, I have a SoundCloud link to my first one.
Here we go, baby.
Yeah, I'm gonna do a cover of my favorite Eminem song, "My Name."
I love it. You guys want to see him rap? All right.
Zoot, let's see it. Let's see what you got.
A little acapella. You want to go acapella, or you have a background thing?
Do you want to move some? Let's go those like 150, like slow. Yeah.
Oh
Okay,
shit!
okay.
It's Tristan Bowling. Tristan Bowling is a comedian on Instagram.
Let's see if this is fun. What's that?
What up, pimp?
All right.
Look at this shot.
I see motherfuckers crystal clear, I am clarity. All these comics when I step on stage are fucking scared of me. New faces can he pace it going down.
Thank you.
Skis got me, my Turner with the burner, squawking in the parakeet. Can't see all of the bitches, they fucking with teen. I pull up a bitch and I'm not on their feet and I'm tucking the
Don't go in the water. Don't go in the water. Don't go in the water. I still don't think I can make it though, so that shot sucks. Oh, but not as bad as yours. Oh, Zoot. Zoot, you could make it. You could make it. This would be like the longest shot in the history of the game. Longest shot in the history of the game. Then you've got it. Count it. Good job, Zoot.
My fucking goodness.
Well,
Yes,
I'm at a disadvantage going second. Or going first.
Wow. Hey, look at that. You know what, Tristan? Why don't you come join panel with Shaba one more time for the great William Montgomery, everybody. Fuck yeah. Joining the panel. How exciting. What do you guys think? Back.
Why?
We got a lot of momentum. I almost somebody's first time doing stand-up or some shit.
That's incorrect.
I mean, Jesus. Dean, my new favorite comedian, sitting at God. Comic Scott, Nevada. Scott, Nevada. Let's see what happens here. Here he comes. One more time for Scott, everybody.
Yeah, we got going after that. Gotta move the mic stand. Here. Go. From San Francisco.
Oh, no way.
I'm from Colonel Heights. One thing that's different. Downtown, I was walking down the street, seen this lady. She's bent over, she's touching her toe.
Yeah, but I gave you the hole.
Turns out she's just in a deep heroin now.
You could hit that tree, though. You did. Oh, no. You're guaranteed win.
My girlfriend cheated on me one time with a guy who had no arms. He had hands, he just didn't have arms. She told me, feel bad, and you never will. It's really nice.
Oh, that's a good shot, Zoot.
I wasn't allowed to be in the finish.
Do you want to finish?
Wasn't allowed to as a kid.
Water bomb.
My dad did.
Nope.
Prepared, right?
There you go, Scott, Nevada. All right. I'm gonna do some facts.
You're gonna hit my ball.
How long you been on stand-up?
First time.
Hey!
First time, long time. First time, long time.
Oh, yeah. God,
Yeah, big fan. This is super weird.
thank you. I love it. Well, you're in the middle of it.
Oh,
I like let's
Fuck yeah.
Me and my wife.
Where's your wife at? You have a hot wife? I feel like you have a
She's so
hot
hot.
wife.
That's okay.
You seem like the kind of guy that would have an unbelievably hot wife.
Really?
Like way out of your league. You're way out of your league type of hot.
For sure, she is.
Yeah.
Can I,
It's a Darwin person.
can I just say I like the
that's life in the big city, big dog.
I appreciate that. Hey.
So let's, yeah, I have some fact checking that I want to do. So is that true about your girlfriend cheated with you?
Yeah.
That's just unrealized profits, dog.
What was it? Get the fuck out of here.
On the street, she goes, hey, you see that guy? She goes, I fuck him sometimes.
And you said I gotta hand it to you.
Oh God. That's crazy. You must have hooked up with some real fucking freaks in your day, huh?
Yeah, she was crazy.
Wow. She fucked a guy that had no arms.
She's super nice though, like as being that. Like,
She must not be into like.
she really felt bad that he never touched his dick.
Wow. My God.
Ladies.
All right. Okay. Stick with me.
Zoot, you're in a tough
And
position.
you joke that's because you're saying that your dad hung himself.
No, I just one day came up to him and I was like, hey, Dad, do you know how to tie a noose? And he said he did. And he showed me. I'll tie a noose right now.
I wish I had a dad like that.
Zoot, did you know that I just made it?
I love it. David, what do you think about this?
Oh, get in.
a guy like this.
He looks like Hanson growing up.
See, who's red? Who's red? What else? You're spot on. You guys are always spot on. I don't know. Vigo from Ghostbusters 2 in the painting.
No, don't try to do what I do.
Dude, look at this shot. Very bad. Very, very bad shot.
You look like the Olsen twin without the eating disorder.
Hell yeah. Thanks, guys.
Yeah, you look like my old science teacher, Mrs. Buzzgut.
What do you say?
No, I just asked you.
I shoot porn.
Do you really?
I shoot porn. I shoot a lot of porn.
Are you serious? That's what you do for a living?
I sure do.
Wow. Do you specialize in any type of porn?
Like the kinkiest fetish stuff, bondage, BDSM.
What's something that you've shot in which even you're like, oh, wow, this is fucking intense. Like, what are we talking about here?
Kings.com.
Kings.com.
Yeah. That's the
Dude, you just missed.
Right, dude. I had this whole joke about squirting.
Stick with that. Yeah. Stick with the question I just asked you. It's craziest thing most intense thing that you've ever shot as a porn director.
Probably like a 7-on-7.
Jeez, what is this, a basketball game?
No, I used to shoot.
Was it black stuff?
I used to shoot for a wrestling site. It was girl-on-girl wrestling, sex wrestling.
What the fuck is sex wrestling? This sounds like it'd be my favorite thing of all time.
It's good. Yeah, so
Zoot, you're terrible at this
it's
whole.
like tournament style. So like at the end there would be like 6-on-6, and whoever won, they'd all put on strap-ons and fuck the other 6.
What?
So then I'm on the mat and I'm broadcasting to the world live with my video camera this 6-on-6 girl orgy.
You live stream it?
We used to.
Oh my goodness. What happened? The feed goes down for 5 minutes every episode?
No, that's just not my job anymore.
Make it.
That was my job. I shot a lot of
Dude, I'm gonna beat you here.
That was one of them.
Heck yeah.
What I don't get is like, how do you decide a winner?
That's a good point. Tristan's looking at the actual logistics of this. Like he's like, okay, so how do I get
Zoot, what are your thoughts of this shot? I mean, do you know how good this shot is? Zoot, do you know how good that? But Zoot, do you know how good this shot is? What about this one, Zoot? Do you know how good? Come on, baby. That's garbage. I'm in agreement. Get there. Your shot was bad.
He doesn't have confidence.
Big dog, let's see you make it.
Eyeballs and stuff.
I don't know if it's that easy.
Like, look at that guy.
What?
Like an older grown-up version of
Oh, come on. Come on. Can you believe that I missed that? Dude, you know I'm better than you are.
What do you do in the band Flex Bronco? I play guitar. Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Nope.
I know. It's I'm a big fan.
My goodness.
Dude, you just missed again. You just missed.
13 years. Do you ever sing in it? Oh. They don't know.
Zoot, I just beat you. What are your thoughts? Quit with your garbage talk.
Who would have thought Squints from the Sandlot would have grown up to have no confidence?
I just beat you. I am rich in wins. I had a perfect game, Zoot.
Style, pal. I like you, man. Yeah, congratulations. Your first time ever on stage. Very fun stuff. Scott, Nevada, everybody. Scott, motherfucking Nevada. We're running low on time. The next show is scheduled to start at 9:45, which is 25 minutes from now, with the room needing to be emptied and reset again. But you guys think we should go to the bucket one more time, huh? Real quick. We got to do it quick. All right, here we go. Back to the bucket we go. And your final comedian of the night here at this amazing, I love this episode of Kill Tony, goes by the name of Artie Valenzuela. Artie Valenzuela is your final comedian. Here we go. Let's see what happens here. Hell yeah. By the way, we're going to be doing a little meet and greet after this show, but if you're coming to keep playing, guys, it's all good. But if you're coming to both shows, go to the meet and greet for the second show. That's very important so that we can turn the room as fast as possible. One more time for Artie Valenzuela, everybody.
Thank you. How's it going? I've been with my fiance 12 years. We're getting married next year, guys. Thank you. I don't know about any other long relationships that are out here, but I almost feel like I can talk to my lady without even saying a word, like telepathically. Does anybody else get that? I'll give you guys a scenario. So there was this one time I was at a community pool. So obviously there's this horrible kid around me, right? And there's this kid probably between me and you. I'm looking at you. So just fucking stay with me, okay? And he was eyeing me, right? And already I'm irritated because he had his goggles on above the water. Like, take the fucking goggles off. You're in the regular world. Right? But he's staring at me. I'm not looking away because I'm not losing that way. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, it's like,
There's this guy. Wait, so I spam the absolute shit out of Blue Sky, and people tweet about it, or you know what I mean. They comment or post or whatever. But there's this guy. Whenever I post, generally, he will copy my username and he will make a post about it to tell people to ban it. And so the most recent names that he tweeted or whatever he posted were Dark Energy Dick, Suck This Dick Baby, and Best Pussy Eater Ever. Then also he used the usernames that I've made: Dick Inside of You, Shaven Pussy, and Finger Licking Pussy. And it's just hilarious that this guy has to like retweet these just incredibly dirty usernames. I think it's so funny. Oh, that is so fucking funny. And then he keeps track of it. So he writes, spot the spammer, at Dick Inside of You, at Shaven Pussy, at Finger Licking Pussy. Rabbi Rothschild accounts spamming replies to random posts, promoting Discord and YouTube accounts. Numbers 4, 5, and 6 of accounts today, with over 100 plus reported in total. I love it.
are you a midget? Now fuck you guys, because you're supposed to feel sorry. Now here's the thing, the story doesn't end there. May I? Thank you. The story doesn't end there, right? So I'm looking at him and I say, excuse me, which is adult code. What the fuck did you just say? And I looked over at my fiance and I was like, how many years would I get for killing a 9-year-old kid? I got 20 more seconds. Can I do it? Fuck it.
Christ, dude, it's so long. It's so long. How does it end? What the fuck happens?
You know, the big punch is that he says it again, and then I say I want to adopt a 9-year-old kid to come fuck this kid up.
Okie dokie. Artie Valenzuela.
I tried. Thanks.
First time doing stand up?
Fuck no, but thanks though. Yeah. I just started. I started in March.
Oh, okay. Well, that's good enough. Fuck yeah. You're the funniest Down syndrome comedian we've ever had on this show, for sure. One of the top 4, at least. Yeah. I've never met a gopher that speaks so well.
He put on his good shoes today.
Yeah.
Jury duty outfit.
What brand are those shoes? Groundhog? Yeah. You don't want to do any weed eating with those shoes on.
Nah.
What do you do for work, Artie?
I work for the state.
Oh, boy.
Workers' compensation.
Fucking narky you are.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. What do you do for fun?
For fun, this shit.
Other than that,
for fun, probably not roller coasters.
You are.
I do sports. I like fantasy football.
You're a cute little fucker, though. Like, I've never seen a guy with more like a fucking Mexican Pikachu before.
You don't like to sit on your head as a fan.
In a swamp.
Darling.
Yeah, you said you play sports.
Heck yeah. You have to I play baseball.
Baseball?
Yeah, you were a catcher, right?
Damn right. Only fucking position you can play. Either you're a catcher or you're a backstop. That is it.
For 12 years. Yeah. You've been playing at a higher level than high school? No, it's better than 7.
I mean, he probably never looks at the he probably went to low school.
Yeah. You have a good shot on you? You're able to pull people out? Honestly, it was about like 50 pounds of edge and back. So that was my fault. I kept it in the back. Yeah, that's incredible. Yeah, so you did with the initial part was I went to school in Hawaii. Fucking ate it up out there, dude.
What did you do in Hawaii? Were you the bottom part of a totem pole?
I wrote that.
Every once in a while, Red Band drops fucking roast gold.
Yeah.
I love it already. We're running short on time. You're running short, period. So we're going to fly through and finish the episode. How about one more time for Already Valenzuela, everybody? Who's on Instagram at Already Valenzuela? So, yeah, that's the main frame of the show. But before we end things, I just had so much fun. Why don't we do one more super fucking special thing? I don't know how closely you guys follow this show, but a few weeks ago, we were in Dallas, Texas, and something very controversial happened. There was the return of a young man who was lucky to get pulled out of the bucket a couple times that we absolutely love, and we had him on as a special treat. Of course, he is a Kung Fu world-class athlete, and during this episode in Dallas a few weeks ago,
that bitch wanted this dark energy dick.
Water bottle off of Jeremiah's head. And Jeremiah ended up getting kicked in the head at full force. It went pretty, semi-viral on the internet, along with the hashtag dildo party. And, but believe it or not, all the way from Texas here tonight to do something special for us. Make some noise for the return of. Oh shit! How many of you want to see this guy kick some fucking wood? He is a world-class Kung Fu. He competes at the highest level, even though the day he hit Jeremiah and said the reason was because he won state. Tonight he's wearing actual sweatpants, and what better way to end this show? Oh my God, are you sure you can get that? Hell yeah, this is very exciting stuff. There's no better way to end an unbelievable episode than with this shit. Showing you how to do it. Make sure when you guys can be safe. Heck yeah, use the palm of your hand, not your fingers. Oh my God, this is getting. You guys excited about this or what? Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you, Still Tony Cole. Live. No cleaning. This is incredible. This fucking guy has the whippersnapper power. He's one of the strongest young Trump supporters we've ever seen in our lives. How can Trump supporters break wood with their teeth? Normally they do it with gun and stuff, but this is very exciting. Every time what is happening, oh boy, he's going to his arch nemesis Jeremiah Watkins here. Oh God, wait a second. Is that gonna fly into the audience? Everybody near that? Okay. All right. Welcome to Sue Tony, everybody. He's saying just dangle it or something like that. This is frightening. Let's see what happens here. Oh my goodness. Stay there, Jeremiah. Don't move. Here we go. Here goes Colt. Holy fucking shit! Wow! This is unbelievable! There's still a piece of wood left. What are we gonna do with it? What's next? He's gonna shove it up my ass. Oh my goodness. Jeremiah is taking off a shoe and a sock, exposing the heel of his foot. You have got to be fucking kidding me. Still Tony icon, Jeremiah Watkins, stretching it out. I do believe this is his first time ever trying to break a piece of wood. Yes, he's telling us yes. It is indeed his first time trying to kick through a piece of wood. Colt's showing him the way. And here we fucking go. His first attempt ever at kicking the wood. Jeremiah Watkins. Oh my fucking God! Holy shit! Holy shit! Holy shit! Holy shit! Holy shit! The crowd goes wild! And that is episode 1 of tonight's Kill Tony Mania double feature. Jeremiah is holding his sword crutch. Hey everybody, we did it. Look at this drawing from Ryan Shaibo that he drew while you all sat there. Absolutely incredible. How about one more time for the great and powerful Jeremiah Watkins, everybody? Jeremiah is headlining Huntington Beach, California, November 16th, St. Louis, November 29th and 30th, San Diego, December 6th, and Kansas City, December 19th to the 21st. Tickets at JeremiahWatkins.com. Listen to Jeremiah Wonders, the amazing podcast.
Chicago's your Saturday as well, the beginning of January.
Whoa, it's going to Chicago at the beginning of January. How fucking awesome is that? How about one more time for Kill Tony Kung Fu Legend Colt, everybody? What a way to bring the show to a fucking hot end. Hell yeah. How about one more time for Silent but Deadly, the great Chroma Chris, everyone? Hey, come on, you guys know what to do here. It's the great and powerful Schulberg Schulman. I mean, wow. We got the full-blown standing ovation tonight. The greatest Mexican drum up in Kill Tony history. Joel's on social media, mostly sorry. Joel, you had a little shout-out you wanted to get?
Yeah, I want to say what's up to Ian and Alex at One Planet San Mateo.
Yeah,
If you can go there, you live in the area, it's a great spot.
One more time for William Montgomery, Nicole Tran, Tristan Bowling, and the great David Lucas. Such an unbelievable episode. So much fun. Remember, if you're coming to both shows, don't go to this meet and greet. Get your ass outside as fast as you can, and they'll get you back in. You want to get in line anyway to have a good seat for the next show. But if this is the only show you're coming to, then you're the only people that should be waiting in line. Quick pictures. We got to fly through it fast. We'll sign posters. There's the Big Gay calendar with the band for sale. There's Kill Tony pins. There's Death Squad shirts. The brand new Kill Tony shirt and Tony Hinchcliffe pins as well. I'll draw a mustache on them if you get them. Ladies and gentlemen, we love you. Thank you so much.
Thanks, guys.
Everybody. The great Brian Red Band. Good night.
He's on the highway somewhere. I don't know where he is on the highway. I just hear he's in the big red truck. Let's go to the wild card. Why? Coast to Coast AM. Welcome to it. Well, this has been a fascinating discussion. I think we covered more ground. In fact, usually I write about 100 questions per guest. Do you realize that I pretty much went through all of them with you? That's pretty impressive. Hey, I hope you join me again sometime. And I understand you're Phoenix. I live in Phoenix. I'd love to take you out to lunch at some point when you go back around.
Please reach out anytime. Rich, it's been my absolute pleasure. And thank you, everybody, for your listening this morning. I'm very, very grateful.
Back again next week on Coast to Coast. In fact, I think I'm back here on Saturday night. I think we're talking music with Kenny Arnoff. So, we talk rock and roll, we talk all things aliens. It's Coast to Coast AM. Thank you for listening. Thank you to Adam and Donna back at the controls, and Miranda, executive producer for the evening. God bless you all. Take care of each other. Good night. Watchers, Ryan Seacrest here. Join me and Anna White, B-Dubs as I like to call her, for Wheel of Fortune, weeknights 7:30, only on ABC 7. We'll see you there. What's funny? Megan Trainor, Doja Cat. And more. Tickets going fast. Buy them now. Access.com, AXS.com. Rapid radios are instant push-to-talk walkie-talkies offering national LTE coverage and no subscription ever. Perfect for instant contact with an aging parent. For a limited time, go to rapidradios.com and you'll get an extra 60% off free UPS shipping and add code radio for an extra 5% off. Portions of the following program will be recorded. I'm Chris Chapman. I served in the United States Air Force and I've employed 3 times. So in 2017, I was serving as the Air Force First Sergeant. Our motto and role is my job is people, everyone is my business. But unfortunately, in that year, I was my own brother against Corporal Adam Jack to suicide. The majority of veteran suicides are from guns. I store my weapons securely, not only for myself, but for my family. Store all your guns securely. Help stop suicide. My service never stops. Brought to you by Mid Family Fire and the Ad Council.
Mama, what does the chicken say?
It's like you never big stuff, like making sure your kids are correctly in the right seat for their age and size. Get it right. Visit NHTSA.gov. National Driving Seat. Brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration and the Ad Council.
Snakes, zombies, public speaking. The list of fears is endless. But the real danger is in your head or behind the wheel. Distracted driving is what's really scary and even deadly. I swore word, don't drive distracted. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Everything I have, I owe to the Health Cancer Center and getting my high school diploma.
You're adopted. Find free and support local education centers near you at administerdiploma.org. Brought to you by Dollar General University Foundation and the Ad Council.
Nothing gets past us. Are on it.
Alright, enough of that journey through language. Now, we find.
Yeah, some people with ADHD too.
You want to get a pet buddy?
Shot by a sheriff on the Thomas Live by 24-hour newsroom. An investigation is underway in the shooting of a man by an LA County Sheriff's deputy in West Hollywood. It happened at around 6 last night near La Brea Avenue at the West Hollywood Gateway Mall. Deputies were speaking with the man who allegedly resisted, which is when he was shot. He was treated at the scene and taken to the hospital. It's unclear what he was suspected of doing. No deputies were. The body of a missing off-duty LA firefighter has been recovered in the waters off Long Beach.
29-year-old Connor Lees vanished back in December while dining with friends. Long Beach police found his body on Wednesday after months of searching. Lees was a 6-year veteran of the LA City Fire Department, serving with distinction at Fire Station 94B Platoon in the Baldwin Hills Crenshaw area. The department says it's heartbroken and standing with Lee's family, friends, and fellow firefighters during this difficult time. Rashida D'Agostino, KFI News.
Officials in Russia are denying claims by Ukraine's president that they're planning new attacks. Police's Patrick Rebel says Ukraine's leaders
Zelensky says the Kremlin's goal is to seize more territory and maximize pressure on Ukraine during ceasefire talks, hoping that Kyiv will be forced to capitulate. The Trump administration also scales back support.
He says Zelensky claims Russia is preparing a major newsreel offensive in the coming weeks. There's a chance of some severe weather today from the Midwest to the East Coast, but it will also bring some firefighters are battling fires in the mountains.
Alright, enough of that journey through language.
Storms will head for the East Coast tomorrow. The fire threat actually extends all the way up through the DMV into New Jersey even, and we're still crying for fire conditions. Low humidity, it's dry out there. She says in places from Shreveport all the way to Indianapolis, there could be strong tornadoes. LA County DA Nathan Hochman has announced a change to the way his office will deal with the death penalty.
Outline, the DA says his approach strikes the right balance. Hochman says his office will pursue a death sentence in exceedingly rare cases under the most egregious of circumstances. Michael Knox, KFI News.
OpenAI is reportedly close to finalizing a $40 billion research double its previous valuation in October. Will Smith addresses his infamous Oscars slap on a new rap album.
After a 20-year hiatus, Will Smith just released an album called Based on a True Story. The opening song, called Interior Barbershop Day, he addressed his infamous moment where he slapped Chris Rock at the 2022 Oscars. I heard he wanted to ask him, but he had to give it back. Smith is still eligible for these nominations and jobs, despite he also says he wasn't bad. You don't know why you like your face.
Language. Now,
previously had always closed down the HOV and the fast lane ROV. Take care as you pass that area. You can see a little bit of a backup.
Alright, enough of that journey.
On the westbound 91 looks good until you get to the 605 connector. Westbound side's good there. But an earlier fatal accident on the eastbound 91.
Alright, enough of that journey. That's a fabulous question. We rabbis wear many hats. I'll start by saying what we're not. We're not all cisgender heterosexual. One of the big... You see this shit?
Extra caution vision hats. Southern California's most accurate traffic reports.
SoCal weather from KFI, mostly cloudy today with some rain out there. Highs in the low to mid 60s for Metro LA and OC. Low to mid 60s at the beaches, low to mid 60s in the valleys, upper 50s and 60s in the high desert. A slight chance of rain in the early evening and up to a 60% chance after midnight with lows in the mid 50s. Tomorrow mostly cloudy with a 50% chance of rain. Highs in the mid 60s right now. It's 53 in Monrovia, 50 in Santa Clarita, 53 in Lake Forest, and 55 in Lakewood. We lead local live KFI 24-hour newsroom. I'm Eileen Gonzalez.
Get ready as iHeartRadio teams up with the ultimate countdown game. iHeartRadio and the Redee's Music Top 40 with 2 exclusive channels. Listen to this week's biggest songs with Redee's and the weekly Top 40. Soundtrack of your life. On your free iHeartRadio app and listen now. #1 on your car radio preset and the new and improved iHeartRadio app. Free, never sounded so good. KFR AM 640.
This fucker sucks.
Hey, this is Rabbi coming in live from Tony Media 2 at Top Comedy Club in San Francisco. Give it up for Tony Hitchcraft! Yes, San Francisco, it's still Tony Media Night 2, show up!
Wow, this is a hot crowd. How long can this place get for the great Brian Redband?
Hey,
6.5 years of Kill Tony. This is Kill Tony Mania 2, which means there's a bunch of special treats here, like that guy right over there. It's Ryan Trey Evelt, the house artist, all the way from Los Angeles, California. He draws every episode. He drew a special poster for this weekend. He draws everything. Kill Tony the book available now on Amazon, Amazon Prime, all the good stuff. The brand new Kill Tony the book, the most updated version of it, and a lot of fun stuff happening. We are here, 2 sold-out shows tonight, and it has begun. Then we fly off to Australia this Wednesday. We're going to Brisbane, Australia, Melbourne, Australia, and Sydney, Australia this upcoming week. Then we go to Washington, D.C. for 2 shows with 4 stand-up shows, and then Columbus, Ohio, Pittsburgh, and Cleveland in the middle of December. Fun stuff. What do you get? The fuck are you guys laughing at?
Cleveland in December.
Cleveland in December. Gonna hang out with some family. You guys are gonna get to meet my dad for the first time. That's going to be a certain topic of conversation. It's totally going to be a running gag on this show, how Italian Tony's dad is. I can see it already. Prepare yourselves for that. You will be shocked. But it's about tonight. We're here. We're live. It's Kill Tony Mania. This is very exciting stuff. I'm always so happy to be here. You know, this is just one of the most fun shows, and we always bring a bunch of special guests and a bunch of special treats. We also, go to the bucket. We had a bunch of people sign up. That's always fun. But we have a band on this show, ladies and gentlemen. They are one of my favorite things in all of comedy. It is my funniest friends. They every single episode they commit to being different characters. We never know what they're going to be. They had a farther different green room than we had tonight. So let's all find out what they are together. They stay in character throughout the show. Sometimes it's a brand new character for the first time ever. Last night we saw the Golden Girls for the first time ever. We also saw the return of the Cat Burglars during show 1. This is Saturday night. These are 2 sold-out shows, so let's see what they picked for this first show. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you the best damn band in the land. It's the Kill Tony Band. Jeremiah Watkins, Chroma Chris, and Joel Jimenez. Whoa! Oh, my goodness. We've seen these guys before. It's the emo guys. They are so emotional. These are some of the most famous characters in the history of the band. The crowd goes wild. You guys know the show. This is very exciting. It's been a long time since we've seen these guys. Can you remind me of your name, the main emotional guy?
My name's Darwin.
All right, Darwin. Well, welcome back to the show, and clearly over there.
I'm not surprised you forgot my name.
Is this your first time in San Francisco?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. And then clearly next to you, that's the great Chroma Chris, who tonight looks a lot like somehow the rare lesbian with AIDS. It's an elusive type. What's your name?
Name's Connor. My parents just called me a disappointment, though.
Wow. And then clearly back here we have the doll from the newest version of Child's Play. How are you, pal?
I'm good.
Oh boy, you seem really sad.
Yeah.
Okay, you're real emotional. What's your name?
Doesn't matter. You're just gonna call me gay anyway.
I'm writing it down. Yeah. Well, that'll work. Fuck yeah. That's the band. We have some special treats. But before we get to special treats for you, why don't we talk about this bucket of destiny, the actual bucket of destiny, made it all the way from Los Angeles for this Kill Tony Mania. Everybody signed up pretty much. I feel like you know what you signed up for if you came to this show. If I pull your name out of the bucket, you get 60 seconds uninterrupted to try to do stand-up. Maybe it's somebody's first time. Maybe it's their last time. Maybe they're in the middle of an amazing comedy career and they're an undiscovered talent that is here to get a big break. You know your 60 seconds uninterrupted is up and you hear the sound of a kitten. That means wrap it up then, or else you're going to bring out the angry Castro District Bear. And then we interview you, talk with you about your life, find out more interesting stuff about you. You guys ready to start this show or what? What do you guys say? Should we start with the bucket? All right, let's do it. Keep the beginning of this one with a normal Kill Tony, and then maybe we'll do a special treat right after this. All right, the first comedian getting an uninterrupted. Yes, the only way to this stage is this staircase right here. So no matter where you are, you have to make your way all the way over here and through there. Put your hands together for your first comedian, Franco Tavini, everybody, and this show has begun live. Everything is in position. Franco Tavini. Yeah.
I don't see any movement.
Really?
He walked out on this just like my dad did.
Wow. My goodness. How does someone sign up first and not get? How's that doing? Is that Franco Tavini? All right, Franco Tavini. Got that from that way. Hey. One more time for Franco Tavini, everybody.
Shit, how the fuck are you doing, cops? Yeah?
So good, I guess. That's fucking good. That's awesome. Oh man, I've been having a really fucking good week. Would you sign up to a music of me?
I feel like I have maybe not anger issues, but I get upset at the smallest thing. Show of hands. Whoever here gets angry for seemingly no reason? Does anybody here? Show of hands. No. Okay. So I saw a few of you raise your hands. Thank God you raised your hand. You know what I'm saying? Because if you didn't, I was gonna.
If you go to the photo, change your photo.
Man, I just like, I mean angry for seemingly no reason. Like, have you guys ever been enraged at an inanimate object for just obeying the laws of physics? Have you guys ever been there? You ever put a water bottle on top of your own car sideways, it rolls off, you pick it up, throw it to a tree, and call it cocksucker at the top of your lungs? Yeah, that's the kind of level I'm fucking with, for sure. Oh, man. I just get really
Yeah, go
That's
ahead.
the sound. No, that was that.
it. Okay, very good. Hell yeah. Franco Tabini. Hell yeah. Franco, welcome to the show. Hell yeah. You almost walked away there. Have you ever seen this show before?
No, I have. It was a weird instinct that happened.
Okay, hell yeah. How long have you been doing stand-up comedy?
3 or 4 years now.
3 or 4 years. Hell yeah. All here in San Francisco?
Yeah, mostly San Francisco, mostly the North Bay from Santa Rosa.
The North Bay, Santa Rosa.
I can represent the North Bay.
There's another redheaded guy with earrings in the back that is excited.
Yeah, I think this guy rickrolled me a few years ago.
True.
That's so fun, Franco. What do you do for work?
I work at a nursing center. It's all very boring.
Is it? What do you do at the nursing center?
I help the elderly, which I'm sure sounds very fulfilling, but
so you're a butt wiper.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, I'm not certified, but they let me do it sometimes. You know?
You ever have any?
Whoa, rebel with a cause.
Oh yeah. Do you have any like sweet stories of like an elderly person who like did something cute or so like really likes you?
No, but yeah, but a lot of the old ladies, like one of them grabbed my dick and balls one time.
Whoa,
so that
dick
was,
and balls, the whole package.
She had very large hands. They
Oh,
were like
yeah.
catcher's mitts. It was very
Catcher's mitts. My goodness, long old lady hands. What did you? So you let her fucking? Then what? You're like, hey, what about my butthole? Baby?
I mean, who am I to deny someone with their last wish? You know what I mean?
Exactly. Hell yeah, their last will. Fuck yeah.
Did you shoot away immediately? Because I mean, I would have sat there for a couple
It was
minutes.
longer than it should have been. It was longer than it should have been.
Right. You pushed in a little bit, right?
Well,
yeah. Fuck yeah. What do you like to do for fun? You have any special skills or talents or anything? You're the rare red-headed guy with earrings named Franco Tabini.
That's my talent, and I've been riding that for a long time.
Your look doesn't really match your name at all. Like Franco Tabini, this fucking guy. You know, the guy that looks like a real fucking fagot. You know what I mean?
No, I mean, I had like Italian grandparents. I know how to make ravioli. You know what I mean? Like I've been there.
Heck yeah. How about the special skills or talents or anything?
Special skills or talents, dude. I can fucking I can shave a cat very well, more than anybody else.
What do you mean by that?
I'm good with the clippers. You know what I mean? It's not like
I don't know what you mean.
Yeah. I just mean like I'm good with grilling animals.
Why do I feel like that's the only pussy you've ever touched?
Hey, Darwin.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to bully you. I mean, the cats are willing. You know what I mean? Like, at least the cats are.
Like, are
willing.
you making a joke or like you actually groom?
No, I feel I've groomed my family's animals. Not just cats, but I mean, like that seemed like the most. Like most people have seen a cat, so I feel like we'll just go with that.
Wow.
Besides dog?
Oh yeah, I can groom a dog, I guess.
How about any other animals can you groom?
Oh yeah, man, I can groom like horses and stuff. Like on a team, I'm not gonna do that myself. I'm not gonna groom a horse myself, you know.
Good.
That's a whole effort.
Wow.
One snip at a time, you know.
Yeah, how about your love life? What's going on?
Oh, it's great, dude. I'm in a committed relationship.
Yeah.
Yeah.
With who?
With my girlfriend. Hopefully. I mean, like.
Where'd you guys meet at?
Wait, what?
Yeah, I know.
You look like the gay Weasley brother that nobody talks about.
Yeah. I'm sorry, I don't know why I'm bullying you. No. I'm thinking of my affliction on others. I'd actually be offended if you didn't think I was gay. Like there would probably be something off.
Did she go on Plenty of Fish, but she found a rock lobster instead?
Yeah.
So what does she do for work?
Oh, dude, she works at a law firm.
Oh, wow. Hell yeah. What does she do for the law firm? Sounds like a secretary.
Yeah. I mean, I don't say it that way, but yeah.
Law firm's like a big word for just a typical secretary.
Exactly.
Or else you'd be like, she's a fucking lawyer, dude.
No.
Right. Do you have any special things that you do in the bedroom? You ever do the
yeah.
old fucking gingerbread man?
For sure, yeah. Well, I mean, like, you know, I got like a whole like red carpet situation going on there. You know what I mean? So it's all very like, I like some candles.
Oh yeah,
you know,
it's disgusting.
Yeah,
Well,
I know. Yeah.
I'll tell you what, Franco. You've been doing it 3 or 4 years. It's not easy to get this show started. You're a fucking cool dude. Thanks so much for signing up and coming on. Franco Savini, everybody. He's on Instagram. Copper for hair. Copper for hair. A redheaded comedian. How fun is that? It's not too often that you get to start the show with a redhead, and it's definitely not too often that you get to start the show with 2 redheads. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a regular on this show. On Kill Tony Mania, we do things crazy, out of order, and the people join the panel after they do a brand new minute. I present to you a brand new minute, very controversial figure. Either you love him or you hate him. You're about to see him live. I present to you the great William Montgomery.
He's had no friends, and I think he's taking a real big position. It's not going to fix him. I'm taking it straight. I don't hear anything. Change my landscape manager. Image managers. Listen, they must know everything from choose from. I use photo library.
Let me hear your face for noise if you like 10 minutes ago. In 2010, my daughter was born, but the only thing greater than that was the Giants winning the World Series. So I have a movie coming out. It's called Allah in Alaska. It's about a Muslim man who falls in love with a lady dog sled racer from Anchorage. But their relationship is put to the test when Ramadan falls during the Iditarod. San Francisco, if I end up jumping off a bridge, it's gonna be from the Golden Gate Bridge! I used to homeschool my daughter. We fucked a lot.
Is that true?
Her name was Sarah. She was handicapped. I'm kidding. My dad's going to be watching this. That's all for my new Ghost Rider, Zorro 27. I want to give a shout out to Zorro 27.
How about a hand for William Montgomery, ladies and gentlemen? Wow. Live in the flesh, came out smashing, using a new technique we've seen a lot of lately from him, where he drops local references and gets the audience deeply on his side.
Let's give it up for Page's Stoioccidence. That did well in Sacramento. Let's give it up for Mike Bibby.
Okay. William, unbelievably fun set. I love the love that you have here in San Francisco from these people. You had to wait a few seconds to start. Boy, the trolls on the internet are gonna hate seeing that shit. You just soaking in applause before saying a single word. My God.
There was some piece of shit out front last night who said he was gonna punch me. I'd been eyeing him the whole time. I'll be honest, I was on Zantac 75. I have something called Lyme's disease.
Lyme's disease?
What was that?
That was a haunted line. Very interesting. William, we love you. You're always fun. What do you say you come over here and join panel for the show, huh? Oh boy, William is just gonna sit in on the chaos. Come on over here, have a seat. Look at you. He smells better than you think, everybody, if you're wondering. What do you guys think? Should we get back to this bucket, huh? Let's keep this fun train moving along. We're flying through it here. It's a beautiful fucking show so far. I'm excited about this.
This is such athleticism. It's really unprecedented.
Drew Nelson. We're all going to meet him together. Wow, here he comes. Row 3, section A. Here we go. Slow stand. Here he is, Drew Nelson, everybody.
Look at this move.
Hello.
This athleticism.
So I just drove here from Reno, Nevada, with my brother. It's a shithole. And everyone who lives there is kind of in denial that it's a shithole. They'll defend it with a passion. But they always say things like, it's not so bad. We're an hour from Tahoe, one of the most beautiful places in America. 4 hours from San Francisco. And I think that's kind of like, inviting someone over to my shithole apartment. Being like, yeah, this is a shithole. And I'm like, well, yeah, but Drake's house is, right down. And this house is pretty nice. So, yeah, my wife is from China, straight from China to Reno. I was like, why'd you go to Reno? It's a shithole. It's like, oh, well, you can see the sky. That's pretty nice.
There you go. Drew Nelson. Fuck yeah. Hey, your girlfriend's from China or your wife? What'd you say? Wife? Fuck yeah. How long you been married for? Talking to the microphone.
Oh, sorry. We just got married.
Oh, congratulations. Fuck yeah.
How long did you? Statistically, half of marriages end in divorce.
Whoa, that's a very dark outlook, Darwin.
The other half ended in death.
Oh, that's very dark. Chroma Chris is the only person on this stage that doesn't do stand-up comedy. He hits grand slams out of nowhere sometimes. I love it.
This is so the most athletic.
So when you
This motherfucker's so athletically gifted.
Were you like, I gotta warn you, I don't live in the best city? And she's like, Reno. Is that what happened?
Look at this.
Yeah, so she came here on a student visa. We have a university, so I met her there.
I know they love Open School.
Yeah, they're there.
Can't get enough of it. She's still in school?
Yeah.
It never ends in your entire life. Asians love their masters. Anyway. Wait, what the fuck was that?
Look at this athleticism.
Red man.
Look at
What the fuck? Is that a new sound effect? What? This is what you're working on? Okay,
Look at this
all right.
athleticism.
This is your wife calling in live. So long distance call from Reno. Is your wife with you here today?
No, she's not. I came with my brother.
Oh, wow, very cool. Does he have an Asian wife as well?
No.
Okay.
She's as white as it gets.
Oh, wow. What do you mean by that? Jesus. Is she whiter than William Montgomery? Look at this fucking guy. What are you talking about? Drew, how long have you been doing stand-up?
This is my first time.
Whoa, that's very good. Very good. Very fucking good. I would have guessed a little bit more than that. That's very impressive. Very fucking cool, man. You really get it. You're a fan of the art form?
Oh, definitely, yeah.
Hell yeah.
Gotten through some tough times. So yeah.
Absolutely. Us too. How about your life in Reno? What are you doing for work?
I'm a scientist at the State Health Lab.
Wow.